TikTok and the YouTube streams and the Facebook stream and Twitch stream should all be open and running now. Welcome in, friends. Everything should be live. We should see some population in the queue here in the near future. I see a bunch of friends already in the chat. Great to see everybody. So it should be a fun day. Should be a good one. We're starting off the week right. It's Monday. We're going to get right into it, and it looks like we already got 2 guests to talk to. So let me grab our first 3 super chats. Get our first guest in here, Benjamin. Vern, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, love starting the week with Justin's live streams. Praise Doug. Well, thank you so much, Vern. It is fun to start the week out with a stream, I think. I like Monday streams. And Robert says, working hard at work today, hard as a rock. Indeed. And while you're at it, put some praise music on, some Doug praise music, and sing along to Like a Rock, which was that Bruce Springsteen that did Like a Rock? I could be wrong. Worth listening to. And last one from our friend David. David, thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. It's super generous, my friend, and it's great to see you in the stream early. It says, to the guest, John at the last live show. Yeah, John was a wreck. He is an unethical interlocutor for an America not being a Christian nation. Andrew Seidel, constitutional lawyer at Freedom from Religion Foundation, wrote, "The Founding Myth, Superb Accurate Rate." Well, David, I have not read that, and I don't know the name either, but I'll definitely have to check them out. This idea that America is a Christian nation simply just isn't true. Now, it might be that people want it to be, but it certainly is not according to the documents that we have. All right, let's get Benjamin in the guest box. How you doing, Benjamin?
Not bad. Yourself?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Benjamin, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am. I'm 26. I'm a believer. I'm Christian Baptist.
Cool. And what do you think is the most convincing argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
I would say probably the best evidence for him would be just the grounding of sorry, like I believe that all. Just a moment. I'm sorry, Justin. Sorry, one moment.
Take your time.
Sorry, I'm getting over pneumonia. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. So yeah. So I believe that like things that we have like intrinsic like intentionality. I believe that is grounded in something. I believe that like our consciousness has to be grounded in something.
Why?
Yeah. So like for example, like me and you could both agree that like when we see things like a map, that has derived intentionality because we give it intentionality, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like if we read a map, it has meaning because other people give it meaning. Like when it comes to thinking things in your head, what gives that meaning if it makes sense to just you?
Our brains give it meaning.
Right, but there's an issue with it. But it has meaning, but something has to ground it to give it meaning.
No, we do. Our brain. So the things that we find valuable, which is why, like, I love a really good pen. Some people could give a shit about pens. I love a good pen. I love a pen that rolls and just glides across the page and doesn't leave empty spots in the pen stroke. I love it. Most people could give a damn about that. That's something I've placed value on because that's something that I personally like. I don't need to ground that in anything other than my brain, which is the house of my personal preferences.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, to be clear, I do agree with you that the brain obviously it can explain the chemical processes behind it, but like what gives it its aboutness?
My brain gives it the aboutness. The fact that I have preferences comes from my brain.
Okay. So then if we go back to like the derived things, can you give me an example of like one thing on Earth that like has derived intentionality that doesn't require a conscious agent?
All intentionality does require a conscious agent, which is why we see that trees don't have necessarily intentions. They have chemical reactions. Although I would say that there's a pretty fine line between intentions and chemical reactions, because like on the molecular scale, our brain is basically just doing chemical reactions. But the reality is, I do agree that, like, for example, the things that I choose to do seem to be intentional. I could be wrong about that, but I don't see how any
Okay.
of that actually goes back to a deity.
Okay, sure. So can I lay out like an argument for you? You can just like give you some premises, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. Give me your best tag argument. I'm sure it would
Yeah,
be
sure.
new. I'm
Okay.
sure I've never heard it.
Okay, yeah, sure. So premise one would be human minds have intentionality. So our minds are about things.
I don't think that's the case.
Okay, so you disagree with premise one. So you don't think the human minds have intentionality. Can
No,
you
the human mind itself doesn't have an intention. Like we can derive intentions from the mind.
Mhm. Okay, so I guess so you're disagreeing. I'm trying to say, can you repeat that one more time? I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So you're saying that it doesn't have intentionality because why?
You're saying the human mind has intentions. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Think we can derive intentions. There's a lot of human minds, or a lot of minds in general, that we would say don't have intentions. Although intentions are a nebulous thing that we don't really know exist yet. Like, I believe they exist. I can't prove to you
Okay.
that intentions exist, because in a deterministic world, it's possible that intentions are illusions. So I'm not going to make like a really firm case that the human mind has intentions. The most I can tell you is that it feels like our brains does have an intention that we create.
Okay. Can I give you the pushback to that then? I mean, I would
I
say that
mean,
we'll see. The
you're
problem
welcome
would be
to.
is that like, yeah, sure. So I mean, like, if your argument is that like well, if I understand your argument correctly, you're basically saying I'm trying to think how I can word this. Okay, so like if you claim that thoughts aren't about anything, okay, then I mean like what is your argument about? Because the problem is that like
I don't think you're using the word about the same way that normal people use the word about. Maybe you should explain what you mean by the word about.
when I'm using the word aboutness, you mean in
Yeah.
this? Yeah, sure. So when I'm using aboutness, I basically it refers like the property of a mental state where it's like directed towards
Where'd you get
or
that
like
definition? Because that's not in the dictionary.
well, I'm using this in regard. It's like a philosophical definition when I'm using
I don't
aboutness.
even know. I
I'm
mean,
using it as so. Okay, so to
maybe.
be clear,
Just
so
to
when
be
I'm
clear,
using
Benjamin, none of us are philosophers. Using words in the non-colloquial sense is just going to get you
okay,
like publicly shamed here.
okay, so you're saying you prefer a non-philosophical like when I'm using my definitions in
No,
order to be
what
used
I'm saying,
colloquially.
Benjamin, is if you want people to care about what you're saying, you should use words the way they're typically used. Like, aboutness in the dictionary doesn't mean what you think it does.
Okay, so then can we redefine the term aboutness?
You can use whatever term you want to. Just know that if you keep using words like in the non-standard sense, like all you're really doing is uh, annoying the audience, because now we have to
Okay,
do a
fine,
big
that's fine.
runaround. Now we have to do a
Why
big.
do I want to do that?
Now we have to do a big
I don't want to do that.
Benjamin. Now we have to do a big runaround to explain how you use words versus how normal people use words.
Well, I'm not trying to do that, but I mean, like, in order for me to kind of lay out my argument, I kind of would have to use. I mean, it just. I mean, okay, fine. Okay, let's just be clear, okay? I'm just going to force you to define it then. Okay, if aboutness doesn't mean the mind is directed towards or represents something, what does it mean to you?
It means to concern something. Like, so if I
Okay.
said about that pen over there, it'd be
Mhm.
equivalent to saying concerning the pen over there. It just means in relation to. That's it.
Yeah, that's literally what I said. So I mean, the concept of
Literally not what you
aboutness.
said.
Wait, no, because I'm just adding a couple extra words into it. I'm just basically
See
saying the
how
concept of
see how silly
aboutness.
this conversation becomes when you like don't know how like words work in the dictionary, but you think that philosophical usages of words are the same.
No, what I'm saying is the concept of aboutness has a well-established meaning in philosophy.
Sure. What's your definition of aboutness?
Yeah, it's the capacity of a mental state to be directed or represent something.
No, aboutness doesn't require a mental state.
That's from what's his name, Brentano to the Husserl.
You can you
It's
can
analytic
you can
philosophy.
say any names you want. It doesn't fit the actual definition.
So I asked you to disagree. Now I asked you to propose a credible alternative definition. You basically just said what again?
You could just say what you mean.
I just said what I mean. Okay,
Yeah, I
fine.
know.
What is
You said what you mean, and the meaning of what you said doesn't match the definition. So you just don't like what the word is
okay?
defined at. You can make up a new
Okay,
word. You can
so
call it flabberjav.
all right. Do you believe that physical matters alone have intentionality?
Yeah, because I think we're made of physical matter.
So what about when I say physical matter? Let's just say like a rock or a neuron firing. Is that about something?
In the dictionary definition of about, yes. In your definition of about, maybe. About just means concerning something. Concerning the thing in my fingers right now. Concerning the pen on my desk. That's all that means.
Okay. All right. I don't think you're like I don't. No offense. I don't think you're understanding like, the argument.
I do understand. I don't think you're capable of articulating the argument, which is wild.
No.
Because
Well, I
this
mean,
is the funny
you're
thing.
kind of
So
cutting me
I
off.
talked to a guy a couple weeks ago with a PhD in
Uh-huh.
a PhD in philosophy. You know how
Uh-huh.
many words he had to use that were non-standard from the dictionary?
None.
Fucking near zero, not a single time. We talked for 2 hours.
Well, that's why. That's why I
He
got rid of the word aboutness.
Benjamin, we talked for 2 hours. Not once did
Mhm.
he use a word that didn't have a different meaning than what I can find in the dictionary, or a different meaning than how we use it in the English language. So, if you want to have an actual conversation with a real human
Mhm.
being who doesn't give a damn about your philosophy 101 class, just use
Uh-huh.
words that mean what they mean. Don't give me
Okay. Great.
words.
Great.
Don't give me
Okay.
words that when I look in the dictionary they mean something else.
Okay. Fine. Fair enough. Anyway, so I'm gonna set a challenge. Like, so you basically said that matter can maybe have aboutness. Okay. So where is the evidence or example of like purely physical things that are about something? So I can give you the contrast. Like a rock isn't about anything. A thermometer like responds to the temperature, but it doesn't represent or understand it. A book contains information, right? But only minds can interpret it.
So
Only
again,
minds
using the actual definition of about, everything is about. Everything. There's not a single thing that isn't about.
can a book that has information interpret it itself?
I'd never said anything about interpreting. I said about the word about. You still don't understand how words work.
Ugh. Well,
Buddy,
I
you
guess if you
gotta
won't let me
find
use.
a different way of saying what you're saying if the word you're using isn't right.
Well, again, I assumed you were looking for philosophical debates when I came up here to
Why
some
would
extent.
why would you think I could give a damn about your like philosophical jargon? Why would I care about that? What I
Well,
care about is what's logical. What I care about is what's true. And what you're attempting to do is a really bad tag argument. You want me to give you the better tag argument?
that's not a tag argument.
You're literally doing a tag argument. You're basically going to run to a god of the gaps. Yeah. You're going to say that
All right, so give
qualia.
me a better argument.
What you want to do is give me the qualia argument, which is essentially what you're getting at. You're trying to say that there are immaterial qualia that can't be accounted for because qualia cannot be determined or come from purely matter. And to that, I would say prove it.
Repeat the last part of that before you said prove it.
I would say if you're saying that things that you deem as immaterial, like qualia, like experiences, or your so-called aboutness can't come from the material world alone, I say prove it. Prove that it can't.
Yeah, I can't.
There you go. So then it's not a good argument. Like you're welcome to try another argument, but like I started the whole discussion, Benjamin, by subtly letting you know that I've already heard all the tag arguments, which is why I said, but sure, give me one I'm sure I've never heard before. Like you can't think that I've never heard these arguments before. You don't really think that,
Well,
do
no,
you?
obviously, no, of
Okay.
course not.
Do you think that you thought this was going to work?
Potentially.
Why?
Why not? I mean, they're pretty solid arguments.
They're not. Have you ever tried them with an actual atheist?
Well, you're an atheist. Are you a new atheist, or I thought you were used to be religious. Therefore, I thought it would work fine.
I was religious. I'm not anymore.
When did you deconstruct your religion again? I'm just
Shit.
wondering.
I haven't been a Christian for probably a decade almost. Not quite a decade, maybe 8 years. But
Okay.
that
Quick
really
question
has
for you.
nothing to do about like
No,
the
I
nature
know.
of
I have a
our
question for you.
discussion. Now, Listen, if you laid
Mm.
down a really good argument that led to God, listen, shit,
Mhm.
it could be that there's some kind of deistic God out there. I've never heard a good argument for it. What I do know is that your God, the Christian God,
Mhm.
that motherfucker, he don't exist.
Okay, yes, great. So I mean, so you're not then you're not like fully you're not fully an atheist. You're just suspending judgment.
I'm an agnostic atheist, which means I have no knowledge of a God and I have no belief in a God. If someone provided me a rational argument that could only conclude that a God must exist, I'd be more than happy to accept the argument, but it still wouldn't be the Christian God, which is why my screen doesn't say God is imaginary. My screen says your God is imaginary because your God is imaginary. Your God's only
Okay,
as
okay.
real as the tooth fairy.
So if God can't exist, let's say for the reason of like we believe, obviously, let's just say one of the big reasons, suffering or something like that. If God isn't responsible for the suffering, then who would then be responsible for the suffering we experience?
Yeah, so the problem of evil is quite simple. In my worldview, the suffering happens because the world is chaos. There is no God managing the world. There's no God at the helm. That's why there is the chaos that we see.
Okay, so then great. So if God isn't responsible for the suffering because you deny God, then it's just the result of conscious agents that causes all the suffering, correct?
No, it's a result of nature. So
Human
nature
beings.
causes all kinds of human suffering. And in fact, I would say a lot of the suffering that you might even blame on humans could be solved if nature was different. If nature worked so that there was always clean drinking water everywhere on the planet and there was always food readily available everywhere on the planet and there were no natural disasters, if that was the way nature was, there'd be a lot less wars over resources, over land, over money, so on and so forth.
Okay, so then is it possible that there's a God that isn't all good?
I mean, it's possible. It's just not the Christian God.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to suspend. You would have to just suspend judgment then, because
I told
all
you,
right. So
yeah, it's possible. It's just not the Christian God. Again, my
okay,
claim is not that there isn't some sort of a weird deistic God out there that just like poofed things into existence, and now he just fucked off. Or, I mean, a buddy of mine has came up with a theory that there was a God that poofed everything into existence, and then he died. Something killed him. There's like a lot of
mm,
different theories to explain the state of reality. It's just not the
mhm,
It's not the Christian God.
okay. Last question. I'll let you go because obviously you know that's fine. You probably have other people. Does people that hold non-extremist religious, how they have they're non-extremists but they're religious? Does that bother you?
No.
Um, Question number two. You obviously wouldn't tell someone on their deathbed, let's say a family member that was a Christian, as they're dying, if they're talking about God, you wouldn't tell them God isn't real, right?
Depends on which family member they are.
Well, sure. Let's just say it's like a close family member, a
No, if
mother.
they're literally on their deathbed, no, I'm not gonna like
Yeah.
go up to them and be like, God's not real. But in reality,
What if they
I
ask
don't
you? What if
I
they
don't
ask you?
I don't actually do
What if they?
that. I don't actually do that in real life. Like I don't go up to anybody in real life, no
Oh, I
matter
know
what the
that.
circumstances are, and tell them that God's not
If
real.
your mother is dying and she asked you to pray for her, would you pray for her before she died?
If she wanted me to, I would. I mean, shit, I'm presiding
Why
over
would
a
you?
wedding in like 2 months, and certainly I'm going to be praying in the wedding. But
Why though?
there's
Why do
going
you
to
do
be
that though?
why not the people who
I'm asking.
because
I'm asking.
the people who do believe find it to be meaningful.
Wait, that's my point. So, question for you: can you openly say then right now that your sole purpose by these lives is to strip people of their purpose and meaning?
No, my sole purpose by this live is to make the society I live in a better place because I think societies are better when they believe in things that are true and not in fairy tales. And also, I think the
Wait,
Christian
that doesn't
religion
follow.
and the Abrahamic religions in general have been a net negative for humanity if you just look over the history.
I'm confused. But you said that it brings people meaning and purpose in their life.
I didn't say that.
You said that people that are religious they have like it's meaningful for them.
I said people find it to be meaningful. They attribute meaning to it. I'm not saying it gives them meaning. They think it gives them meaning, but the reality is they give it the meaning.
Yeah, I guess it just doesn't really. It just kind of confuses me because, like, I
I
mean,
don't
like
see
you
why it's
obviously.
confusing because like so unlike you, this is the fun stuff. Unlike believers, I don't go around to people I love and care about and try to force them to believe the bullshit that I believe in. Except for Christians. Christians feel the need to go around in society and force everybody to believe their bullshit. We have to force it in the schools. We have to send people door to door to evangelize. We have to spend millions of dollars evangelizing people through missionary efforts. That's the bullshit religion does. I'm here in my own space saying things that I think is true. I've not gone to anyone's door. I've not held up any signs protesting things in public. I've never gone up to a person in the street trying to convince them they shouldn't believe in God. That's the shit you guys do. In fact, the fact that I exist makes you guys so fucking uneasy. You have to come to our spaces. Like you feel compelled to come to our spaces and stop what we're doing.
That's because religion, quite literally, is not a net negative. It actually benefits people's lives.
It can benefit people's lives. It also ends. It also ends. It also no, it doesn't, Benjamin. It also
it does. The data is against you.
No, you're wrong. So how many millions of people died in the Inquisitions?
Wait, before I even answer that, the data
Benjamin,
says
the data does not fucking say that. Answer my question.
It does.
How many millions of people died in the Inquisition?
It doesn't matter.
It does. Answer the question. How many people died during the Inquisitions?
That's Christian extremism.
How many people died during the Inquisitions?
Sorry, I got a phone call. So, what
how many people died during the Inquisitions?
What years?
The entire Inquisition. It lasted for a couple hundred years.
I don't know. Maybe like 10,000?
No, the low estimate is 11 million.
No, you're referring to the entire. That's not true.
That is true.
Are you referring to the medieval Inquisition or the Roman Inquisition? Which one?
All of them. They're all part of the same thing. Every Inquisition all the Inquisitions that were held in Europe were horrific, and they were all part of the Christian religion. It doesn't matter if it was Roman, doesn't matter if it was Spanish. They all resulted in Christians unaliving each other.
I already agree with you that Christian extremism, like any other religion, can be dangerous, obviously.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and Christianity was the vehicle, just like Islam is the vehicle for extremism right now. Just like there are Christian extremists right now in our country. In fact, there was the pastor of the church where Pete Hegseth goes to, literally is advocating today to burn gay people.
Yeah, obviously,
this is what Christianity teaches. Christianity teaches that the Bible says you can burn or you can stone gay people. The Bible says that this is an appropriate thing. God hates this particular behavior, and you should hate what God hates. The reason why Christianity is a net negative for society is because people can do all kinds of horrific stuff, and then they can point to the Bible and say, I did it because this is what the Bible says.
Yeah, but I mean, the argument I would just have against that, obviously that occurs. The argument would just be is that religiously motivated crimes, okay, aren't even close to atheist regimes.
Yeah, they're way worse. I know.
No, atheist regimes are like what is it?
Stalin's the only thing close you can get to an atheist regime.
There was 100 million probably deaths under an atheist regime, as compared to religiously motivated.
Name one.
Probably
name who?
You have I guess you could do like Stalin's purges.
How many people did Stalin kill?
Wait. Then you have what is it? What was
How many people did Stalin kill?
Khmer Rouge, obviously.
How many people did Stalin kill?
No one knows exactly. You tell me.
Where do you get your number from?
Huh?
Where do you get your number from then?
I know the top of my head that's what it was.
Listen, I know he killed a lot of people.
Wait, I would guess
how many people were killed under the Third Reich?
Let's just do this, okay?
How many people? It's crazy that you want to answer a question. How many people were killed under the Third Reich?
Probably 15 to 20.
Yeah, a lot of millions. And an estimated just 6 million Jews. That's only the Jews, right? Now, we can add, so already just using World War II era, We already
Mhm.
have an equivalent. Stalin, millions, I'm sure. He was a horrible human being. Third
Well, he was
Reich,
over 20 million.
Third Reich, probably damn near the same as Stalin. Now we can also add in all the other religious deaths, the Inquisitions, minimum 11 million, the Holy Wars, another 5 to 6 million. People died during the Crusades, the Great Schism, people who went to war to literally conquer the Promised Land by slaughtering and genociding the people that were currently living there. I don't know how many people were living there. I'm sure it was a lot. They got genocided according to history. And then we can even do non-Christian wars. Like there's all kinds of religious-based
Hey,
wars in the
can I
ancient
just,
world.
I'm just going to be very clear with this. Okay? I heard what you said. My argument is very simple. It doesn't really necessarily, it doesn't follow for you to say that it's a net negative for Christianity when the data literally still, I agree with you. Yes, there was tons of religiously
The
motivated
data
killings.
doesn't disagree with
The
me. It
data
disagrees with
shows,
you. The data does not show that.
the data shows atheists, when you hold an atheist position, there's more crime than
The data
religious.
does not show that.
I can go to my computer. Okay, that's it. I'll go to my computer.
So what you're attempting to do is say white evangelical Christians in America today behave differently than atheists in America. That's not an actual comparison. I said net negative. This includes all of the history of the religion. It doesn't matter to me that Christianity, all the horrific shit at this point has been weeded out of it. In fact, one day we might even do the same thing with Islam. I'm saying over the course of human history, Christianity has not been a positive. It's been a net negative. I could give a damn if you think, well, shit, like Christians today, like they believe in like putting up hospitals. Congratulations. So do atheists. Because it's not enough of us to actually get it done.
Your position would only end with both are a net negative.
No, it wouldn't.
So being atheist, you think it holds a superior. There's a superiority there.
Atheism's not a movement. There's nothing that you can.
No, not a movement.
You can't take it. You can't take an atheist and say, here are the things that atheists do, because over the course of atheism, there's not like a clear agenda. There's not a clear goal.
Just a minute here. Hold up.
Billy the Baptist literally losing his mind in the comments. I can't wait for him to one day get the balls to get in the guest box.
Just a minute. Everybody.
Can I use the controller?
Yeah, just a minute.
Get Roblox.
No, Roblox. Hey, my son just got off the bus, man. I'm sorry. I have to get going, dude.
Yeah. Also, Benjamin, I would point out that whether or not you think Christianity is good or bad is completely irrelevant to whether or not it's true. So.
Oh, sorry. Say the last part.
So whether or not you think Christianity is good or bad, it's also irrelevant to whether or not it's true.
Well, again, I tried to get into the argument. You told me I can't use my words.
We'll try this again. Whether or not you think Christianity is good is irrelevant to whether or not you think it is true. So all you're doing is wasting your time. I don't care if it's good or bad. I think it's bad. I care if it's true. So, all right, listen, go take care of your kid, man.
All right.
Cheers. Is it just me, or did the horizontal stream crash? It looks frozen. The vertical stream still running. I see comments on the vertical stream, and no one has let me know of anything going on there. Let me reload the horizontal stream on my phone real quick, see if the horizontal stream's done. For anyone, yeah, the horizontal stream's not loading. I'm curious if it's just my phone. If anyone's around that could check on the horizontal stream and let me know if the horizontal crashed. Yeah, the horizontal went down. I don't know why that is. That's weird. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll restart the horizontal stream. It's kind of a weird thing to happen. I've never seen the horizontal stream just kind of crash like that. Let me see if I could, let me see if I can fix it up. I don't know if I can without ending the stream. Fuck. 1 second. 1 second. Let me go to my other account and see if there's a reason why it crashed. It shows that it's live, which is really interesting. So I show that if I go into my account, it does show that it's live. I do see comments still going, but it's saying that the streaming software might not be connected. Okay. It looks like it might be connected now. Okay, I think it's back up. It could have just been my phone too. Okay. Well, now it might have been my phone crashing out. All right, I'm gonna keep it rolling. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Sorry about the delay there, guys. Steven says, "Do two Genesis stories contradict each other?" I mean, kind of, Steven. If you compare the order of events, they do contradict each other. I've never used that contradiction in a debate only because I don't think it's all that meaningful. Because I don't think that Genesis 2, the second creation account, was attempting to give a detailed account. I think Genesis 2 was saying, here's a summary of some shit God did when he created the world. Now let's get on to the humans. Let me tell you how he created humans, right? So I know if you just compare the order of operations, I get it. They do contradict in the order that they're given. I just don't think the intention of the author was to give a strict order of events. So that's me personally. That's why I don't use that contradiction. But thank you for the super chat. And Johnny, thank you for the super chat. Says, I was debating Christians about Matthew 16, 27, 28. They claim it was fulfilled because John saw Jesus in Revelation. Thoughts? Well, it's wrong for two reasons. One, because it's clearly not saying that you will see a vision. Jesus didn't say you'll see a vision of me coming. He says you will see me coming. He also says some. Some is always more than one, which means one doesn't count. John's vision can't count unless there were at least two people seeing the vision. Also, it's pretty clear that the gospel authors assumed that you would think it's the transfiguration, which is why they put it right there. Edward says, if you put Hadassah, John, and Praise I Am into the same room, even Doug would struggle with the sheer BS they spread. I don't know about you, Edward. I would pay money to put Hadassah, John, and Praise I Am into a room together and just let them slug it out. That would be the most entertaining thing I've ever seen. Gemini, good to see you today. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm about to crash out about how this guest's obsession about. I know. I'm always tickled when I've heard him before. I knew he was a Philbro, but I'm always tickled when Philbros come in and they use words wrong and they think, well, this is how I learned to use it in philosophy class. Motherfucker, you are not in philosophy class. That's not where you're at. You're in the real world now. And in the real world, you have to use words that are defined properly in the English dictionary. No one cares how your last 5-page philosophy paper turned out. Ehud, thank you for the 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend. I really appreciate that. And thanks for being here. And Elteen, thank you for the $50 super chat. That's super generous, my friend. Says, apologies, I probably can't catch the whole live today. No worries, but question and answer tomorrow. Maybe. Yes, tomorrow I will be doing a Q&A. Says, also, help me out here. David, get me 100 tipskins. Here you go. Double your fun. Thanks, David. What the F are the next series of events regarding the tips? So this is a good question. What did Saul do with all the tips? No one knows. My theory is he made something akin to chitlins or maybe some hog rinds. He definitely deep fried those things. That's where I'm going with that. Silver Surfer, thank you for the $4.99 super hype. I appreciate that. And Lemakis says, don't ask your religion when you get arrested. They don't ask your religion when you get arrested. They should, actually. I'd be curious to know. I would be really curious to know. What I do know is the prison, if you do a survey in prison, there are more theists than atheists. Paul says, best cooking show on the net. Keep rocking. Well, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. And Andre says, it's a story to cope with the absurdity of life. That's true. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. I've got, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 more super chats, and then we're going to bring in our next guest, which looks like it's going to be Chris Scott. I think the name is Chris Scott. Anyways, Daniel says, enjoying Justin's barbecue while on vacation. Well, shit. I hope you're enjoying your vacation. It is summer. It's the best time to vacation, unless you live in a cold state. Then you want a vacation in the middle of winter, somewhere warm. But I hope you enjoy it. And Apostate Chess says, compare freedom of religion in the U.S. to Deuteronomy 13. Yeah, actually, if you look at an atheist organization like Freedom from Religion and you compare that to so-called religious organizations, I think you'll see a very different story. Nomad says, listening a bit behind, but checked out the fountain pen hobby if you like a good pen. Even just a cheap Pilot Metropolitan is Praise Doug. Actually, I do have some fountain pens. I can't use them in my everyday life, but when I'm writing like Hebrew scripts, I use a good fountain pen. But yeah, I took calligraphy actually when I was in high school, and I just kind of fell in love with good pens and writing. So it's really cool. Like a good pen, it feels good in your hand. It writes good. It just feels good to have a good pen. That's me personally. Straightforward says some slow cooking on the menu today. Maybe some straight to the barbecue. Rock hard for Doug from Norway. Well, thank you so much, Straightforward. I appreciate that. And trust me, there's a lot of time left in the stream. There's going to be some people that jump right into the fire. And Abraham the Chaldean says, blocked off time for an afternoon of query scripting and Justin. Doug truly is the Rock of Ages. Well, thank you for spending your time with me while you're doing your, I assume, sequel programming. Big W. And I hope I'm not distracting to you, but I also hope you're having fun. And last one from Tobias says, what if God was a stranger on the bus? Yeah, I mean, Cheryl Crow asked that question a while ago. I thought it was a good question. What if God was just a normal Joe? But I think if that is the case, then God wouldn't be God then, right? I think that's the implication of that. Anyways, Chris Scott, are you with us? Nope, Chris Scott, he ran. All right. Well, we'll get the next one in the queue. Let's get Conundrum up here. And then our friend Creed is back. We'll grab Creed after Conundrum. Welcome in, Conundrum.
Yep. So you made a couple of claims with the
Conundrum, are you at least 18 and are you a believer in God?
I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, yes.
Yeah, you Phil bros really run in packs, don't you?
Oh, you atheists run in packs.
Yeah.
Dude.
So what's your best argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, it's not about that.
It kind of is. So
for clarity. Well,
yeah.
No, for clarity.
So what you're going to do.
Hold on.
I don't know if you know where you're at. I think
I was asking a question.
You came in pretty dizzy. So no, you're not actually asking a question. So I'll kind of help orient you. I'll help orient you on the way in. So the way this works is you come in, I ask you the preliminary questions. You can choose to answer them or you can choose to run from them. So I'll try again. What's the best argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Archaeological evidence, I would suggest that.
Great. All right. Now, what archaeological? No one cares about the meta. Let's get on to the argument. So, what archaeological evidence do you think confirms or provides a rational argument for the Christian God being real?
So how about the Exodus? How about that? Of course, that's the Christian God that you proclaim. Yeah.
What's the evidence that proves the Exodus?
Well, there's a whole slew of
what? Well, name one.
Evidence there. Well, see, you're running away from your own question.
Name one.
So, what your question?
We'll try this again. So, I asked you for the evidence. You said archaeology. Now, I'm asking you what specifically about archaeology are you thinking confirms the Exodus?
Well, I mean, considering that they have the undisclosed the grave sites, and you can read that in Dr. Manfred Betek's, the unaliving of the
grave sites of who,
for example. I just clearly said the children. Listening comprehension is not your strong suit, obviously.
The children of who?
I just said the Israelites.
Okay, and Manfred Betek. Where are these? Where are these grave sites?
Yeah, they're leading. Well, they're in Egypt, obviously. They have been discovered as far as back as 2000 when he began his, right around 2000, the early part of 2000. Yeah, you can read it in his book. You can also read Dr. David Roll's extensive research. You can also read Dr. Titus Kennedy's research. I mean, there's
personally, I don't think any of these people are really that good. I would point to like James Hoffmeyer. James Hoffmeyer has done a lot better research in Egypt.
No, he's the leading.
He's actually not. So we'll just try this again. The leading Egyptologist right now is still James Hoffmeyer, which is why if you read any of these books that you're referring to, they reference James Hoffmeyer. James Hoffmeyer not only has been doing it a lot longer, he's literally the most referenced Egyptologist alive. He literally is. Yeah,
he literally isn't.
Have you read a single book by him?
Well, no, I've read Dr. Manfred Betek, and he is the leading archaeologist in
the
Goshen area.
According to who?
Well, his university, which is he's going to be
According to
from
his
the
university, he's the leading.
hold on,
Oh,
hold on,
okay,
hold on,
okay.
hold on.
So, well, someone
Again,
who
by history, he's
actually,
the leading
so
archaeologist. He's
someone,
the leading archaeologist of
we'll just try
Denmark.
this.
If you let me just
We'll just do this again. So, I've actually went to school, and I actually had
so did I.
professors who were Egyptologists. Like, I actually had professors
So have
who
I.
are Egyptologists. Like, that was their
So have I.
specialty,
You
and
act like you're the only one.
okay. Where'd you go to school at?
Where did I go? I went to Lee University down in Cleveland, Tennessee. I'd actually talked to Dr.
Hmm.
Hugh Ross. Okay, I
Hugh
interviewed him.
Ross
Now, on
is
top of
real.
that, yeah, I was actually
Okay,
was involved in an interview with him.
tell me about the Hebrew baby tombs.
Okay, yeah. So again, Dr. Medford B-Tech has discovered it. Again, you can also
Don't
read
tell
it
me
in
names. Tell
Dr.
me about the tombs. What do you know?
Well, it's not the tombs; it's the grave markers.
Grave
Okay,
markers
so
of
at
who?
3-2, I just clearly you're not good at this, Justin.
Well,
Quit claiming you do
we'll
when
try
you
this
don't.
again. Okay, so I'm asking you about the actual evidence, and what you keep saying is names. Listen, I know there are Egyptologists.
I'm literally trying to quote what
I
he's
know
saying.
that there are Christian Egyptologists. Even everyone knows that. I'm
Manfred
asking
B-Tech
you.
is not. He's not Christian. He's
I'm
not a Christian.
asking you. I'm asking you to give me the actual evidence that you know about. Don't give me a guide that I have to go read. Tell me about the actual evidence. What do you know?
He is discovered, right, in his research, that there is a grave markers with inside of Goshen, what we consider Goshen, right? It's called Papyrus. He wrote his book on it. Therefore, he has discovered that in regards to what took place with the unaliving of the children, there is a ratio from women or girls to men or to boys, should I say, because of that separation of the hips during birth. Right? There
We all
is
know
a
how
10
women
to
have
1
different
ratio on
hips.
that. It's irrelevant.
I
There's
d-
still spreading of a hip.
no, yeah, women's hips
Yes,
spread when they
the
get
hip
pregnant. That's
separates.
universal.
Yes,
Do you
correct.
think only
He is
Hebrew
discovered.
women? Do you think only Hebrew women have hips that spread when they get pregnant?
Well,
Are you
then you have
confused?
to explain. Well, then you have to explain, which is also on the book on Papyrus, the Hebrew names that are discovered
The
within inside the same
they're not Hebrew. Okay, I'm going
account
to
of
stop
Genesis
you
or
now because
Exodus.
you haven't read any of these sources, obviously. So
Oh,
these aren't
I
Hebrew
haven't.
names. These are Semitic
Oh, there
names.
haven't.
The Hebrews
What do
are
you think that is?
the
What
Hebrews.
do you think that
The
is?
Hebrews
What do you think?
the Hebrews are a subset of these Semitic speaking people, just like there are like multiple subsets of the Asian language, which is why even among the Asian dialects, you'll see names that show up in Mandarin that also show up in
You're only proving my point.
we'll
You're
just
only proving my
we'll
point.
try this again. So even in the Asian
Yeah,
countries,
let's try this again. You're only proving my point.
I'm not going to prove anything if you don't shut up. So even in the Asian country,
You're literally proving my point.
it's crazy that I have to keep muting you to say a word. Okay, so in Asian countries, what we find is that people that are in the Asian language family, there are names that transcend all the different language families. Now, just because somebody came from a Mandarin speaking subsect of the Asian languages doesn't mean that if we find that name in another Asian subsect, that they came from the Mandarin subsect. Just like if we find somebody that has a Semitic name, it doesn't mean that they came from the Hebrews. It means that they came from the Semitic family. And there are different Semitic languages that shared name. There are Hebrew names that existed prior to Hebrew. There are non-Hebrew names that show up in Hebrew because they're all part of the Semitic family. That's how that works. So, yes, were there
Yeah, I
Semitic?
know how it works.
We'll try this again. There are Semitic names found, in fact, in Egypt because there were Semites in Egypt. The Egyptians even wrote about it. The Egyptians referred to them as Hyksos. And yes, in the Brooklyn Papyrus, there
The
are in
Hyksos
fact
are
Semitic
not.
names. There are in
They're
fact
not.
Semitic names found in the Brooklyn Papyrus because there were actual Semites and Hebrews
Oh
who
snap!
it's
Oh
almost
snap!
it's
Thank
almost
you
like
for
you
admitting to that.
if you stop talking long enough for me to explain
This is
out.
insufferable. I was quiet for 3 minutes, dude.
We'll try this again. So the reason why the Brooklyn Papyrus has Semitic names is because there were in fact Semites that went down and made a stronghold in Egypt. Now you're never going to guess when this happened. Do you know when? Do you know about when this happened?
Oh, so I get a chance to speak now. So again, the time frame we really don't know. I would say probably right around the early Bronze Age, probably mid Bronze Age, according to
Try
again the
again.
reference that I've already
When was the
exposed. Well,
Brooklyn Papyrus
I don't have
dated?
to. Well, it was discovered in 18 like the mid
Yes,
1800s.
and when is the
Yeah, so
text dated to?
it's irrelevant. We don't
It
really
kind of
truly know
is.
when
Well,
it was
okay,
dated.
so we'll try
No,
this again.
it's
So the
irrelevant.
Brooklyn Papyrus is dated to the 5th century BCE. The 5th century, even
That
by
means,
even by the
bro,
account
that's
of
right
the
around the
even
early to
by
mid Bronze Age. I clearly said that.
and you're wrong. That's the middle of the Iron Age, you dummy. This guy did not go to school. Okay, so we know for a fact
Actually,
from the
no, the BC. No, it's
Egyptians.
not.
We'll try this. It is, yes. The Iron Age starts at
No, it's not.
1000. Yes.
No. It clearly according to I just said that according to the sources that I just described, I just cited them.
The
They
Bronze
say
Age
and
ends
declare
at
is the
1000
Bronze Age.
BCE.
I don't care when it ends.
Okay, so
The
we'll
point
try this
is,
again.
I
Okay, so
clearly said
if the Brooklyn Papyrus is dated to 400 to 450 BCE, that puts it in the middle of the Iron Age, which starts at 1000. In fact, it's about 500 years after the start of the Iron Age, which means it's not in the Bronze Age.
no. According to the leading archaeologist, as I described, he declares that it was right around the 13, or probably right around the early to mid Bronze Age.
He does
I'm only
not.
reciting what he says. Yes, he literally does.
He does not.
Of course, you literally haven't read anything from either sources that I've described to you.
He
So
does
how in
not.
the
He
hell are
does
you
not
making
date
it?
it. He does not date it to that time period.
Yes, he literally does. Dr.
No,
David Roll literally dates it at that point. So does Dr. Manfred Vitek. Again,
the
you have not
language
been
the
able,
language
but
it
you're
was
going to
written
make
in doesn't
that
even
assertion.
exist in that time period.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
As a matter of fact, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Prove it. Don't say it, Justin. Come on, I thought you were better than
What?
this,
Okay,
dude.
what language was it written in?
What language was what written in?
What language was the papyrus written in?
Egyptian.
What kind?
Well, again, that's irrelevant.
Do you
I mean,
not
if you
know
want
that
to
the
talk about,
Egyptians have multiple languages?
yes, I'm well aware of
Okay,
that, but to
and
pinpoint which one, I mean, that's going to be damn near
which
it's going to be impossible to
language
actually disclose that.
which language did they use?
Again, that's if it's multicultural languages, guess what? That means they're bilingual. That means we don't know what was truly written in. I mean, calligraphy. I'm assuming that, or what
Calligraphy,
is that? What is that picture? Not the calligraphy. Put the picture. The picture. What is that called? When you write in picture form.
hieroglyphic.
Well, no, it's not. There's a certain word for it. Not hieroglyphic.
Hieroglyphic. Okay, so the
It's not a
the
hieroglyphic. No.
language that it was written in is late stage Middle Egyptian, right? And so what we
Okay.
find,
Which Egyptian
so
language though?
so
Which Egyptian language though?
what we find is that this is not hieroglyphic. In fact, if you look at the traditional writings from the Bronze Age, they are literally written still in hieroglyphics. Typically, the Brooklyn Papyrus was not written in hieroglyphics.
Yes, it was.
It was
It was
not.
translated from. It literally was. It was
It was
translated.
not.
It was lit. Why don't you Wikipedia it,
I'll just put
and you would
it.
discover who
I'll just put it on
Why
the
don't you
screen for
Wikipedia it?
you,
Yeah,
since
sure.
you
Yeah.
keep lying. Okay, this is not hieroglyphic.
Then what is it?
It's not hieroglyphic.
What is it? Answer the question. Don't run.
This is hieroglyphic. I don't. Oh, sorry, wrong page. Let me grab. This is Egyptian hieroglyph. That's what Egyptian hieroglyph looks like. Although it's a little blurry. See if you can see it there.
Hey, I can't see that.
That's
It's
Egyptian.
blurry as shit.
That's Egyptian hieroglyphic. What
It's
we're looking
blurry.
at
I can't see it.
here is not hieroglyphic.
Okay, so you pulled up a papyrus. You pulled up a
I
papyrus
pulled up
that it
the
was
Brooklyn
translated on.
Papyrus.
Yes, you literally pulled up a translation from the hieroglyphic itself
No,
because the translation.
that is in
Okay, let
fact
me ask you:
the document.
when did we discover? When did any culture in the world discover that you can translate to be able to translate from hieroglyphs to any form of language?
We all know how translations work.
Answer the question. Don't dodge. Answer the question.
I just told you.
What year? No, you didn't. What year was mankind be able to understand what the hieroglyphics read and translated into any
When
form of
did we
language?
decipher hieroglyphics? Oh
That's
shit,
clearly what I just
not
said.
that long ago.
Actually, it's about 150 years ago.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just said not
So
that long ago. So what you have in the Brooklyn
150 years is
Papyrus is that
quite a long ago.
it's
As a matter of
written.
fact, it's probably about 12 to 14 generations.
So what you have is a demotic script in Egyptian. A demotic script in Egyptian is characteristic of the Iron Age, not the Bronze Age.
No,
A
it's the Bronze
hieroglyphic
Age.
script would be Bronze Age. You'd be wrong.
As a matter of fact, you said Manfred Bietzek is a Christian. No, he's not. He's
I
actually
didn't say he was a
atheist.
Christian.
You literally did.
No,
You
I
did.
didn't.
If you rewind,
No, I didn't.
what you
So
said, yes,
what
you
I
literally
said
did.
is I know that Egyptologists exist, and some of them are Christian. Those were my little words. I never said
No, those weren't your
Manfred.
little words.
Never said
I
that
didn't say
Manfred
didn't say his
Bietek
name.
was a
You said my
Christian.
sources were. You said my sources were
I
Christian.
certainly did
Is what you
not.
said. You certainly did too.
No, I didn't.
So real quick, you
You're
said
not good
I
at
want to
this.
piggyback off
Like
one thing.
you're
literally not good at
you're
this either,
really
Justin.
bad at this. So the Brooklyn Papyrus
You have yet to
doesn't
prove
show
to me that my God
anything
is
that you
imaginary.
actually think that it says. The Brooklyn Papyrus
Actually, it
is
does.
a
It reveals the midwives.
it
reveals midwives.
It doesn't even come close to the Bronze Age. It's dated in the
It
middle
clearly
of the Iron
demonstrates
Age.
midwives that were born, as well as the decree that the Pharaoh gave out
It does
to
not.
unalive. It literally does.
It doesn't.
It literally does.
It doesn't.
It literally does.
It doesn't.
Basically, all you're saying is nuh-uh.
All
That's
you're
all you're
saying
saying,
is
Justin.
nuh-uh.
I'm matching what you're saying, Justin.
Show me in the Brooklyn Papyrus where it says anything about Hebrew midwives. You know,
Sure,
it's,
yeah, give me
first of all, you
yeah,
know
let
it's
me
a
give- let me- give
you
me
know
just
it's a
1 second.
medical
Let me pull it
text,
up.
dummy.
Actually, no, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
Well, pregnancy is considered medical.
Okay, so literally, like the very first paragraph from the wiki, the Brooklyn Papyrus, known as the
I
Brooklyn,
don't trust Wikipedia, dude.
the Brooklyn,
As a matter of fact,
the Brooklyn
as a matter of
medical.
fact, no one in
Listen,
academia acknowledges it.
listen. I know, like you're getting uncomfortable and like you're feeling like this squishy
No one's
stuff.
uncomfortable.
You're feeling like this weird squishy stuff on your backside because you're taking back shots right now. But it's literally known as the Brooklyn Medical Papyrus.
Yeah, pregnancy is considered medical, and you're taking face shots, Justin. You're taking money shots from me.
Not even close. You've been wrong on literally
Yes.
everything you've said about the Brooklyn Papyrus so far.
You have yet to prove.
You have literally
that I'm wrong
no
about
you
anything.
have literally no idea what you're
You have
talking
literally
about.
proved.
I
You
did.
literally have not proved.
I literally
anything wrong.
showed
You.
you.
Literally didn't.
I literally showed you the demotic script that it was written, and I put it on the screen. It was written in a demotic script, not hieroglyphics.
That literally proves nothing.
It
Justin,
proves that it was written in
if you want that
demotic.
W, my dude, if you want that proof, if you want that W, you can have that.
It proves that it was a demotic script, and if you just look up when demotic script was used, it was used in the Iron Age, which is why it's dated to the Iron Age. Also, why does this? Is it just me, or does this sound like Praise I Am?
No, this is not Praise I Am.
Oh, you guys sound a lot alike. I think you guys just cry the same way.
I have a severe, extremely severe sinus infection.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, sinuses, dude.
Have a brain infection? Well, did it crawl up into your brain cavity?
Yeah, kind of, sort of, I guess. Okay. So the Brooklyn Papyrus. So hold on. You're asking me a question. I'm trying to answer that. So give me just a second. So, okay, the Brooklyn Papyrus, according to Dr. Titus Kennedy, which I will make the statement, he is a Christian. He is also an Egyptologist and a scholar of the New Testament. So, okay, according to him, it does contain not only Semitic names, but even.
I'm sorry. Did he say
hold
Semitic
on,
names?
hold on.
Did he say Semitic names?
Hold on.
I heard the word Semitic. It's almost like he said Semitic names.
Don't hit the gas pedal. Don't hit the gas pedal, Justin. Don't press the gas pedal. Hold on. Just keep it neutral.
You know that some Semitic names are Hebrew, right? You know that, right? Some Semitic names are Hebrew.
Hold on. Actually, they're two different names. But
They're
so
not.
according to Dr. Titus Kennedy, they are. So he states that in the 17th century BC, it contains not only Semitic names, but even
It's
Hebrew
not from
names.
the 17th century.
according to an archaeologist,
But
you're
according
wrong.
to all the
So
other archaeologists, that's wrong.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So again, a section in the papyrus contains a list of 95 servants, and you can read his book, Unearthing the Bible. I think it's page. Let me get this right, so I'm not wrong. So it's going to be page 58. He clearly demonstrates that 95 servants within that papyrus, which is the Brooklyn Papyrus, of whom are of Asiatic descent, which is going to be from the
Yeah, they
Canaanite
have
area.
Semitic names. I know. Listen, we already covered
Yeah,
this.
they're
Okay,
95 servants. As a matter of fact,
maybe
hold on.
I'll just explain to you why this is a bad talking point. I'll just kind of cut to the chase. So everyone knows that there were Semites in
Not a
Egypt. They
bad
were
talking point.
literally called the Hyksos. There were so many of them that they literally waged a war against the Egyptians. They went to war against the Egyptians, and the Egyptians chased them out of Egypt. They ruled Egypt for a time period. They were called the Hyksos, not the Hebrews.
Yes, I'm well aware what they is.
Now the Brooklyn Papyrus, which dates to the 5th century BCE, has Semitic names in it, and in fact, some of them are Hebrew. And the reason for that is because when the Assyrians invaded, and then when the Babylonians subsequently invaded, people left. They fled for their lives, and they set up an entire town, multiple towns in Egypt where Hebrews were living. That's why so many of them were keen to translate the Hebrew Bible into the Greek language while they were in Egypt, because a lot of them never came back. They went to Egypt and they never came back. There were a lot of Hebrews in Egypt during the Hellenistic period.
But you're fast forwarding it all the way to the Hellenistic period, though.
That's when the Brooklyn Papyrus is dated to.
No, it's not. It's
It
literally
is.
dated to the 17th century BCE.
You'd be wrong.
According to, well, it's not. I'm not making the claim that it is. I'm only citing what Dr. Titus Kennedy has stated. Okay, so on top of that,
I would disagree with
papyrus,
Titus Kennedy, and I agree with the other scholars that say otherwise.
And you're allowed to do that. More probably Dan McClellan, but hey, that's fine. So, okay, according again further, he goes on to repeat 3 names that are Hebrew that really generate from the tribes. So again, you're going to have to make that distinction of whether this is going to be factual or if it's going to be fake.
Some of the names are in fact Hebrew, and as it turns out, if you read the archaeology, the original 10 tribes of the north were not believed to actually be part of the same Judean tribes. Like if you read the writings,
that's lost tribes.
Not the lost tribes. We're talking about in the Canaanite era. The leading research shows that, in fact, the Israelites were originally Canaanites, not to be confused with the Judeans. They were a separate people group. The Judeans certainly came from the land of Midian, and even some of them could have come from the outskirts of Egypt. But the northern tribes seem to be derived from actual Canaanites. So now, that being said, I don't think any of that is relevant to what we're talking about, because no one's disagreeing that there were Semites in Egypt. The question that you have to ask yourself is, when were they there? What were they doing there? And what happened to them? And as far as we know from archaeology, there was a huge expulsion of the Hyksos after a huge war. That's what we know.
And you said what we know. Where is the evidence to suggest that what we supposedly know? Where is this expulsion time frame?
The expulsion of the Hyksos was in roughly around the 1600s, maybe even the late 1700s, but most people date it to the 1600s. So the Hyksos were already there 300 years prior.
Already said.
So the Hyksos started populating Egypt around the time of Abraham.
No, the Hyksos. The Hyksos came after.
No, wrong again.
No, the Hyksos is actually the one. Actually, after God, with all the plagues and everything else, and they basically went on about their business. And I'm talking about the Hebrews. Then the Hyksos came in and finished.
Yeah, that's not true.
Basically, the cleanup crew.
No, that's not
actually
the case.
That is true.
That's certainly not true.
As a matter of fact, that is.
The Hyksos expulsion was in the 1600s, before the supposed biblical expulsion.
Well, no. Again, you understand that it's working backwards, right? So if
It's
you're
not.
saying, if you're making it literally is, if you're making the
It's
claim
not.
that this happened in 16 BCE, right? So guess what comes before that? 17, right? That's how they're calculating the date,
We'll try this again.
right? So
The
no,
biblical
no. Let's try this again.
Exodus,
So
the biblical
16 comes
Exodus was in the middle of
before.
the 1400s, according to First Kings
We don't
chapter
know.
6.
We don't know when that
Well, First
was.
Kings chapter 6 tells you when it was.
No, it doesn't.
It
No, it
does.
doesn't.
Okay, you haven't read the
It
Bible
literally
either.
doesn't.
Don't. I'll read it for you.
Yeah, sure.
Don't worry, Habibi. I'll take care of it. First Kings chapter 6. In the 480th year after the Israelites came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. By almost all accounts, scholars agree that the Solomon of Temple was built around the 960s and 970s, which means all you got to do is count 480 years prior, and you get to the middle
Yeah,
of the
yeah. So, so,
1400s.
so you're appealing to at populace, right?
No,
So,
I'm not.
when did you
I'm
say
appealing to
you
the
literally
Bible.
are? You're appealing to ad populums. You
No, I'm
clearly
not. I'm appealing
demonstrated
to
that
the
scholars.
calculations. I'm appealing.
You
First of
said
all,
scholars, my
First of all,
dude.
that's literally the
You said
only.
scholars,
We'll try
my
this
dude.
again. So that's literally been your entire argument the entire time you've been up. So it's a little hypocritical for you to say that I can't refer to scholars, but I can literally just
No, no, no.
refer
I never
you
said
to
that.
an actual timeline
You
from
said the
Bishop James
majority.
Usher, who's laid out why, in fact, we know that that is the case. So if you actually put together a timeline, we know that the Babylonians invaded at 605. That was their first incursion into Judea, wasn't it?
I would disagree with that because again, we really
Based on
truly
what
don't know.
evidence? The Babylonians told
Well,
you.
yeah. Well, hold on. The reason why I'm making this assertion is because you do understand how the Roman calendar only had 10 months, right? It
No,
only had
but
10
we're
months.
not talking about the
Originally,
Roman calendar.
actually,
We're talking about
well,
years.
actually, we are.
No,
We
we're not.
literally
And
are.
the Roman calendar
We
still
literally are.
had the Roman calendar still had like 364 days.
That's no,
The
actually no.
number of
Actually, it's
months
like
is
360.
irrelevant.
So no, actually, it is. It actually is a very relevant because again, if the Romans, which were the the basically the creme de la creme of timekeeping,
But
we
the
have to
Romans have nothing to
suggest.
do with this, by the way.
Well, yeah, actually, it does because
We're
we
not
base
taking
our
we're not
timeline.
take no,
We
it's
are
not.
basing time.
No, we're
Yes, we
not.
little.
So what we're doing is we're using
Oh,
the
we're
Julian
not.
calendar. The Roman calendar had
Which is Roman.
355 days in it. And
Holy shit,
in
dude.
fact, the I don't know if you know this, the modern calendar doesn't have 355 days in it, does it?
No, it doesn't.
How many days are in the modern calendar?
It's 365.
Oh, it's almost like it's different by 10 days. All right, congratulations. So what we're not doing is using the Roman calendar. Now, as it turns out, the Jews didn't use the Roman calendar either. The Jews used a Jewish
Obviously.
calendar. And as it turns out,
Obviously.
if you count the
Obviously.
years
Thank you
using
for
either the
admitting that.
Roman calendar or the Jewish calendar, what you still end up with is basically the same number of years.
No, you do not. I tell you the reasons why is because you have to keep into account the Jewish New Year. When is the Jewish New Year, Justin?
Rosh
When is Rosh
Hashanah,
Hashanah?
it's
When
in the
is Rosh
spring.
Hashanah? No, it's not.
So
Rosh
how many,
Hashanah is in the fall. Rosh Hashanah is in the fall, you dipshit.
are you sure about that?
Yes, it's right around August, September, going into October. Yes, it is.
Okay, you might be right on that one. Rosh Hashanah is listed this year for September. You get a point.
Thank you.
You get one
Thank
point.
you.
You get one
So
point.
that's
But
that's 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 from here on
okay,
out,
and
though.
how many
See, that's the
days
thing.
are in the Hebrew calendar?
Well, that I can't tell you because
Well,
they got
that
it all
seems to be the
jacked up.
important part because we're counting days and
No, 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 no,
years.
no.
So
Well, no, no. Actually, we're not.
how many days
This
are in the
the
how
Jewish New
many
Year. The Jewish
days
New. I'm
how
literally
many
trying to answer that
days
question.
are in the Jewish year?
If I want to say, I think it's right around 362. I think.
About
Don't quote me on that.
353 to 355. Okay, so what you get then is a difference of maybe 10 days, right?
Thereabouts. I'm looking it up right now to verify because I
Okay,
don't want to
now
give the wrong.
if we're counting from, let's just say, 0 to the invasion by the Babylonians in Judea, 605, let's imagine that there's just like 10 days missing. Well, that's easy. We just take
Okay, so according
605.
to
and we can
Yeah, according to
multiply
AI
it by
overview.
10, and what you end up with is a difference. Oh, excuse me. What you end up with a difference of about 650 days. So
Well,
you're,
according to
which means you
according
have a
to the
variance of
Hebrew,
only a couple years.
yeah, according to the AI overview, Google AI overview,
Yeah,
you
I
can
of
either have
course
the.
you'd be using Google AI
Oh,
rather
I'm
than your
sorry. I'm
brain.
sorry. You're literally doing the same thing, dude. You're
I'm
sitting, you're
literally
literally
not.
typing. You literally are. You're typing,
I
Justin.
am
Don't sit there and
typing. I
type.
don't use AI because AI doesn't give you appropriate answers. What AI does is it scans the internet
Wait,
and it gives you what it thinks
yes,
are answers,
I
and it
know
has
how it
no
works.
way of
I know
actually
how it
knowing what
works.
is a good answer from a bad answer, which is why
Oh,
using AI
okay,
is
sure,
always a losing argument.
bro. You
Okay,
use
so
Wikipedia. Your argument is irrelevant.
Wikipedia, I don't know if you know this, is based on actual
Yes, I'm well
sources,
aware.
and actual
But
professionals have
Wikipedia is
already went
not.
through
No, they
Wikipedia
don't.
and rated the
No,
accuracy
they
of
haven't.
Wikipedia. And as it turns out, they're just as accurate as any other encyclopedia we've ever had. So while I don't
No,
think
they
that
don't.
Wikipedia,
Academia does not
while I
recognize
don't agree
Wikipedia.
that Wikipedia is always right, what I do agree is that the sources in Wikipedia are usually pretty good sources. Now, if you don't like what the sources say, you can
Academia does not
disagree with
recognize
the
Wikipedia.
actual sources.
Wikipedia, I'm sorry, academia does not recognize Wikipedia as a
Because
reliable
Wikipedia is not
source.
a source at all. That's what I keep telling
It
you. So
literally
try this again.
is. It
So
literally is. Like, for example, like,
Wikipedia is not a source. Wikipedia is a
it literally
compendium
is.
of
I'm well
sources.
aware of what
Within
it is, but
Wikipedia
it's
is
not a
a
reliable
collection
source.
of sources.
Yes, but when you try to put it in a dissertation, guess what? You're going to get a failing grade because
Because
it
it's
is
not a
not a reliable
source.
source.
No, it's not a source
Correct.
at all. Well, try
So
this again.
therefore, it's
Okay.
not recognized with academia.
Try this again. So Wikipedia is not a
You're only
reliable
proving my point, Justin.
Wikipedia is not a reliable source because it's not a source. What it is like entries written by people with sources. The sources are included in the articles. So if you want the sources, you have to read the sources that are listed. Wikipedia itself is not a source.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, so according to reformjudaism.org, a solar year, which Jews do not recognize the solar, they only recognize the lunar, they consider it 365 and 1/4 of a day. Now, the difference between
Well,
is
there
there
you go then.
12 days per year, which is added, which you're somewhat, I'm going to give you a little bit of leniency on that because it's only 2 day difference because you
Leniency for
said
being
10.
right. Yeah, I literally said
No, this
that
literally
if
says
you
12.
multiply
This literally says 12.
605 by the number of days that are not on the lunar calendar, you only get a variance of 1 to 2 years, which means the building of Solomon's temple seems to be when the scholars date it to when you do the timeline. It also seems to be the case of the Exodus.
No, that's
So
not that. Okay, again, well, okay, let me ask you this. So you keep making this claim, and a lot of atheists also make this claim that scholars use the dating. So what program are they suggesting that this supposedly took place?
they're not using a program. That's the glory of the thing. So what you do is you start out with the modern timeline, and then you start adding in dates that you know. Like we know when
Okay,
zero
so where
was. We
you said
know
timeline, you said a
we
timeline.
know
Where's that
when
timeline
zero
coming from?
is, and we can start adding stuff to the timeline before and after zero. Zero is the definitive point on the timeline. Do you
No, it's
agree?
not because zero cannot be measured. So no, that's not
Is
accurate.
2025 on the timeline?
Of course, because there's no
Okay.
zero on that.
And there is a zero on the timeline. Are you insane?
No, there's not
You didn't know
because
there
it
was a
cannot be
zero?
measured. So zero divided by zero is what?
That's crazy.
Zero times zero is what?
That's math. We're not
So
saying
zero
we're not saying that
plus zero is
we're
what,
not saying
Justin?
that zero exists, dum dum.
Zero is
We're saying that
minus zero is what, Justin?
zero is the dividing mark.
Therefore, zero cannot be measured, so you do not count zero for anything.
No one's measuring zero. And yes, you
You
can use it
literally
in
are, Justin.
mathematics. You just can't divide by zero.
You can't multiply by zero either.
I know, because zero has a null value. So,
Exactly. So you can't
the
count
0
zero as
point
the
on the
number.
timeline is the demarcator. There we go. The
Starts at
demarcator
one, dude.
between negative and positive numbers.
Yeah, it
That's
starts at 1.
that's the datum. Okay, so those of us who actually like took engineering, you can figure out what a datum is. A datum is the zero reference. It's the starting point for the timeline.
Which would be 1.
What? No,
Yes,
one would be the completed first year.
correct.
From zero
Because
to from 0 to 1 is
okay,
year
so at the beginning,
one.
let's break it down, Justin. So
This guy's
the
not bright.
first 6 months, obviously you're not right because you can't measure it with 0. 0 is not a definitive
Yeah,
factor with inside numerology,
I'll
dude.
draw you a picture. Hold on. I'll make it easier for you. One second. I'm sure there's a free drawing app I can use. I had no idea I'd need to get my crayons out for you. But go. We'll go
Well,
ahead
I mean,
and
it's a
get.
lot better than glue than what you were
We'll go
sniffing
ahead and
because you
get
can't
get
you
the
cannot
crayons
measure
out for
0,
you.
dude.
Let's see, draw app. No one's talking about measuring 0. I don't know why you're confused
You
about
literally just
this.
did.
We're gonna go
You
to
literally just did.
auto draw. I literally did not. Okay, so here's. I'm gonna put it on the screen. So here's a
Not only are you
timeline.
really bad at this, you were really a liar too.
I'm really not. Everyone's going to hear you lying
You really
constantly
are.
on this particular thing, or literally on
No, I
everything
haven't
you've
lied about
said.
anything.
Okay, so this is the 0 marker on the timeline. This is your datum point. From 0 to 1 gets you 1 year. From 0 to 1. From 0 to -1 gets you 1 year. You have to complete a year to get to the negative year. You have to complete a year to get to year number
Yes, I'm
1.
well aware.
There's
I'm aware of
no
how it
there's
works.
no year 0. 0 is the datum.
You made the suggestion that 0 is the beginning factor of all timelines. My question
No,
was, which
I didn't.
obviously you're
I
running
said
from,
0
where is
can be the
who
starting point of
gave
our timeline because we have to count negative and positive from a starting point. And as it turns out, 0 is a great starting point. So if we're just counting from 0 negatively or positively, we can count negative all the way to the year 605. Can we not?
Not really, because again, you have to begin at 1,
We can't count
going to
negative.
whatever. Well, I mean, again, if you're counting the negative,
Human beings aren't
so
capable of
I'm
counting
trying to
negative
answer.
years.
I'm literally trying to answer your question. So if you run backwards, yes, you can. But again, it's going from 1 to -1. Again, now I'll grant you 0 is going to be that little factor.
Yeah,
However,
0 is the
it is
datum.
no, it cannot be measured though. That's what I'm trying to get you to
No one's
understand.
saying it
Like for
can be
example,
measured.
you literally
Listen,
are.
no, try this again.
Your argument is trying to base it
We'll
off
try this
0, my
again.
dude.
0 is not a measurement. 0 is a
You're literally trying to
datum.
make the assertion that 0 is
Zero
the
is
measurement.
0 is a datum. I never said a damn thing about measuring 0.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I've
Oh
never
my
seen
God.
someone lie as many times as you have today. This is
You're literally
wild.
lying, my dude. You're literally lying yourself, dude.
All right, so we're
And
gonna.
once you do go
I'm
back over
gonna.
this, you're going to figure out that you are like, oh shit, he
I'm gonna.
was right.
I'll do this again. I'll do another kindergarten drawing for you. Here's a piece of wood, and we're gonna call this corner the datum. That's 0. That's our datum point. Now, if you go from 0 to inch number 1 and inch number 2 and inch number 3, these are measurements from 0. Do you have to measure 0 to know where inch number 1 is?
There has to be a starting point. Like
Do
for
you
example,
have to measure 0 to know where 1
literally trying to
is?
answer your question.
It's a yes or
I'm
no.
literally trying to
It's a
answer your
yes or
question.
no. Do you have to measure
Well,
0 to know where
no,
1
that's not a
is?
yes or no.
Do you have
It's
to
not a- it's
measure?
not a-
It's a yes or no. Listen, I know it's really difficult for you to answer yes or no questions because they don't align with what you were saying previously. But if you're going to be honest, you have to answer the question yes or no. Do
No,
I
it
have to
doesn't.
measure 0
I said
to know
no.
where 1 is?
No.
Okay, no.
No.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. So if our datum is 0, I
You
can
literally
measure.
just proved my point.
I
You
can
started
measure.
with 1, my dude.
I'm not
Holy
measuring.
shit.
I'm not measuring 1.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
measuring
Not
0.
measuring tape, you're wrong, bro.
We'll try this again. Do I have to measure 0 to measure from 0 to 1?
I go back to my original statement.
Do I have to measure 0 to measure from 0 to
Again,
1?
I'm referring to my original statement.
Okay, so then you're not going to answer the question because you're a coward?
I literally answered your question.
You didn't.
I'm sorry that you can't
We'll try
comprehend
this
that
again.
question.
Okay, so
I
do
answered
I
the
do I
statement.
have to measure 0 to measure from 0 to 1?
I come back to the original statement. It begins with one.
I hope your mother's not watching this. She would be really ashamed of this conversation. Okay, so we can start all the way back at the
If we're gonna
beginning
bring
of the
family members into
conversation,
this,
which is that the
I'm gonna
Bible.
warn you: do not bring family members into this, Justin.
I'm going to bring you. I already brought your mother in. It's too late. Okay, listen. I'll get off your mom. I already got off
I'm
of her
really
last
going to be
night. Don't
patient.
worry. Okay,
I'm
so
really going to be patient with you, Justin.
we can
I'm really going to be
measure
patient, Justin.
from the datum point on the
I'm going to be
timeline,
patient
both
with you,
negatively and positively. Now, as it turns out, I can count negative and figure out when, in fact, the Babylonians invaded Judea. Do you know how that counting works?
Please educate me.
Okay, because they gave you their own timeline of who was in power when
No, they didn't.
when they did what? Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Literally, it's in their war annals. They'll tell you in
Daniel
the third reign.
Daniel describes.
We'll try this
Daniel
again.
described.
So you don't want to go to Daniel. So just pay attention, little child. So if you read the Babylonian Chronicles, they'll tell you in the 3rd year of reign so and so, we did this. In the 5th year of reign so and so, we did that. So all we need is one so and so that we know has a definitive date on that timeline. A good starting point would be the death of Herod the Great. The death of Herod the Great seems to be a definitive point of -4 or 4 BCE on the timeline. Would you agree with that?
Sure, and I'll tell you the reasons why. According to the new updated charts within NASA, as a matter of fact, you can download the app, and it can measure constellations and everything else. The supposed time that Jesus was born was not around 4
He can't
BC.
stop himself.
It was
No
going
one's
to be
talking about Jesus' birth. We're talking about Herod the Great.
well to institute the idea that Herod the Great actually did X, Y, and Z. We have to go back to A, B, and C of Jesus's birth.
We don't.
We
We
literally
don't
do.
need Jesus at all to know when Herod lived.
Actually, we do because that's
No.
exactly what
No,
they're
we literally
basing it off
don't.
of. Yes, we are.
No,
According to Matthew,
Herod's
yes, we
birth
are.
is not dated on when Jesus was around. You can't be
Yes,
serious
he
with this.
was.
Show me
Who
one
put
historian
out
that
the
says we
decree?
know when
Who
Herod
put the
lived because the
decree?
Bible said
Who
so.
put the decree?
This
Who put
is
the
fucking
decree?
crazy.
Who put the decree out, Justin?
Quirinius?
No, Herod the Great.
And no. Herod the Great did no such decree.
Oh, he didn't. He didn't inquire with the wise men, Justin.
No, he did not.
Matthew
These are
2
fictional
wrong,
stories. Matthew is a lie.
No, it's not a lie.
Yes, it is. It's a lie. It's a
Matthew
cope.
2.
In fact, of all the chapters in the
gives that
Bible,
time frame.
not
As
a
matter of fact,
single
Luke
chapter in the Bible
confirms-
tells more lies than Matthew chapter 2. There are so many lies in Matthew chapter 2, it's hard to even keep count. But that being
Sure, name
said,
one.
not a
Name
single,
one.
not a
Name
single,
one.
about to, not a
Name
single
one.
historian,
Name one.
not a single historian
one.
believes that we can date the reign of Herod the Great
Name
by
one.
reading the Bible. Now, I'll
Yeah,
show you
sure we
one.
can.
Okay. Since you
Sure.
haven't read the Bible, I'll go to like a really short, really easy one. Do you have a Bible on you, or do I have to show it to you?
No, show it for the class, Justin.
I'll
So
show
we
it for the
can
class.
prove you wrong.
I can't wait. Jeremiah 31.
Sure.
It says in Jeremiah 31.
No. New Testament.
Yeah, I'm about to show you. Just pay attention, child.
No.
Just pay attention.
Don't jump to the Old Testament.
Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country. Now, what's he saying here? What's the prophet saying here?
Well, I mean, he says a lot in there, so you got to be more specific.
What's he saying is going to happen? Have you read Jeremiah?
Of course I have.
Okay, then what's he talking about?
Well, apparently there's something going on that creates a limitation
Yeah, like what?
of the. Well, well, I mean, we really don't know because he doesn't
We
go into
don't
detail
fucking
about it.
know. You've never read Jeremiah?
Well, again, I mean,
Bro, what does
I mean,
Jeremiah write about
I'm
in
not your bro.
almost every chapter of the book?
Babylon.
Yeah, about the Israelites being held captive or being taken captive into Babylon. He says they're going to be there for 70
you don't
years, and then they're going
let
to
me
come
ask you this.
back after 70 years. That's literally
Sure, yeah.
just two
Sure,
chapters
sure,
away.
sure.
If you just go to Jeremiah chapter 29, he literally
Yeah, I'm well
tells
aware of
you
how it works.
that they're going to be
Yeah,
there for
I know the
70
argument.
years.
I know the
It
argument.
says,
So
I will
the
bring you,
question is,
it says, I will let you find
sure,
me, says the Lord, and I will restore your fortunes and gather you from
sure.
all the nations and all the places where I've driven you, says the Lord, and I will bring you back from the place which I sent you to exile. He's talking about the Israelites coming back from exile.
Yeah, I'm well aware. So,
Okay,
okay,
so when we get to
now,
Jeremiah
okay, so
31,
hold on.
and he says that
No.
you'll come
So here,
back from the land of
hold on.
the enemy. I mean, using common sense, what do you think he's talking about?
Obviously, Babylon, Justin. Don't play stupid, dude.
Obviously, yes, obviously, Jeremiah is saying that the Israelites are going to come back from Babylon. You don't have to cry; they'll come back after 70 years. We agree that this is a pretty easy, straightforward interpretation of this passage, right?
No,
But it's not. Well, tell me what else it means.
no. Well, again, you don't agree. I've heard you say sometimes you don't agree with types and shadows. So,
No, I certainly
in
don't.
theology, sure, yeah. Well, in theology, that's what we use. So,
No, no,
therefore,
no.
the
In
types and shadow
Christian
that it
theology, that's what you use because you don't have real prophecies.
actually, you're wrong. Actually, in
No,
Judaism as well. So,
you're wrong.
oh, so Jews didn't write the New Testament, Justin?
No, they certainly didn't. That's why it's written in Greek. That's why they only
Oh,
exclusively quote from the
oh.
Greek
So
Septuagint.
Jews don't
That's
know how to
why
read
they actually
and write in Greek.
misunderstand. That's why they actually misunderstand
You're
the
100%
words that
wrong,
they're reading
Justin.
is because they keep quoting from the Greek Septuagint. In fact, the
No,
almost the only
no.
time that the New Testament
This is
authors
a
even come
clown show,
close
right?
to pointing to the Hebrew Bible is when they say that
Then you're going to
Jesus
have to
is
explain why they
the
raised nine
branch
levels of hell
from
at
Isaiah
the
chapter
branch.
11.
Then you're going to have to then you're going to have to explain why the Jews, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, raised nine levels of hell over the plate that was above Jesus' head of why
They
he
didn't
was
they
not the
didn't
King
raise
of the
hell over it.
Jews.
They laughed at it.
Yes, they did.
They laughed at
Yes,
it.
they literally did.
Yeah, they
They
made fun
went
of
back.
him.
They went no, they didn't make fun of him. They went back and
Yeah,
said, "Hey, you're going to change that marker.
they made fun of
He's not the King of
him.
the Jews."
I know
They
he's
didn't
not
make
the
fun
king
of
of the
him.
Jews.
Again,
That's why they put a crown of thorn on his heads. They were making fun of him.
bro, dude.
Like look at this jackass
That was the
with a crown of
Romans. That was the
thorns,
Romans.
literally
That was the
bleeding out
Romans,
on a
Justin.
cross, claims to be king of the Jews.
I'm not talking about the Romans, Justin. I'm talking about the Sadducees and the Pharisees.
Listen, Jesus was never a king. He was a joke. That's what he was. But let's actually pay attention to the passage that we're reading. I know it's hard for you to stay on task when you're getting cooked, but you're gonna have to
You're
do
literally, you're not cooking
you're
anything,
gonna have to
Justin.
try a little bit. Okay, so
You're not cooking shit. Just
the
so you
actual
know.
context of Jeremiah, right, is about the Babylonian captivity, isn't it?
Again, the types and shadows is going to be repeated.
It's
Now, if it's
weird.
going
It's
to be,
weird how
hold
you
on,
ignored my yes
hold
or
on.
no question. I said the
I
actual
literally just answered it.
context of Jeremiah is about the Babylonian captivity, is it not?
We've already established that it is.
Oh, okay. So
But again,
now I don't believe that I'm going to allow you or any
I
other
don't care if you believe
Christian
it.
to supply an alternative meaning that is divorced from the actual context of the prophecy. Why would I do that?
Well, again, prophecies are multi-layered, meaning they're types and
Prove it.
shadows of
Prove
what is
it.
to come. Well, again, it goes back to what we were talking about in
So you can't prove
the
it.
New Testament.
So the only thing
I
Jesus ever
literally just did.
fulfilled
I
were
demonstrated
types
by
and
Matthew 2.
shadows.
No. I said types. You don't adhere to types and shadows, Justin.
No, I agree. So you're saying that the only thing Jesus ever fulfilled was
So
types
it's
and
really
shadows.
irrelevant. It's really irrelevant to
So
even
so
talk about
Jesus
types and
didn't fulfill
shadows.
any prophecies in the original context.
Well, of course he did.
Like what?
Well, how about when he said that the love of many will wax cold?
Well, first of all, that's not even a novel prophecy. Second of all, that's not a prophecy
Actually,
about
it
the
is.
Messiah. We're talking about what he actually fulfilled.
You did
That was
not. You did
written.
not
That was
make the
written
distinction
before he was
between a messianic
alive.
prophecy and a regular prophecy.
You can't write a prophecy after somebody dies and then say that he fulfilled the prophecy that I wrote on the page. You have to
You're
point
going to
to a
have to
prophecy
prove that
that
it
was
was
actually.
actually written
You would have to
afterwards.
point to a prophecy that we have evidence that was written before the person did it.
Sure. Okay. How about again? We're going to have to go back to the entire book of Daniel.
Oh,
Okay,
I love
Daniel
Daniel.
within
Daniel's my
itself.
favorite book. You're not going to want to go to Daniel.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want to go to Daniel either,
Yeah, you.
because Daniel
Let me
proves you
guess.
were
Daniel 9.
100% wrong.
You want to go Daniel
No,
9?
let's go to Daniel 2.
Daniel 2 is not going to help you. Daniel 2 ends in the Greek Empire.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Daniel 5 is the one that ends the Greek Empire.
All of them do. Daniel 2, Daniel 7,
No, it
Daniel
doesn't.
8, Daniel
No, it doesn't.
9, Daniel
No, it
10.
doesn't.
Literally all of them
No,
end
it
in the
doesn't.
Greek Empire. Yep, every single one.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it
No, it
does.
doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Daniel 2 tells you what's going on
Yep.
according to Nebuchadnezzar's dream, right?
hmm
Okay, so where in the hell? As a matter of fact, there's only one argument that was based out of the 1800s in regards to basically an atheist or an agnostic
What
is
do
the
I care
one that
about the
come up with this
1800s
idea,
for?
because he's the one that made this whole Greek ordeal plausible for you
No,
to
not even
agree with.
close.
Yes, it is.
No, literally, Josephus made the argument. He was the first one to
Actually,
make
no,
it.
Josephus. No,
Yeah,
Josephus is not
Josephus,
the first one.
Josephus, Josephus quite did make an argument. In fact, in Book 10 of Antiquities, he even tells you that Daniel chapter 9 is Antiochus.
You do understand. You do understand that they're the older. I'm talking about the 1500s version of Josephus does not even record that.
It does.
So you're going to have to put. It literally doesn't.
It
I
does.
own the copy of Josephus from the
I
1500s,
know.
and no, it does not.
I've got Josephus. Yeah. Who did your translation?
Yeah. Well, some dude named William from the 1500s.
Yeah, William Whitson, right?
Yes, William
Yeah,
Woodson.
that's what I've got behind me on the shelf. And guess what? You're never going to believe what's at the end of Book 10.
It doesn't record that. I tell you
It
that
certainly
right
does.
now.
It certainly
Again,
does. It certainly does.
It literally doesn't.
Okay, I'll
It
show it to
literally
you.
doesn't. Well, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
This guy never learns. Okay,
No,
Antiquities
neither do
Book
you.
10 is wild. All right, let me make sure I get the William Whitson translation. Okay, there we go. I'm going to put it on the screen. I have to make the text bigger though. Hold on. It's going to be the very last chapter of Book 10.
And this is from the 1500s?
Yeah, it's the guy
No, it's not.
that wrote the one
No,
that
it's not.
you've got. It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. That's an updated version. That's an
This
updated
is
version,
not.
Justin.
This is not.
It
No.
literally is.
It's
It
literally not.
is. It
How?
literally is.
First of all, how could you possibly fucking know that?
Because it was translated into Latin, Justin.
Okay, we'll try this again. Okay. What I will get you. This one is listed by William Whitson. This is the one. Okay?
No, it's not.
It literally says Antiquities of the Jews
No,
by
it's not.
William Whitson on the screen.
Okay.
That's
means
what it
nothing.
says.
It's an updated version, Justin.
Who updated it?
It's an updated version, Justin.
Who updated it?
No, I don't know.
I'll get
But
you my
the
hard.
translation that
I'll
I
get you
have
my
that-
hard
from
copy.
William. What's up?
This is a hard, unupdated copy of Josephus from the
What year, Justin?
William Whitson
What
translation.
year, Justin? What year, Justin?
This was
What year, Justin?
This one was published in 2006.
Oh shit! So it's updated.
It's not
Thank you for
updated.
admitting that it was updated.
It's not updated.
If it was printed in
It's not
2006,
updated.
Justin,
It was printed.
updated.
It was printed in 2006. was not updated. It's
That
not
means
even.
it's been updated. That
No, it
means it's
doesn't.
updated.
It's not updated.
Holy shit. So you have an
When
original
when do
copy that
okay?
was
When do
from
you
the
think?
printing
When do you
press
think
of the
When do you think
1700s.
William Whitson lived?
Yeah, he lived in the 1700s, Justin.
Oh, okay. Do you think William Whitson updated in 2006?
Again, it's been updated.
Do
If a
you think
translation,
who
if a
updated
trans,
it?
do you know how translation?
Who
It
updated it,
should say in
idiot?
your book, Justin.
Who
It
updated
should
it?
say in your book, Justin. It should say
Nobody
in your book, Justin. Who
nobody
updated it?
updated it. It's a reprint.
That's it. What do you think a reprint is? It's an updated version.
No, a reprint is a reprint.
Holy shit,
I've got a reprint of the
bro, dude.
1560 Geneva Bible. It's not updated. It's a reprint.
Yes, that means it's updated into modern
No,
languages,
it's
Justin.
not.
Yes, it is.
No,
Yes, it
no,
is.
it's not. A reprint has no updates. You don't have
Okay.
to update something to reprint it. That's literally in the
Yes, you do.
definition of reprint. You print it again.
You,
That's
can we agree
that's
that?
the
Can
definition
we
of reprint.
agree that languages evolve? Can we
I
agree that
agree that the word
languages evolve?
reprint means one thing, and it means that it was reprinted. That's why this is written in the language of William Whitson, not the language of 2006. Now, do you want me to read it to you?
It's an updated version, so
It's
no.
not. Do you want me to read it to you?
No, I clearly just said that
I'll
because
just
you're 100% wrong on that.
I'll just tell you. Referring to Daniel in the prophecies, says that according to the prophecies of Daniel, he should take away political government and should spoil the temple and forbid the sacrifices to be offered for 3 years' time. And indeed, it came to pass that our nation suffered these things under Antiochus Epiphanes, according to Daniel's vision.
Okay, that
From
still means nothing.
William.
That still means nothing. That still
Yeah,
means nothing.
yeah, it just means that the final kingdom, according to Josephus in Daniel chapter 9, is in fact the Greeks, the same way it is in chapter 8, the same way it is in chapter 7, same way it is in chapter 2.
No,
Yep,
that's not. That's 100% correct. So you're going to tell me. So
I
you're
am
going to
correct,
tell me.
yes.
Okay. So you're going to tell me, right, that Josephus supposedly wrote, which I don't believe that, but according to the atheistic community, can't trust Josephus because he's unreliable. But now here you are using Josephus as a reliable
I've
source.
never said he was unreliable.
You literally have, Justin.
No,
You
I
sit there
haven't.
and think
I've
we
literally
have
never
not.
once,
You
not even
you
once have
think
I
that your
ever said
listeners
that
have.
Josephus was
You are a
unreliable.
liar, my dude.
It's crazy.
You think this
It's
is the
like you're
first time that I've
living
seen
in
you, Justin?
an alternate universe.
No, you're 100% wrong. I've heard you in lives before, Justin.
No,
Now
you
you're
haven't.
gaslighting not only myself, you have literally gaslighted your entire audience, Justin.
Not even
That means you are a
close.
liar and you're unreliable. 100%.
You can't cope with the fact that you
So
keep
you mean to
saying
tell me? So
things
you mean to tell me
that
you
are
and
not
Deconstruction
true.
never said the same thing?
You've been getting back shots
So you
for
mean
an
to tell me you and
hour.
Deconstruction
Like
never said that? You've been taking
your
face
eyes are
shots.
literally stopped working because you've taken 2 money shots, one to each eye, and you're completely concussed. You don't even know where you're at right now. You're being literally waterboarded, and you think that you're like getting an upper hand in this conversation by
Yeah.
saying
Get
things
on with
about
it. Yeah.
Josephus that you thought I said that I've never
Like I
actually
said, if you want the
said.
W, like I said, if you want the W, it's a weak W. You can
But
have it, Justin, if
but
that's what it's about.
you've taken an unending stream of L's.
Again, if you want the W, Justin, it's a weak W. You can have it.
I don't
That's not.
need
See, that's
I
just
don't
what it.
need a
See,
W.
that's just what this.
You've been
That's what this is
grabbing
about. It's not
onto
about
L's
L's and W.
literally the entire time you've been up here.
Again, it's
Like
not.
you've
That's
just been
just it, Justin. It's not
been
about L's and W.
cramming L's. Oh, give me more losses. Just let me cram them into my mouth the entire time. I don't even need to have to
Like,
try. You just keep
that's
saying
what's
things
sad.
that are patently not true.
That's what's sad if you think this is about L's and W's, Justin. That's what's sad.
Buddy,
It's that
that's
you
what you
don't
brought
see
up.
what.
You've been saying
No,
this entire time, Justin, if you
your
want the
previous
W,
guest.
Justin, if you want the W, Justin, if you want the W. It's like you don't even
You
listen
can
to the
have it.
words coming out of your mouth.
Again, I'm not here to try to take a W, Justin. I'm not trying to get one over. I'm not trying to get you an aha moment or a gotcha moment. I'm not trying to do that. Why? Because if you want the W, bro, you can have it. It only proves egotism. Bottom line.
I already took it.
Well, I'm giving it to you freely, so you didn't take anything.
No, you took an L unwillingly. an unending stream of
Again,
elves.
again, it's not about it. That's what your downfall is, Justin. Is if you want the W, you can have it, but you can't
Imagine,
take it. You
imagine
can't take.
living with
You
this
can't
guy.
accept.
Could you
You can't accept
imagine?
it. Could you imagine living with you? It's insufferable, Justin.
Yeah, only because you'd
I
wake
mean,
up. You would wake up
Matt Dillahunty
You'd
is
wake
not
up
here to
every
save you.
single
Matt Dillahunty
day.
is not here to
I
save
don't
you.
even know Matt Dillahunty. We've never talked once. I don't know why you think he's relevant to this.
Matt Dillahunty is not here to save you, Justin.
Matt Dillahunty's not here at all. We don't talk. We're not friends.
J Mac is not here to save
I don't
you.
even know who J Mac is.
You're a liar, Justin.
You mean J Mike?
I'm sorry, J Mike.
J Mike has nothing to do with the Bible. He's a philosopher.
No, he's not.
He is, yeah. His study is in philosophy, not the Bible.
That means jack shit to me.
I actually studied the Bible and history, unlike you. I don't know. Did you actually complete your degree?
Okay. Yes, as a matter of fact.
What was your degree in?
As a matter of fact, well, my bachelor's degree is in I have a bachelor's of science degree, and
in
now
what?
I have a psychology.
Okay, so you got a psychology. What's your master's in?
I'm a licensed psychotherapist.
No, what's your master's in?
Psychotherapy. I just clearly said that.
Boy, you have a master's degree in psychotherapy. Do you work as a therapist?
I clearly said that I'm a clinical psychologist.
That's crazy. Imagine going to this guy for psychotherapy after he spent an hour literally crashing out over bad talking points and lies.
No one's crashing.
It was
not one time did I crash out, Justin.
It's crazy.
That's what you're demonstrating. What you're demonstrating.
This is the wildest situation I've ever seen, where someone's come up and spent the entire time literally projecting all of his lies and insecurities on somebody else. Let me ask you a question. What provokes you? What provokes you to come into these live streams and get cooked?
Again, if you think this is a cooking, Justin, I'm sorry that you have a very poor choice of words.
What provokes you to come into these live streams and get rhetorically fisted?
No one fisted, Justin.
What compels you to come into these live streams and take literal money shots to the eyeballs?
Ad homs love them. No, well, to try to prove a point that you act like you're the only one that has an education, like you're more superior.
I literally never said that.
Egotism. You literally have. You've demonstrated through your egotism, Justin. I've clearly said
I've demonstrated that you don't know how to have a conversation. You don't know what good talking points are. You don't know how to do proper research. And I do expect this from you. You don't even know how datum points work. You don't even know how timelines work. That's crazy.
No, what's crazy is you've demonstrated that zero, proving my point, is not measured.
I never said it was. That's a straw man. Again.
Yes, you have. No, that's not a straw man.
No, everyone watching this back knows that I never said anything about measuring zero. I said you measure from zero, and I've said it on multiple occasions, and it's okay that you were like so concussed that you couldn't hear the words coming out of my mouth. That's perfectly fine. But listen, there's like actual adults that probably want to get into the conversation. So I'll give you just for you, because I know you like talking. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
Irony.
You can say anything you want to, and I won't interrupt you. I don't even care if you say bad things about me. You can preach. You can give me the gospel message, whatever you want. You get the last word. You finally got to say something. Go ahead. I'm literally waiting in anticipation for something profound. Anything. I can wait. You know, people are sending me super chats as they listen to you in silence, right? Like, this isn't preventing my stream from doing what the stream does. Are you praying? Are you asking the Lord for guidance? Maybe you should close out in a prayer. That's what you should do. You're the Christian here. Do us a favor. Close us out in something prayerful and meaningful. In fact, give us like a true Colossians 3:12 moment. That's actually what we need. Have you read Colossians 3? It says, Let me pull it up for you. Colossians 3:12 says that God's chosen ones, holy and beloved, clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience. Do you think you've done that today? That's it? Nothing? Okay. Well, I'll move on. That'll do. Imagine being that guy. The funny thing is, I've talked to him before under a different name. I forget what his name was before, but I know for a fact that I've talked to him. I just can't remember his name last time we talked. But last time we talked, he did the same nonsense. Just wanted to yap and overtalk and throw out names. But this name of the guy that I like that agrees with me, what about that? Okay, well, tell me about it. Okay, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll move on to our next guest, Glam. Thank you so much for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. Big W. And Spider says, pa raise ooh. I don't know what that means. The ever hard Lord Doug. Praise the ever hard Lord Doug. Say it in all evangelical mega church alike. I think what you mean to say is praise. I think that's how I was supposed to say that. That's the appropriate pronunciation of that. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. And definitely praise Doug. And Crucifix Me, friend. Good to see you. Says, Jesus can't rule Poland. Criminal record, bro. He actually does have a criminal record. Glam coming in again. Thank you so much. Says, is number 30 plus, I'm Justin Organ, is an example of God bypassing free will. I don't know exactly what that means. Is number 30 plus and I'm Organ. I feel like, friend, you meant to say something else in that super chat, and I don't know what you meant to say, but I appreciate the super chat. I couldn't quite make it out. Morpheus, my friend, great to see you. It says, yeah, what's the penis obsession in the Bible about? Taking an oath under grabbing balls and collecting dick skin. That's the craziest thing, actually, that we have a book where he repeatedly is like obsessed with where you put your penis, but also he really wants you to like touch it, inspect it, fondle it, trim it. Whatever you do, don't crush your testicles. There's a lot of weird stuff. Carnage, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. It says, can't catch the stream today due to EOM crunch. Just have one question. Smash, marry, unalive, food edition for pizza, tacos, sushi. Okay, I'm going to smash tacos, marry sushi, and unalive pizza. Unfortunately, sorry, pizza, I love you, but someone's got to go, and you're the low one on the totem pole. Good question. And Kyle, my friend, great to see you, buddy. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, would you watch a small 30-second video I linked you on Discord? It's on Instagram. It's kind of hard to explain. Something about how Israel was original ISIS before they encountered the Palestinians. Actually, I would watch it. I apologize. I've got like 20 messages I haven't been on Discord. It's only because like when I'm spending time with my son, I'm just not checking my messages, and I spend all weekend with my son. So I usually catch up on my messages like just 1 or 2 days a week, like during the work hours, because otherwise I want to have fun with my son. Glam says, I am correct. Oh, number 31, Midianites' free will was removed, or at least their children's free will. That is the case, actually. So there's a lot of situations where God removes people's free will. This is one of them that is like, you have to read it right to get to that conclusion, but that is a correct conclusion. Anytime God says you become a slave or somebody gets to make you a captive, you lose your free will at that point. And Apostate Sisters, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the super chat. If you're not following the Apostate Sisters on YouTube, friends, you definitely want to. It says, Justin, I love listening to Phil Bro's sizzle. Best ever while painting props for NanoCon. Party on, Doug. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I wish I could be at NanoCon. I apologize I won't be able to make it, but make sure and let me know how it goes. Do lots of videos. Love to see the content. Your mom, Severe 87, says, what's different about the Ethiopian Bible? Is it canonical or heretical? How old is it compared to the Hebrew Bible? Well, the Ethiopian Bible is dated to about the 5th century CE. So it's not super old, but it's not late either. It's almost as old as like the Sinaiticus or the Vaticanus. So it certainly is old. It does include a wider canon. And if I remember correctly, it also includes the book of Jubilees. That being said, it's not heretical. The Ethiopian Bible is just another one of the many Christian Bibles. I don't know if you know this, but the Ethiopian canon is bigger than the Christian canon, just by a little bit. The Catholic canon and the Ethiopian canon are very similar. I would consider it canonical. Josh says, looks like I just showed up to hear a douche guest. And boy, did you ever. We had 2 in a row to start the stream off with. Alex says, he said early middle Bronze Age over and over again. That would be like 3000 to 2000 BCE. Nowhere the actual time of the Brooklyn Papyrus. I know, Alex, but you can't convince an idiot that he's wrong. But you're right. The Brooklyn Papyrus had nothing to do with the middle Bronze Age. Not even related. And Dunzo says, caller, look it up on Wikipedia. Justin, where is it on Wiki? Caller, I don't trust Wikipedia. Keep cooking, bud. I appreciate that, Dunzo. And that this guy's insane. And I've seen him on other live streams. He gets cooked everywhere he goes. He has no good arguments, and he's a coward. Josh says, guest is so certainly 100 level stupid. Yeah, he's not bright, friends. And LLK says, can you explain Ezekiel 40 through 44? Is the prince the Messiah? Yes, it is the Messiah. Is the temple described by Ezekiel something that is to be built during the Messianic age? Yes. What's going on here? So everything in Ezekiel 40 and beyond is supposed to be the Messianic age. Now, the problem is obviously they expected the Messianic age to happen shortly after the prophecy was given. In fact, earlier in Ezekiel, God says that I'm doing something different now. All of the prophecies, I'm going to make them come to pass immediately. So everything after, I think that was Ezekiel 12, everything after Ezekiel 12 should have been events that were happening immediately, and they just didn't happen. Robin says, Titus Kennedy is with Creation Institute. I know. These creation people really want to tout their poor scholarship. They're like, look, there's one guy. I've got one guy that agrees with me that's got credentials. Surely we should never question what we believe and only listen to that one guy, even though he literally works for the Creation Institute. That tells you all you need to know about Titus Kennedy. And Beep says, praise is not giving me Galatians 5:22 through 23 vibes. No, he doesn't have the fruit of the Spirit. He's also lying about his identity. Pretty sure there's a commandment about that. Keep cooking. I could be wrong, but it really did sound like praise, did it not? I realize that praise does sound a little bit more drunk when he's up, but man, they really sounded like the same person. Dunzo says, I've never heard a guest be so confidently wrong. It's hard to do, but he certainly was confidently wrong. And it's just Kay. Good to see you, Kay. Says, hi, Justin. Just lost my job today. Shit. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm happy you're live to keep my mind off of things. Well, listen, if I could take your mind off of it, I'm happy to do so. Kay, I'm really sorry that happened to you. That's really shitty. I apologize for that. And Side, thank you for the $20 super thanks. I really appreciate that friend. That's very very generous. And I'm just going to grab a couple more super chats. I know we've done a shit ton of them, and we've got a lot more left, but I want to get to conversations. St. Brush says, the Holy Christian peace on display. Isn't that wild? That they'll get up here and act like that and then pretend like they've got the moral high ground. St. Barnabas says, prison is full of believers. 70% of U.S. inmates identify as religious. Yeah. If believing made you a better person, it's weird that the prison statistics don't agree with that. And Stateful, thank you so much for the super chat, says, crazy the contradiction for how eye for an eye is quickly forgotten one chapter later when stolen sheep or ox requires 5 as compensation. Yeah, well, I mean, the eye for the eye is typically for bodily injury. Things that can be compensated for is a little bit different, but that's a fair point that you're bringing up. There's some weird stuff happening there. And Peter says, Peter is wrong. Peter, who even is this guy? Yeah, those guys did not get along. Stephen says, creationists are made by God. Are we? No, Stephen, you know that. We're not made by God whatsoever. That guy's a joke. And Miko says, Luke 19:27, those enemies of mine whom don't want me as king over them, bring them and kill them in front of me. Is this the caller's net positive? It is, Miko. This is what they think we need Christianity for. We need it for this. Otherwise, we're immoral, monkeys. And Stephen says God spoke some into life and made others with mud. As far as I know, he made the original with mud. He didn't speak any human beings into life. That's the first time I've heard of that one. Eltine says, late and off topic. Well, thanks for being here. Better late than never. But are you worried about the legal ramifications on you slaughtering in the Wi-Fi gospel debate violated the Geneva Convention? Eltine, I appreciate that. And Wi-Fi, holy shit, did not come prepared for that debate. He challenged me to debate and pick the fucking topic. And he thought he was going to come to a debate about the prophecies of Jesus and precept his way through it. Can't believe it. Meg, I think, GP says 100 years ago is a long time ago. Oh, no wonder you don't understand evolution. Pat's Philbro head. I didn't think about that. I should have. I'm going to read like 5 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We'll try to get super chats that are hanging at the end of the live stream. And if we get chance between callers, obviously we'll take more. Bryce says, why would God give me foreskin only to demand it back? Well, that's the weird thing. I've never heard a good reason why God demands foreskins or why he wants you to trim it. Because if it's problematic, then he shouldn't have put it there to begin with. If it is problematic, if it's not problematic, he shouldn't be telling you to remove it. Ashera, good friend, good to see you, says, why is the pine tree a Philbro favorite tree? Because it's a soft ass tree. Oh, that was a good joke. Guys, I love a good joke. Seth, my friend, good to see you. It says, I'm 90% sure this guest is actually Durden's Razor, but no matter the name, he's failing. Praises to Doug and Sharon. Actually, Seth, okay. Now that you mention it, man, it really does sound like Durden's. And Durden's crashes out on every live stream. He has this same performance every single live stream. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm almost positive it was Durden's Razor. And if I remember correctly, we haven't talked in over a year. And the last time we talked, he wanted to do a really bad Philbro argument. I could be wrong. Danger says, I discovered this channel recently and have been learning a lot, but I was wondering, why does the Bible instruct to kill witches specifically, but not to people of other faith? Well, okay, it does tell you to kill people of other faith as well, as in Deuteronomy 13, but it specifically tells you to kill witches because witches theoretically can perform curses, and God doesn't want anyone cursing anyone. So I think that's the best reason. Son of Fulgrim, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, in the end, none of this matters in the slightest. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, is coming with a sword this time. That won't change. Well, it won't change because it's never going to happen. All will witness his glory, and for most, their last time. No one's going to witness it. Your Savior rescue fantasy is a dream. It's never going to happen. He's a clown show who fulfilled 0 prophecies. He didn't fulfill anyone the first time he came, and he can't even come a second time. But listen, you're welcome to give me $10 more to cry in my chat. Sono, again, with another $10 cry, says, Jesus Christ said, many will not make it into the kingdom of God. Many will fall away. However, what will the fate of unbelievers? Well, first of all, the Bible's not even clear about what happens to the unbelievers. If you read the entire Bible, it seems like there's actually room for the unbelievers in heaven. So not a great argument. Also, your God is fiction. Actually, you got another super chat. We'll grab that while we're here. Hey, I'll take another $10 from you. It says, I'm a follower of Christ. I couldn't tell. You don't say. Admittedly, a lukewarm Christian. Well, shit, don't read Revelation 3. Jesus is going to spit you out of his mouth. However, I refuse to believe there's people who think God doesn't exist when we're living evidence. We're not living evidence. We're living evidence that you don't know how to read a science book. Look around you. So much life. Yeah, look around you. So much chaos. Not parsimonious with an all good God. All right, let's grab our next guest in line. It was Max. Max has been waiting the longest in our YouTube queue. So we're going to grab Max and pull him into the conversation. How you doing, Max?
Doug, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. This is our 3rd conversation. You probably don't remember me. I'm not as memorable as your last guest.
Well, I talked to a lot of people. What did we talk about last time?
It's the first time we talked about a number of things, but it ended with us going back and forth about predestination. The second time we talked, I just had a bunch of questions. I was just really trying to get insight on your on the way you view the world through Doug's eyes. And I didn't have a debate. I was just asking you questions. So, and then we kind of ended it there.
Okay. So what's your agenda for today?
Well, I wanted to pick up kind of where we left off. You were telling me about chaos, and I wanted to ask. You said you didn't accept the Big Bang Theory.
I didn't say that.
Okay, maybe I heard you wrong. What is your take on the Big Bang Theory?
I think it happened.
Oh, I could have swore I remember you saying that you didn't accept the Big Bang Theory.
No.
Okay, so you do accept you accept the Big Bang Theory?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know who created the Big Bang Theory?
No, but I also don't care. I know it was created by a Catholic.
Yeah, he was a Catholic priest. Do you think
that's relevant to whether or not it happened?
Well, I would like your I would want to ask you the same question. What is your thoughts on the fact that the Big Bang Theory was created by a Catholic priest?
I think it's
or
meaningless.
If you have any thoughts at all?
I think it's a meaningless data point. It doesn't matter to me. I care about whether or not the thing is like demonstrable.
That's a big word. I'm kind of slow. You have to break that down for me.
I mean,
what does that mean?
I just care if it's true or not. I don't care who came up with the idea.
Cool. Are you familiar with baryon asymmetry?
Nah.
So what is your basis on the world, the universe being chaos? Like, can you expand on that? Like, can you break that down a little bit?
Yeah, the universe is chaotic. That's why planets form and then get destroyed. Galaxies collide with each other. Black holes swallow up galaxies because it's just all chaos. The universe doesn't have a goal in mind.
So it's interesting you say that. So baryon asymmetry, I don't know if you can bring it up on your screen, but or if you want to, but it's spelled baryon, baryon asymmetry. It's a concept that when the universe was formed, there was more antimatter than matter. Mm-hmm. So technically, by that same standard, through asymmetry, if matter is trying to create itself, then technically antimatter should have swallowed up all of the matter before we even had the opportunity to exist.
Not if there's more of the matter than antimatter.
Well, so what actually makes up the matter is called leptons. Are you familiar with leptons?
No. Are you a physicist?
No, I'm an idiot, actually.
Because there are some people in the comments that I know are trained in these sciences, and they're saying that you're not repeating this argument correctly.
Well, that's cool. They can that if that's how they feel.
Well, I'm just saying, if we're gonna have a debate on things that you don't really know and things that I sure as hell don't know, I'm not sure if that's fruit for anyone. Like, I'm not a scientist, and neither are you.
Well, I don't think we need to be scientists just to have a friendly discussion about science. I'll be out of here in about a minute. I'm not trying to, go into a debate. I just was really trying to get the insight.
I mean, you've been genuine every time you've been up here. I don't know what good it is to have a discussion on a topic that probably neither one of us are really trained in.
Well, I'm just finding it interesting, and I just wanted to bring a point and just get your insight on it more so than debate. I would really legitimately like to hear your opinion on, because the thing about baryon asymmetry, it doesn't point to a designer per se, but there are certain scientists that are agnostic that will say that, okay, well, based on baryon asymmetry alone, that there seems to be some sort of fine tuning towards life more so than chaos. And that's just based on your thoughts on chaos, as far as the universe being more chaotic than being fine-tuned toward life and matter. And that there's arguments that we exist more toward being fine-tuned toward life, and that there's a bias towards life more so than a bias towards chaos. that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a designer, or that's not proof of God per se. But I'm just curious on what that means to somebody who is more in tune with chaos theory.
Well, I think there are two problems with the argument. I think the first problem is that chaos has nothing to do with the ratio of matter to antimatter. And even when antimatter and matter come into contact and they quote unquote annihilate each other, they turn back into an energetic state, which I assume is something akin to like a quantum field, which means like something still exists. They don't go into complete non-existence. And the fact that there could be an imbalance of matter to antimatter just means that we've got a lot of matter. I don't think that has anything to do with whether or not the universe is chaos or not. I think the fact that when we look at the universe, we don't find life, there's certainly not a lot of life out there, lends itself to the idea that the universe isn't finely tuned for life. We just happen to have a pocket of it right here where we exist. That being said, if you want to invoke the fine-tuning argument, I think the problem with the fine-tuning argument is that it smuggles in intent. Saying that something
Right.
is fine-tuned for life means that there's an intent, there's a goal in mind.
Right.
And I don't think there's a goal in mind. For example, and I've used this a lot, but like if I drop a deck of 52 cards.
Right. You said this last time. Go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah. This is why
Go ahead.
fine-tuning always fails, because fine-tuning always relies on there being an intention, and you would have to prove that the universe has an intention before you can prove that we're the result of the universe's intention.
Well, I think that's interesting. I get it. I think it's interesting. Like earlier, you had a caller. He was using the word aboutness. He kept saying aboutness.
Yeah.
And you said, he asked you an interesting question. He said, if you said you were going to be leading a wedding and you're going to have a prayer, you're going to have to pray. And he said, why would you do that? And I'm probably not quoting you right, but you said something to the effect that it gives meaning, or no, you said that the people who do believe find meaning in the prayer per se. I'm not quoting you. Right. So
there's going to be people there that do believe. And,
right. So meaning,
you got to remember,
for the sake of meaning.
But my job as an officiant isn't to do what I want. My job as the officiant is to do what the wedding and the family wants.
Right. So I think what he was, I could be wrong, but I think what he was trying to say was just something around, when he was using the word aboutness, I think he was trying to express interest, or what you'd say meaning, in that for the sake of meaning for the sake of meaning, and that or intent is in as far as consciousness is concerned, what we find meaningful and where that comes from. And I get what you're saying as far as brain, it just being chemicals and things like that, but I think it's interesting that through consciousness there's typically some form of intent or meaning behind the consciousness, and that isn't particularly measurable from a scientific standpoint.
Yeah, so and that's why I said, like, I don't know if we do have intentions. So because if we have intentions, it means that we have free will. And I don't know if we actually do have free will, or even the ability to choose. I don't know if we do. We could be living in a deterministic world. And I'll say that. Yep, I'll say the same thing I've said to everybody. This is not a topic I've studied yet. The opinion for me personally, my personal opinion is out. I don't know if we actually do have the ability to make decisions. I do know it feels that way. I do know that it seems that way. But I've heard really good arguments. There's a friend of mine called Pax of Ophelia, if I remember her name correctly. We haven't talked in a couple months, but she laid down for me an argument that really went, like, I couldn't refute it. I'm like, shit, based on what you've said, it sounds like you're right. You know what I mean?
What was it? I would love to hear it. What was? Do you remember what the gist of it was?
Well,
I'm going to be out of here in a second too. I'm not going to take up too. I'll let you get to the next call.
It was over the course of like 3 weeks talking in a TikTok thread. So like I can find the TikTok thread. Like if you're in the Discord or you email me, I can send you the thread, and you can kind of see see what she was saying, or I can go to the thread and I can reproduce it for you. But the reality is, like, if you look at the material universe, it seems like everything is a chemical reaction, and like I want things to be a choice. I want things to be an intention, but I can't prove that they are.
In that same theory, don't you think that there's more odds that we should have, if by those same odds, we should have been destroyed by now, or we shouldn't even be alive at this point? And if there's more chaos, then how are we still here?
We will be destroyed. Our entire solar system is going to be destroyed in a couple billion years.
Right, but by the numbers, technically it should have happened by the same numbers that you're going by. It should have happened already multiple times.
I don't think so.
Well, if hold on, let me bring this up.
And remember, based on what we know about the planet Earth, all life was wiped out on Earth at least one time, as far as we can tell. Almost all life.
Right, but we're alive today, and we're aware. We know that we're alive. You're aware that you're alive, and you're aware that you're here. So, why by the odds? I would think that the odds are against us in that context. If the Earth is billions of years old, and that would make us trillions of days, I would think at least in one of those days, by the same odds that you're going by, we should have totally been wiped, like totally wiped out by now. If you're going by the odd, and mind you, that goes back to what I was saying about baryon and symmetry, and that they don't even understand why there seems to be a bias towards life than antimatter wiping us all out. Because technically we should have been wiped out at least two, three times by now in the trillions of days that have passed. I mean, like there's no answer, there's no definitive answer on this either way. So it's all theory anyway. So I mean, we all have our personal. I get it. I mean,
like the population on the Earth has went through insane reductions over the last millenniums. We've seen the population get reduced by 50%. Like during the bubonic plague, the population of Europe went down to like 50% of what it was. And that's because we're in a world of chaos. Like just because we're in a world of chaos doesn't mean that there's never going to be life. I mean, that certainly doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, we found even on meteorites, we found on 2 different occasions amino acids, and on both of those occasions, we even found a fully formed protein. So like, it seems that life as we know it is capable of self-assembling. And it is fragile, obviously, which is why all life on this planet will eventually be annihilated.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you get to the next caller. I got a whole list of facts about the universe that basically explain why we're alive, and if one fraction, I'm sure you've heard some of these things, like if one fraction of these things were off, like the electromagnetism force, if it was too greater, then stars wouldn't be able to be created. If it was too smaller, then stars would explode. The ratio of electron to proton mass, if it was larger, the insufficient chemical bonding for stable molecules wouldn't be possible. The ratio of numbers to protons and electrons, the expansion rate of the universe. If it was larger, there would be no galaxy formation. If it was smaller, the universe would collapse. The entropy level of the universe, I was talking about baryon, nuclear density. If one of these, basically, I'm not going to go through that whole list.
But the universe would still exist, just in a different form.
Right, but it wouldn't be able to support life as we know it.
So what? Life isn't the goal.
That's arguable. I think we should end it there.
That's what I keep trying to say. Like you keep saying, well, it seems like really long odds that we have a universe with life, but that just happens to be the case. It wasn't the goal of the universe to produce life.
Well, they're not only just life, but going back to the quote unquote aboutness of what he was talking about, life, and the fact that you're aware that you're alive, and it has meaning. And even meaning for the sake of meaning, and that,
like subjectively,
it's one thing to be alive. I'm sorry,
like subjective or objective. I think we all have subjective meanings. I don't think in objective meanings.
Well, if you go back to what I was saying about baryonic symmetry, that it would point to that there is some type of fine tuning to support, at least to support life, and
No,
and if one of those
there's
fine
not.
tuning, why do you say that?
Because fine tuning implies intent. We have no idea that the universe has intent. Fine tuning is a useless argument, no matter which way you run the script. It's always a
Then I
losing
would
argument.
think, okay, I could follow that, but I would think by those same odds, we should have been destroyed by now multiple times over.
By what odds?
Like totally.
We will be
Say what?
destroyed.
But I think it should have happened by now.
Why?
By the same number.
Based on what calculations?
Well, a couple of things I just read for one.
I mean, we've been here for, like, the planet's been here for a little over 4 billion years. That's nothing. The cosmic time scale of 4 billion years is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket, and we will be annihilated.
Right, those years break down into days, which is trillions of days.
So
I would think at least by 1 trillion, like you're talking hundreds of trillions of days that have passed, and you're telling me not one of those days we weren't totally wiped out.
I think it's only like roughly a trillion days. I think there's like 300 and some odd billion days in a billion years, right? So it'd be 360 billion days in 1 billion years, and you've got 4 of them, about 4.5, so that gets you just over a trillion. So, so we've had about a trillion, but there's been,
if there's no intent,
there's been many trillions of seconds. Just dividing time infinitely into bigger numbers doesn't make the argument better.
I get going by the thesis that you're presenting that there's no intent and this all just happened randomly, then I would think by those same random numbers, there has to be something stopping us from being destroyed at this point. Because the math isn't that math don't math.
What math? What math gets me to the point where our planet can't exist for a couple billion years?
The probability of if there's no intent, or if this is all just random, then by the probability of us being wiped out increases if there's no intent.
I know, and we will be wiped out. That's a fact.
But I would think through that same probability, I don't know the exact numbers, but it should have happened by now multiple times.
Based on what? Give me the calculation that says human beings should have been wiped out.
Okay, well, let's look it up real quick. Let's because I'm an idiot. I'm not a genius.
You're not an idiot, Max. You're not. I talked to an idiot before you. You're not an idiot.
What are the odds of the planet being
the odds are 1
destroyed?
No, we know it's going to be destroyed.
It's not 0, but extremely low.
It's
so it doesn't give me an exact number. I get it. There's really no absolute way to calculate these numbers. I get it.
That's right.
Totally get it.
We know for a fact that the Earth will be destroyed.
In the context, if you break it down, you say, well, okay, it's all random and it's all chaos, then I would think it would increase that probability. That's all I'm saying. Even though we don't have those numbers, going by your baseline, then you're increasing the probability. It's like, okay, well, why are we still here?
It's 100%, Max. The probability that I'm going to eat food today is 100% because I need food to eat, but I'm not eating every second of the day. Like, just because there's a probabilistic outcome doesn't mean that the probabilistic outcome needs to be right now.
Okay, let's end it there. And I just want to tell you, I absolutely love your show. It's hilarious. I've died laughing listening to.
Listen, Max, I actually like talking to you. I like talking to you too. Don't worry, buddy. You're okay.
I hope we'll talk again soon. I absolutely love your show, man. I absolutely love it. And keep doing what you do, man.
Keep thinking,
hey,
Max.
Wait. Let me ask you this real quick. Do you think you chose to be the way you are, or there was just universal design by the same token of what we were discussing? Do you think that you had a choice in being the person that you are today, or that's just how the math?
Yeah, so that's why I keep saying it. Like, I don't know if we even have the ability to choose. I'm still trying to figure that out myself, right? So it feels like we have the ability to choose, and it seems like we have the ability to choose, but what we know about science seems to be pointing in the opposite direction, even though it does feel like we're choosing to do it. But then again, the hydrangeas in my flower bed, do they choose to lay over their leaves when the sun gets out so that they don't get overexposed, or is it just a chemical reaction?
Well, I would think we have intelligence, which is, so like people can measure IQ. So I would think that intelligence separates us from basic chemical reactions, and that we through, and mind you, like they say in physics, the what does it say? The collapse of a wave particle is based on observation. So the fact that we can observe
Well,
the universe,
Max,
the fact that we're not just part of the universe, the fact that we can observe it and we're aware that we observe it would give us some form of choice, I would think. Mind you, that's not definitive. I get it, but
Max, the collapse of the wave happens not because it's observed, but because all forms of observation requires disturbance.
You're 100% right.
Right.
I would think that would separate us from just being part of the universe, and that yes, we are part of the universe, but we can affect the universe as well.
No, so if we have to disturb it in order to observe it, that means then we're just using physical interactions.
Say that again. I
mean, if we have to disturb the wave in order to observe it, then it just means that we're interacting with it. Like there's no metaphysical, like, immaterial force that causes our observation to collapse the wave. It collapses because all of our ability to do observation requires us to interact with it in like the real world.
Well, see, that's what I think some like people do string theory. They just talk about like, I don't know if you know string theory, but like from fifth dimensional observation based into fourth dimensional time and space, how that breaks down from what is perceived from us as choice. And that, like, if you go to, like you say, it's 100% chance you're going to go eat some food, but you go into your fridge and say, okay, do I want an apple or orange? That's not necessarily choice per se, but like you choosing to start this YouTube channel, you choosing to be an atheist, that comes from some form of observation of the way that life is playing out, and so therefore you make a choice. Okay, do I believe or do I not believe? I would think that that's based on some form of observation that surpasses a basic chemical reaction. It's if that makes sense, because you have to observe the universe. You observe people say, okay, this is why God is this, and you look at it and you say, well, no, that's all bullshit. I don't believe that. That was at some point, that's a choice that you had to make. That wasn't necessarily a chemical reaction.
It's a brain state. It's not a choice. I didn't choose to not believe. I just stopped believing. Like, it was no longer convincing.
Right, but you had to observe. It takes some forms of observation for you. I
agree, but all forms of observation interact with the physical world. You have to observe with your eyeballs or your five senses,
right?
Like the physical world, using physical means. Even the power of looking at something, you're interacting with photons.
So you don't think that so go back to the example you gave about the leaves turning over. You don't think that your quote unquote choice, I know that's for lack of a better word, you think that there's no difference between leaves turning over like that and the choice that you made to be an atheist? You think that those are the same type of chemical, you think those are just all chemical reactions?
I do. I think the simplest forms of life had just simple chemical reactions that allowed them to adapt to their environment. And we added one more adaptation onto another for a billion years till we get to a point where we have this thing that we call intelligence, but really what it is, it's a conglomerate of billions of adaptations and chemical reactions that have allowed us to adapt and overcome in our environment.
Interesting. So you think morality plays into that same type of chemical reaction as well?
Yeah, I don't even think morals exist. I think morals are subjective. But that's a conversation for another time, I'm sure.
Okay. Yeah. The idea of somebody killing somebody else. I'm sorry, and I shouldn't say that on your show. Somebody ending somebody else's life and them making a choice not to, you think that that's just a chemical reaction, not necessarily a choice?
That's why I keep telling you, I don't know if we actually have choices.
Nice. Okay. We'll end it there. I love talking to you, bro.
All right.
Until
Cheers,
next
buddy.
time.
Have a good one.
All right. Take it easy. Yep. You too.
Max has been played every time he's been up here. All right, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, and I think Librarian Amber had something to say. We're going to bring Librarian Amber in for a bit. Bryce Aroni says, the most confidently dumb caller, not Max, the previous one, most confidently dumb caller I've ever heard. It's got to be Durden. It literally is. Thanks that you have to start from 1 in order to count 1 increment. It doesn't know the difference between reprint and update. It's crazy to me. Like, I thought the 0 to 1 thing was crazy that he didn't understand. The fact that he didn't realize that a reprint just means it was reprinted is unfucking believable. Crazy to me. Martin, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, my father once told me that most of the people I argue with will be below average intelligence, as intelligent people will quote facts that you can check and verify. Theist seems to have trouble with facts. Martin, that's 100% correct. In fact, one of the reasons why these debates happen, the reason why they're ongoing, is because Christians don't have facts. If they had facts, they would just present them and it'd be done. It wouldn't be an argument anymore. Jesse says, giving thanks for I am offering himself up as a crispy charred burnt offering, a pleasing aroma to Doug. I appreciate that, Jesse, and it certainly is a pleasing aroma to Doug. Also, I was rereading some of the sacrificial literature the other day, and it's really funny because in the book of not Exodus and Numbers, when you get to like chapter 29 or so, we're told about the daily offerings, and it's really funny. The daily offerings follow. First of all, it follows all of the daily food regiments. It's clear in Numbers and in parts of Leviticus that God is treating the offerings as food. Like, he needs to be fed, which is why he gives 2 daily meals at a set time period with drinks and a set meal. It's crazy that God needs fed. John says, rhetorical book. I can't say the word on TikTok, but yeah, I think that's about what happened, John. And Smack says, maybe you know who thinks literally means in my imagination. That's what he was thinking, actually. And Carl Grimes says, your callers should know that when I start watching this channel, I was not an atheist, but because of the constant lies, hatred, stupidity from callers, they've pushed me away from Christianity. Carl, that seems to be the case. I've heard that a couple times, and I don't blame you. Like, if you're a Christian and you tune into a channel to say, okay, who's got better arguments? And then you hear Christians continuously lay out dog shit arguments with the worst character ever, they're going to dissuade you. Thanks for being here. And John, thank you for the $20 super chat. Huge W, friend, says, thanks for the Monday barbecue. Missed Kraken payment due to card fraud, but should be back now. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry you had the fraud on your card. Says, here's to you and Doug for keeping the heat up and burning through all the BS, theist BS. Well, thank you so much, John, for supporting. I certainly appreciate that. And glad to hear that you're rock hard for Doug. Big W. And let me grab just a couple more. Cheap Snacks says, I've watched hundreds of hours of your streams and have learned things that are priceless to me. You are my favorite in the genre. Thank you for helping Doug find his way into my band. Well, I appreciate that Doug gets you hard. Big W for that. And I'm glad I could teach you something. And I really like learning personally. So, Sono is literally crashing out. He sent me so many super chats. Sono says, all of you have freedom to choose, a gift from God. He will not force you to worship him, except he does. He'll burn you literally in hell if you don't worship him. That's force. He's literally holding a pew-pew to your head saying, worship me or burn. Sono says, however, you atheists are risking the gift of eternal life that God has promised you if you follow his son. Wrong again. It's not a free gift. It's coercion. He's a bully. Christianity is quite literally Stockholm syndrome, and you're an example. Ehud, here's a message for sons. Says, inspired me to support the channel a bit more. Well, thank you, Ehud. I appreciate it. And Sono coming in again. Sono, you can send all the super chats you want doing your missionary work. Says mocking the very person who can not only save you but heal you. I don't have any ailments. What am I being healed from? He says in Exodus 4:11 that he literally makes people maimed. He makes them blind, deaf, and dumb. Says Jesus comes back in full glory and fire. Wrong again. He's never coming back. He said he was coming back soon. He said he was coming back imminently. He said he was coming back in the lifetime of his disciples. He's a liar. He's a fraud. You may regret everything for eternity in the lake of sulfur. I won't, Sona, because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. You'll be worm food. I'll be worm food. Here he is again. I've never seen a theist send so many super chats. How is it that even demons believe, yet not you atheists? Because we don't believe demons exist. They're not real. They're in your imagination, just like your God. And Emeka says, Sono is secretly an atheist, guys. Listen, I would believe that. He's saying all the dumb stuff I would say if I was trolling Christians. And here he goes. He can't help himself. I will spend... Thank you, Bertram, for the fireworks. I will spend as much as I'm able if it means getting some of you to start believing. Then when that day comes, I can happily say, with the help of Jeebus, got you into heaven. Not going to happen, Sono. I don't know if you know this, Sono. We've read the book. We've read the gospel. We know what it says. You're wasting your time and your money. You're welcome to keep trying. He says, sorry, this is Gates. Gates, good to see you, friend. He says, Guy doesn't understand publishing versus translations and updating. So arrogantly wrong. It's funny that he's not just stupid and wrong, but he's arrogantly stupid and wrong. And from Sono again, communism. I know, but that doesn't matter to me. Well, communism is nothing to do with atheism. I don't know if you know that. And if you read your Bible, you would know that the early church were essentially communists. Peter says 50 of SOF's hard-earned dollars just to preach in vain. Isn't that crazy, Peter? He's already spent like 50 or 60 bucks up here. And St. Barnabas, thank you so much. He says, quite a conundrum the guest put himself in. I see the play on words. That's good. Says, came up with an axe to grind, huffy and puffy, only to get thoroughly curb stomped on every point. Shameful performance. Yeah, that's how he does. I've never seen Durden come into my live stream and be reasonable. He always comes in just fucking pissed off. I got something to say, you dirty atheist. Shat. That's why I got to call you. I can't pronounce the name. You're chat for now on. Thank you for the super chats. Holy shit. I just realized I bought an updated version of Julio Verne's collection or Julio Verne's collection because it's printed in 2018. Wonder what Verne would say. Yeah. Could you imagine buying a new print of it, like Harry Potter? I want to know what they added to it. That's what I want to know. And Solo, look, Solo is still here. He's still going. He says to Gray Highlighter, Jesus loves you, bro. He doesn't. He's dead. He's worm food, buddy. He is gone. Get over it. All right, I'm going to read like 4 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. The Nightman cometh. Great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, if this guy's a psychotherapist and I'm happily married to Anne Hathaway. Listen, here's my guess. He's not employed. He's not employed anywhere. He's got to be a self-employed therapist. Jennifer says, I'm crawling out of my skin. I never heard someone say so much, get so much wrong, not know the meaning of reprint, and think he's winning. This is next level delusion. It's the craziest thing that they'll bang their head. They will literally bang their head against the wall and be like, I'm not banging my head against the wall. The wall's not even here. You don't even know what you're looking at, as he's literally bleeding out from the forehead. And so no, I don't know how much money you're going to spend up here today. You're welcome to spend all your money preaching. This man is simply here to destroy, not build. Yes, you've nailed it. I'm here to destroy your toxic religion. He is ungodly. I know. I am ungodly and not a follower of Jesus Christ. That's the fucking point, Sono. Do not follow in his ways, for they lead only to destruction. Show me hell. Okay, Sono. Show me where hell is. And he's still going. We need to make a clip of just Sono's super chats. Sono says, BMW Wilson, then I'm afraid you won't make it into the eternal kingdom of God. May Jesus have mercy on you and all who follow. Imagine spending your hard-earned money on this. Here he is again, uncynical. That won't change the fact that Jesus is coming back with an unquenchable fire. He's coming back for God's children. He ain't coming, guy. He said he was coming 2,000 years ago. He ain't coming. He's a clown. He is a clown. And Sono, hold on, he's got another one in here. He's got another one. Give me a second. There's so many Sono super chats. So many. Fearing God is the first step to wisdom. It's not. It's the first step to stupidity, Sono. And here he is again saying to the Inquisitor, read the Bible. We've all read it. That's why we don't believe. Get to know him, and he will understand he is true and just in his judgments. He's certainly not just in his judgment. He executes people for crimes they never committed. There are perfect examples in the Bible. There's not. The example he sets in the Bible is that he's a clown, and he's still fucking going. Guys, he's still going. He says, you mock Jesus and God, but he still loves you. He doesn't because he doesn't exist, Sono. We're mocking you. You're the one being mocked. And here he is again. Sono spent like $100 to preach in this live stream today. This is crazy work. He says, I will pray for you and your family. Don't worry, it's not going to do anything. Not out of any hate or malice, but merely asking God to fill you with the Holy Spirit. Have good, and God bless. Oh, Sono, listen, you did at least one thing for us. You gave us a laugh today. Oh my God, there's still more. I had no idea there were so many Sono chats. Sono says, to Minute Row, all the followers of Jesus Christ are supposed to spread the gospel. It's our purpose on this earth to do just that. In the last, we've been in the last days for 2,000 years. We can only bring people with us into heaven. You're not going to bring anyone into heaven because heaven doesn't exist. You're delusional, but keep trying. Let me see. I'm going to read out all of Sono's chats in a row just so you can see the crash out. Here's another one from Sono. They keep going, guys. For people will be lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, you've got some commas, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, heartless, unappeasable, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not loving. That you just described Christians, Sono. Thank you for that. And here he is again. God, I have no idea why he's sending so many super chats. At Johnny, I can't accept letting all of you be ignorant of the truth. Neither can God. I desire to see you in heaven, or at least make it. And if I don't, then so be it. At least you did. Sono, man, listen, you're in a world of hurt. I hope you've got money in the bank to spend all this money entirely wasted on preaching. Here he is again. All right, I did my part. The seeds have been planted. No, they haven't. You threw a bunch of seeds out into the literal middle of the highway, and they're going to get crushed and destroyed. It's up to God to water them. They're not getting watered. And also your seeds are rotten. Nobody actually wants them. Okay. So I think sorry about that. He sent so many. I wanted to read all of his super chats. I'm going to end it there, and I will cover the other super chats later. All right, let me grab our next from the queue. I promised we'd get Creed in here again. Creed and I have talked a couple times. So how you doing, Creed?
I've been here for hours, dude.
I know.
All right, so you're gonna start. Are you gonna ask me the questions?
Right, yeah. We know you're 18. Nothing wrong there.
Yes.
And we know you believe in Jesus, mostly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I presume you've come back to the stream with a different argument you want to run by us.
Yes.
Sure. So what's the argument?
So you do not believe that Christianity, obviously, you don't think that Christianity is true in the slightest. Like, you don't think there's anything unusual about it or how it's spread across the world.
No, not at all. I think it spread just like Islam, just like any other religion that spread quickly through military force.
Well, in the Bible, like Paul and Peter, like they reference each other, almost like these are two. Like, sometimes you claim that these authors weren't most likely weren't real people. They all reference each other in each other's scriptures, like they know things they couldn't possibly know.
So Second Peter references Paul because Second Peter was written by somebody who wasn't Peter, who lived after Paul. So Second Peter was written after Paul wrote his letters. and almost no scholar I know of thinks it's actually from Peter. Now you could say it's from Peter, but I don't know if that helps. Even if we granted you that Peter wrote Second Peter, the fact that he mentions Paul is meaningless. Paul had already written the letters; he should know about the letters.
So when is Second Peter dated compared to the epistles of Paul?
Well, Second Peter's dated late. So the epistles of Paul are typically dated in the 50s and 60s, whereas the letter of Peter, or sorry, Second Peter is typically dated to like the 80s or even later, maybe 90s. I can give you a dating, a typical dating. Um, Anywhere between the 60s, earliest as the 60s. I don't think that's a good date. As late as the second century, like the late second century, like the 150s, 60s, 70s. But my guess is that they're probably written towards the end of the first century, like not too far away from the time period of John. I think one of the reasons why this seems to be the case is because in the epistle of Second Peter, the Jews are already in diaspora. They've already been spread abroad. They've already been like kicked the fuck out, which happened in 70.
I guess that's true, but see, the thing about Christianity that makes it like different is that they survived a lot of persecution, like over the years. Like they had to constantly be on the run from people that were trying to kill them. And why do people have such an angry
Well, that's
reaction
not the
towards the
case.
Christian faith?
They literally controlled the government. Like they took control over the government under Constantine and then under Theodosius, so on and so forth, and they mandated that Christianity be like a real thing. But it wasn't that big until it was a government mandate. In fact, you can read like the apostate emperor, Emperor Julian, talking about this. Julian reigned in the middle of the 4th century, not that long after Constantine, and he mentions how it was a small religion that was like taking advantage of the uneducated and the widows.
There's always like this kind of like conspiracy theory to be like, oh, Christianity was just pushed by these big governments that were trying to manipulate people.
They were.
Like, what's your evidence for that outside of like conspiracy theories?
It's not conspiracy theories. We actually have the documents that show the edicts that were given out, the edict of Milan and some of the other edicts, and like all of the heretical edicts as well, demonstrating that, well, shit, the church is now executing heretics, and the church went on to execute heretics. In fact, one of the earliest ones wasn't even like a lapsed Christian or a lapsed Jew. He was just a Greek philosopher that Emperor Valens was like, fuck that guy, kill him. He's teaching things contrary to the Christian church. Let's go kill him. He's got students. He shouldn't be doing that. Why is Emperor Valens out here just killing Greek philosophers?
Well, he was obviously in the wrong. Like, there's no justification for murder.
Yeah, and they literally went around burning literature. There was a book burning as early as Constantine. They were trying to stamp out everything but Christianity and spread it by the sword, and they were fairly successful.
No, that's not really like it's not really a cause. Like just saying some people in the past who liked Christianity did bad things isn't really like a great argument to say why it's not true. It's just some people took advantage of the
I didn't
system.
say that. I said it spread because of violence and oppression. I never said it wasn't true because of that.
Okay, and I wasn't really saying you were saying that. I think some people kind of argue that since Christianity, that since bad things were done in Christianity's name, then it's not true.
I
Like
didn't
there's an
say
argument
that.
sometimes you hear. Okay, so what's your argument? Is that your argument is that that does not make it not true. It's just one of the reasons why you're suspicious to Christianity.
No, I was just responding to the thing that you claimed. You asked me for an explanation for why it spread so rapidly, and I gave it to you.
Okay. But so I hear you say that you think the Apocrypha should be part of the canon of
Yeah.
those.
Mhm.
That there's things in the Apocrypha that aren't really Christian in any way, shape, or form.
They literally would be Christian. If they're part of the canon, then they're by definition Christian.
But there are ways you can tell which books are the canon just by looking at them.
No, there's not.
Well, there's the signs of God. Like you can tell, like isn't that what God is saying? Like obviously, the Gospel of like Thomas would not be something that you put in the Christian canon because Jesus tells I think Mary that to go to heaven she has to be a man or something like that. Like you can see something obviously fake. There's all kinds of quotes like that in the Apocrypha as well.
So in the Apocrypha, what we find are lots of Christian texts being quoted by the early church. In fact, all of the early church quoted from the Apocrypha and referred to it as prophecy and scripture, even as early as the Epistle of Barnabas. The Epistle of Barnabas, which was in one of the earliest Christian writings we have, literally quotes from the book of Wisdom of Solomon, and refers to it as prophetic.
Yes, but it's not scripture though. Like people can be wrong about things.
It's prophetic. It's from God. What do you
So
think?
which church
What do you
father
think
was this?
scripture is? What's your definition of
What's
scripture?
scripture is God breathed material that is designed to correct people
Are,
and educate them on
are
God's plans.
prophecies not from God?
They are, but is the epistle that you just mentioned, is that actually official scripture?
No, I didn't say the epistle I'm quoting from is scripture. What I'm saying is the earliest Christian writings we have agree that the apocryphal works should be considered scripture. They call it prophetic. They say that it's inspired by God. It said it's uttered by God. They say that in fact, Justin Martyr made an argument suggesting that the Jews were conspiring to get rid of the apocrypha because it did contain prophecies about Jesus.
Would you say that they contain prophecies about Jesus?
No, I don't think they do, but Justin Martyr did, and he's most likely referring to the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2. But unfortunately, the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, was written after Jesus already died. So, but
Well,
you could definitely see why he would think that it's about Jesus if you don't know when it was written and you just assumed it was part of your canon.
Jesus never quotes from any. You know how Jesus never quotes from any of those texts
Sure, he
whenever
does.
he's no, does he? Because
Yeah,
when you see Jesus, it's scripture.
the idea
I'll
of you
answer.
will know them by their fruits comes from Sirach 27.
That's what from.
Yeah, it comes from the book of Sirach. Same thing in Matthew 6 when he talks about storing up treasures in heaven. That comes from Sirach as well. The apocryphal books were all over the Dead Sea Scrolls. Whoever the Dead Sea community was, they valued the apocrypha as scripture. And Jesus clearly came from the Dead Sea community.
How Jesus? Jesus talks about Moses. Obviously, Jesus believes that the Torah was written by Moses. Would you say so?
I think Jesus thought the Torah was from Moses, yeah.
And so, does he ever really quote any other apocrypha where it says it's official scripture from God?
Does Jesus refer to anything else as scripture? I don't know that he says that it's scripture, but he doesn't indeed quote from it.
So I'm trying to say that the Christian canon is pretty clear. The Bible
It's
is like
not.
this statue. It's like it all fits together perfectly.
So what you're suggesting is you don't like the original Christian canon. That's what you're saying. It was good enough for the Catholic Church. It was good enough for the Orthodox Church. It was good enough for the Ethiopian Church. It was good enough for literally everybody for hundreds of years. It wasn't until much later some people figured out that, hey, not all of the Jews treat this as canonical. Maybe we shouldn't either. But that's irrelevant to whether or not the early Christians treated them as canonical.
Well, obviously, canonization is not just the only thing you can use to prove that Christianity is true. But I think the canonization is pretty obvious because in Scripture it references what books are already being seen as canon. Like you see in the New Testament, what books are being referred to by other authors, so these things
They
canon.
literally quote from the book of Enoch and Jude and in Second Peter.
Yes, the way I see Jude doing it is that Jude is saying that they're like, sometimes certain people outside the Bible can get things right, and so Jude is quoting a section of Enoch. They're not
No,
quoting it like it's like official.
he said it's a prophecy. He called Enoch a prophet.
Did he call the entire book officially from God?
No, he said Enoch was prophesying. In fact, I'll read it to you. In Jude says, it was also about these that Enoch in the seventh generation from Adam prophesied, saying, see, the Lord is coming with 10,000s of his holy ones. That comes from First Enoch chapter 9. So if he's reading the book of Enoch and saying that Enoch is prophesying, then obviously he considers Enoch to be giving prophecies. He didn't say what part of Enoch. He didn't say that I don't believe in any of Enoch other than this one verse. Why would anyone believe that? Why would anyone believe that Enoch isn't a true book except for this one line from Enoch.
A good point. But how come the Protestant canon chose to remove most of those books? Like, what made them go, this is bad?
I don't think they ever said it was bad. They just didn't consider them canonical. So the way things went was Jerome, when Jerome was charged to put together a Latin version of the Bible that made better sense of the Old Latin. So we had Old Latin manuscripts, which were originally translations of the Greek Septuagint, but they were in a bit of a disarray. They didn't have like a good official copy. And so they put Jerome on the task of saying, listen, we need you to collate all of the old Latin manuscripts and give us a good updated Latin manuscript that has everything, and use the best sources you have available to you. Well, he went one up. He said, no, I'm not just going to collate the Latin manuscripts. I'm going to go back to the actual Greek and Hebrew and actually see if what we have in Latin is appropriate. And if not, I can make adjustments. So he actually already knew Greek, but he visited with who he calls the Chaldeans. Those are what was left of the Hebrews, to learn Hebrew. So he went and learned Hebrew from actual rabbis. And then as he's learning Hebrew, the topic of the Hebrew canon became something to talk about. And he discovered through his learning from the Hebrews that the Hebrews didn't officially count all of these books as canonical. In reality, in Jesus' time period, there was no canon. The Jews didn't close the canon for like 100 years after Jesus. So Jerome was like, hey guys, we should look at this, because like we are touting the Old Testament books here, like the Apocrypha, as though they're part of the canon, but the Jews don't actually agree with us. But the rest of the church was like, no, fuck you, these are canonical. And they even had councils declaring them as canonical. So Jerome was basically overruled, and this went on and on and on, all the way until the Protestant Reformation. No one cared about this topic roughly again until the Protestant Reformation. And then some of the Protestants did the same thing, where they said, listen, we should get rid of these Latin manuscripts and get manuscripts in our own native tongue, and we should translate them from the Greek and Hebrew. And then when they went back to translate from the Greek and Hebrews, they had the Hebrew text, the Masoretic official Jewish Hebrew text that didn't include the Apocrypha. And then they're like, hey, why the hell are we doing this Apocrypha thing if the Jews don't consider it canonical? The reality was, in the time period of the early church, there was no Jewish canon, which means these books were canonical to the Christians, no matter what the Jews thought about it.
Well, we know that the Jewish people could recognize when scripture was from God, because in Exodus 24:7 it shows them understanding it immediately. They had it from God. Like you can in scripture themselves, they understand exactly what's from God.
But they said the early church said that the Apocrypha was from God too.
But they don't make mistakes. Like it's like there is like part of the problem is there is no like church institution that's authoritative. It should be the church is a people group, not an institution.
That's what I'm saying. The people who formed the Christian church, the people who said, we are Christians and we are the defenders of Christianity, all of them agreed when they read from the Apocrypha that it was scripture. It wasn't until much later that people started to question it. And the reality is, the early church, the Christians who founded Christianity, believed in these books as canonical. They quoted from them. They used them. They would, even the Didache, the earliest writing we have of the early church, claimed to come down from the apostles, directly quotes from the book of Sirach twice.
Well, just because this looks, God chooses what's in the canon, and so maybe God is like, okay, those books are too much for people. Let's keep the books that really matter for the people.
Right? No, that's what I'm saying. If you believe in God and you believe in a canon, then you're required to believe what Justin Martyr believes, which is that all of these books are canonical and that the Jews are wrong. You're choosing to side with the Jews rather than the Christians. I don't know if you know that yet.
Well, sometimes it's a good point. It's complicated, but I think that there's truth you can see. Like the scripture itself speaks to you. You know it's something from God. It has the fruits of the spirits, like love, joy, peace, patience.
I don't think so.
Like the Apocrypha, these books, they have concepts that are not really in scripture. I don't know if Maccabees is Apocrypha, but it actually talks about like praying for the dead. That's not something that Christians believe in, or early Christians didn't believe in that.
First and Second Maccabees does refer to that, and yes, the early Christians did believe in that. They were literally congregating at people's tombs praying for them. In fact, this is recorded in a number of the early Christian texts. They would hold assemblies at the tombs of the dead Christian martyrs.
And so what exactly would they be praying for them to do?
They would be praying for an apparition or a message, or even just that they could get their soul unbound from hell.
So basically purgatory.
Yeah, purgatory is the right way for it. There's a reason why the early church believes in the Apocrypha, believes in purgatory, believes in all this stuff. You got to remember the Protestants, the people who came after the Catholics, those are the people that looked back on Christian history and said, all of Christian history, you're wrong. It's the Protestants who came around and said, we think you guys got it all wrong. Even though Protestants refuse to study church history. They have no idea why the Catholics even include the Apocrypha. They're clueless. They don't study it.
Well, I'm under the Restorationist movement. Like, I'm Church of Christ, and it's Restorationist. Have you heard of that movement before?
I know about the Church of Christ. Unfortunately, you're not part of the United Church of Christ, but that's okay.
Well, I'm trying to say that we don't really believe that. Like, we believe that there were a lot of mistakes made in Christian history. That people that like preacher said it like this: it's like a play. Like people took wrong turns throughout history and made decisions that were contrary of God.
Mhm.
And Christianity was corrupted very early on. And so
Prove
a
it.
lot of Christian writings outside of the Bible aren't. Well, you look at the Scripture, like people like venerating the saints. Not anywhere in Scripture. It's a completely made up thing
It's
that
not
the
made up
Catholics
at all.
adopted.
And what's wrong with venerating the saints? Do you even know what that means?
Yes, it means that you're asking them to pray for you, to pray to God. It's very convoluted.
It's not convoluted at all. If you believe that the spirit of your departed loved ones are still alive, why do you think you couldn't be able to communicate with them?
Because says in the Bible, it says in this part of Scripture not to pray for the dead, not to summon the dead.
Where does it say that?
Is it like the Old Testament?
No, it didn't say that at all. There's a
But still,
commandment. There's a commandment in the Old Testament talking about not doing necromancy. Necromancy is when you try to bring up a soul from the dead, like what happened with the Witch of Endor.
yeah. See, there is no body in heaven right now. They are in paradise, which is not
Well,
heaven. It's like
heaven
the
is just
waiting area.
the sky is the second problem. There's no third dimension like outside of the earth and the sky called heaven. Heaven is literally just the sky. In fact, all of the Greek and Hebrew writings tell you about this. If you read like the writings of the ancient Greeks, and they say the same thing. Heaven is that place up there, right above our heads.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's just superstition. Like nothing in the Bible that corroborates that idea. It's actually in the sky.
No, everything does. Literally, the Hebrew word for heaven is sky, Hashemayim, and the Greek word aronos just mean the sky above you, the clouds. It says that the birds fly through Hashemayim; they fly through the heavens. When they build the tower in Genesis, it says they're trying to build a tower to reach the heavens, reach Hashemayim, the sky. Certainly, they don't think that they're going to build a tower that reaches into outer space and hit Jupiter.
Like theoretically speaking, even if it was in the sky, it wouldn't matter because God can make it not appear to human beings. Like He has it hidden from us.
Okay, so you think there is another realm called heaven that is in the sky somewhere?
Probably in the sky, and very likely the Jews believe that.
It's just
all those Bible believe.
invisible.
Yes.
Why would anyone believe that?
Well, you don't have to believe it, but it's the most logical explanation for why heaven. Like, I mean, God wouldn't have heaven like right up there, like right up there for us to see it. It'd just be kind of ridiculous.
But
He gives us free will.
but according to Ezekiel, the new heaven and new earth is here. Same thing with Isaiah 65. Isaiah 65 says the new heaven and new earth is here. It's not someplace far away.
Even Ezekiel does talk about a new heaven and a new earth. It's going to be here on earth.
Yeah,
But what that was to talk about what would happen after Jesus came and died on the cross for us.
yeah, but
And now that we died on the cross, we're on a new earth right now. We're not new earth.
but there's nothing in the
we're in a new
Bible that
covenant.
says you're going to die and go to heaven. It's not a thing.
No, yeah, in the Hebrew Bible, not in the New Bible, the Christian Bible, there is talk about dying and going to heaven.
The kingdom of heaven is coming here. The goal is to take heaven up there and bring it down here. We're not dying and going up there. The goal is to get there here. That's why it says on earth as it is in heaven. That's the whole goal.
And well, in Job, he seemed to believe that he will be resurrected because he talks about how whether he believed that God, even though he's dust, will resurrect him.
I know there were Jews that believe in the resurrection. I agree, but that doesn't mean they're being resurrected and going to heaven.
Yes, but the canonical Old Testament book seems to support the idea of the resurrection. Why is that the case if the Jews do not believe in heaven?
I agree. Yes, in the Old Testament, you will find the resurrection of the righteous. It's in at a minimum two different locations. It's in the book of Isaiah, kind of tangentially, I think in chapter 29, if I remember correctly. And there's another one in Daniel chapter 12. In Daniel chapter 12, clearly he talks about the resurrection of the righteous. But that's a problem because according to the book of Daniel, it seems like it should have happened right after the period of the Greeks. But he says, at that time, Michael, the great prince, the protector of your people, shall arise, and there shall be a time of anguish, such as has never occurred since the nations first came into existence. But at that time, your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. But it doesn't say they're going to heaven.
Yeah, right there, you're right, not to say that, but the problem, Jesus, is, he seems like a real guy. Like, Josephus, talks about him that did miracles.
Yeah, I think he was a real guy. I don't think he was a miracle worker. I think there was a lot of early people who claimed to do miracle workers to be miracle workers. I don't think that they were. Vespasian classically was known to heal a guy by spitting in his eyes, and he healed a lame leg of a dude as well. Said there was a multitude of witnesses. There's a guy named Honi the circle drawer. He was a famous Jewish mystic that supposedly did a bunch of miracles that didn't seem to come to pass. There's another guy named Simon. Simon did all kinds of crazy miracles. And then maybe one of my favorite was Hanina Bendoza. Hanina Bendoza, you can read about in the Talmud, was like literally doing the same thing Jesus was. He was like praying for people far off and healing them at a distance. Like miracle claims are not unique among the Greeks or the Romans. Literally, we have evidence of at least 300 different institutions called Asclepiae, where people would go and receive healing, and there would be like a priest there, and they would pray to the god Asclepius to get healing, and they claim to be healed.
Well, the Bible doesn't say that other gods aren't real. I kind of believe that other gods are most likely demons that have these supernatural powers to do these things.
Why? Why wouldn't you say that the Greek or the Roman gods are real and that the Jewish God is just one of many and he's kind of like one of the weaker ones?
Oh, he's not weaker because he talks about all the Old Testament, how he's the best God, how he's above all the other ones.
Well, Zeus disagrees. Zeus is the king of the sky.
I know that Zeus is most likely if he ever was in some way, shape, or form real, he was most likely some kind of demonic entity, like a fallen angel
Where do you think lightning
or a
comes
demon.
from?
Well, it's a natural process.
Oh, so it's not from Zeus?
No, because I don't believe in Zeus. Like, if he was some kind of entity they called so Zeus, it would most likely be demonic in nature.
Right, but I think you're kind of missing the point. The point is you believe in a god, and the people who believes in those gods would disagree with you, right? So how do you know which belief in the so-called gods is the right one?
Well, what are the most evidence in the text? For example, the New Testament, the translations are incredible. Like the way that they're translated, like almost flawlessly, from
Translated? What are you
place to
talking about?
place.
Translated?
You're asking how to know if God is real, like which religion is legit. When
Yeah,
you look at Christianity, and you see that its textual evidence is very strong. Things pieced together, like they'll talk like one
but they
author will
don't.
talk about something another.
They contradict each other
Well,
endlessly.
yeah, I know the other day you were talking. You know that part in I think Matthew where it says Jeremiah quoted something that actually Zechariah said it.
Yeah,
That's a scribal error. It's not a very big deal. It's
prove
just a
it.
scribal error. Well, it's very possible that people were working really hard to translate these things. Let's say one night, a monk or some scribe was like sitting there tired and mixed up the
No,
names.
I know the story.
The message is the
I know
same.
scribal errors exist. I'm asking, prove that that was a scribal error.
Well, you can't like what's the earliest manuscripts we have of Matthew?
The earliest manuscript of Matthew is going to be P1, if I remember correctly, and P1 is like 2nd century.
Does it contain that same error in it?
Yeah.
Well, it must have happened pretty early on in the process, and nobody really noticed it. But the message is still the same. That there was prophesied in Zechariah that 30
But,
shekels of silver they used to
Creed,
portray
pay
Jesus.
attention. Pay attention. You have no evidence that it was a scribal error. You just want it to be a
Yep.
scribal error because it makes the gospel issue go away. But if it is indeed a scribal error and it's been there ever since the 2nd century, that's still on God. It means God couldn't preserve his word. He didn't want you to know what was actually there. And he didn't even give
Yes,
us
you
the
can.
evidence.
God knew that one day you would have the Bible to be able to cross-reference it and know where it actually came from.
He
So
did,
the message
certainly
is not
didn't.
lost.
We have no evidence that that was his intention.
I know that God worked it out in the end. He figured out a way to make it work.
But
It's
he
like,
didn't. What he should have done is just made sure the right word got in there or the right prophet got in there. The wrong prophet got in there because Matthew made a mistake. And there's lots of mistakes in the Bible.
well, it could. Some scholars believe that that he's quoting and that he's kind of combining the two together on purpose to make a point.
I don't think he is. I've heard the argument that he's doing midrash. I don't agree with it. I don't think he's doing midrash. I think he's being a bonehead, and I think he's trying to do some like sideways typology by combining Zechariah and Jeremiah. But he doesn't do a good job because, as it turns out, neither Zechariah nor Jeremiah say everything he says in that part of the passage. So he's just conflating stuff, probably because Matthew was writing without the actual manuscripts in front of him. He was probably writing with like a snippet, or either from memory, or he asked somebody what was in it and they told him wrong. Like he goofed. But Creed, I want to demonstrate something real quick. The Bible's just not coherent on what it teaches. What does a person have to do to go to heaven?
Okay, so they have to hear the gospel, and they need to repent of their sins and be baptized.
That's it.
Yeah, and then continue to live a godly life, and when one day you'll die and go to heaven.
Well, no. If you have to live a godly life, then it means it's not by faith alone. Because in Ephesians 2 says, "For by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not your own doing; it's the gift of God, not the result of works, so that no one may boast." So God knows you're going to sin. You shouldn't have to live a sinless life to still get in the pearly gates, right?
Well, you don't really have to live a sinless life. Now what you can do, whenever you do mess up, you can go to God and say, God, please forgive me for what I've just done is wrong. Thank you for Jesus Christ on the cross. Like, you can pray to God and he'll forgive you now.
Do
You're
you need to
forgiven
follow the
of all future
commandments?
sin. Yes, in the New Testament you do.
No, the commands of Moses.
No, because Paul says it was a silent guardian. He said it's not really needed anymore. It was
But
just sort of a nearer.
But Jesus said otherwise. He said, someone came to him and said, "Teacher, what good deed must I do to have eternal life?" And he said to him, "Why do you ask me about what is good? There is no one who is good, there is one who is good. If you wish to enter into life, keep the commandments." So maybe you should keep the commandments.
Yeah, so that it didn't say commandments of Moses. And during this guy's time, he would have been under the old law. That was
We,
before Jesus Christ
we
had
don't
died.
we don't know if he was Jewish.
That's implied because Jesus seems to believe that he follows those commandments.
What, he could be a proselyte, he could be a God-fearer, he could be a Jew. We don't know. What we do know is that this man was instructed to follow the commandments, right?
Yes.
Okay. So does God want you to follow the commandments or not?
Yes. I mean, it's clear what commandments you're supposed to follow. The New Testament talks a lot about the commandments that God should follow now as a Christian.
He clearly referring to the commandments of Moses here. And then it even gets worse. If you go to Matthew, it says, "Not everyone who says to me, 'Lord, Lord,' will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father in heaven." Well, That's doing something. He's saying if you don't do what God tells you, you won't actually enter heaven. That's works. That means Paul's wrong.
Well, it's so here's the way here's the way I do it is that I think that those sides are kind of incorrect about their interpretation of faith and works. I think that they go hand in hand. Like, yes, nothing you can do can save you, but after you are baptized, you are expected to live the way God wants you to live. So there is some works involved.
Okay, so you do have to do works in order to go to heaven.
Yes, faith without
Okay,
works is dead.
so
James
then,
is clear about that.
so Paul was wrong then, because Paul says not at all. It says, "By grace you have been saved through faith. This is not of your own doing, but a gift of God, not the result of works."
Yes, yes, the original state and you being allowed to be saved to live a godly life is from God. You didn't earn that.
Right, but if you don't do what God tells you, then you have to do works to get to heaven,
Yes.
which means Paul's wrong.
I know that Paul also has other times where he talks about things that you must do.
I know he does in 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 9. He says if you commit these particular sins, you won't go to heaven, right? So if you still have to not sin, you still have to follow the commandments, you still have to do what God tells you to do, then it's not faith alone that gets you to heaven.
Well, yeah, it's not faith. Yeah, it is faith alone. Like
Well, then
it's
Paul's
the
wrong.
life is more new. Well, he's not wrong. He's just getting a piece of the puzzle. Scripture
No,
is like a puzzle put together.
he says
If you read all in context,
not the result of works.
but baptism is not a work, sir.
I didn't say anything about baptism. I said following the commandments, doing what God commands you to do. Those would be works, but he's saying salvation is not the result of works, which means
Okay,
those
let
works
me
are
just
useless.
explain this. Is that I'll try to as politely as possible. Is that whenever you are born, you are I would think of the age of accountability. When you're born, you're not overtly sinful. Then you get older and you choose, like say at 13 or 14, just use that as an example, you start to have more sinful urges. You become more accountable and you're aware of what you're doing. So you're in a state of disarray, and that now you need a savior to come help you. And now God's offered you the gift of baptism. So when you get baptized to the waters of Jesus, you're there in Jesus and resurrected. You are now saved, and then now you're saved. You need to go on and live the godly life you're supposed to live. You can lose your salvation. It's
No, we agree you can lose your salvation. The question is, are works required to get into heaven? And it sounds like you agree with James and Jesus that works are required to get into heaven. In fact, Jesus famously said, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the Pharisees, like you can't get in. But that being said, that just means that Paul is wrong. Paul
well,
clearly taught grace and faith alone.
Paul is talking about salvation. You don't earn salvation through works. But after you are
What do you
saved, to
what do you
keep your
think
salvation, you
salvation
must.
is?
It's like your soul. Your soul's being saved from the fire pit of hell and is being blessed for heaven.
Okay, if it's not by works, if it's nothing you can do as a work to get there, then that would be faith alone.
Yeah, the first part is faith alone. The second part involves doing the works.
No, faith alone. Say that again. Faith alone means you only need faith.
Yes, it's the first part of the sequences that involve being saved. Like yes, the first part is having faith, being baptized. The second part is living a godly life.
All right, just try this again, really slowly, Cree. The words faith alone means there's only one thing, and that thing is faith. If I said, the only thing you need to give me for me to fix your car is money alone. I will alone only take money. That means I don't give a shit if you bring me a donkey or a horse or a gift. I only care about you giving me that money. When Paul says it's only by faith alone, what that means is that it doesn't matter what your works are. It's faith alone.
Okay, I get what you were saying. Like I understand what you're trying to make, but do you not believe there's more nuance to how you're saved than just do works you don't or have faith?
No, Paul's just wrong. That's what I'm saying.
But Paul seems to the other like, other apostles and Paul had like a pretty similar viewpoint how on Jesus Christ. He didn't claim to know people that saw the resurrection occur. in 1 Corinthians 11.
Yeah, but
Thank
none
you.
of the 1 Corinthians 15, you mean? But none
Oh,
of
yeah,
that's actually relevant. The question we're trying to answer is why Paul is contradicting himself.
is he contradicting himself, or are we just not looking at it all in
He's contradicting
context?
Jesus and himself, because if he's saying it's by faith alone, and then later he comes by and says, "Do you not know that those who do X, Y, and Z will not inherit the kingdom of God?" Well, that's works now. Now you're back in works. So he contradicted himself.
So you think that not doing certain things is a work?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to point us.
Obeying the law, like not breaking God's commandments, is a work. Yeah.
I mean, like, and I'm not saying you're totally wrong. It's just I feel like you're. It's like you're taking one side of the birthday cake and not eating the other side. You're just like you're trying to have it both. I feel like you can have it both ways.
Are
I mean,
obeying God's
Christianity is
laws a work?
yes, of
Oh,
course.
yeah. And Paul is saying if you disobey God, then you don't get to go into heaven, which means you must obey God to get to heaven, which means you're doing a work.
Well, yeah, you're doing a work, but how is that contradictory? Like, I mean, like Paul follows it up later. He's adding on to what he's saying.
No, he's just contradicting himself. He doesn't realize it. If he
Do you believe
says
that these?
if he says you have to follow these commands or you can't get to heaven, and then earlier he says that these are your salvation is not the result of works, then either one, he doesn't know how words work, which I would believe, or he doesn't realize that he's created a contradiction.
If the Bible is very consistent on a lot of things, especially on the treatment of women. Women is very consistent throughout the Bible.
Yeah, it's
And
very
it's always
bad.
been very. It's not, sir. Trust
It's,
me.
it's horrible. Creed, it literally says, like if you're a priest and your daughter is sleeping around, you have to burn her alive. Can you show me the passage where it says if you're a priest and your son is sleeping around, you have to burn him alive?
No, but it's part,
Why?
part
Well,
of the
why
problem is
only
that
women, Creed? Why only women? Why do only they get burnt alive?
well, not just in women. It is part, and those people were caught in adultery, the man stoned too.
No. Why, if a young woman who is the daughter of a priest is not a virgin, I didn't say anything about adultery. If she's not a virgin, right, she gets burned alive. How come men don't get the same treatment?
Because most men were most likely not prostitutes. Women had a tendency to be prostitutes back in
I
ancient
didn't
Israel.
say anything about prostitutes, and we do find that the Old Testament mentions male temple prostitutes same way as females. Refer to the Kiddushah and Kiddushim.
Sure, but like yeah, it was under the old law too. Like the new law is super clear about how you treat women like with respect, like Ephesians 5.
No. We're talking about the behavior of the God, which means it doesn't matter if it's the Old Testament or the New Testament. The behavior of the God of the Bible treats women completely different to men, entirely different. In fact, Numbers chapter 30, women aren't even allowed to stick to their contracts. In fact, I'll read Numbers 30 with you real quick. It says, in terms of making a vow, when a man makes a vow to the Lord and swears an oath to bind himself by a pledge, he shall not break his word, so on and so forth. Now, it says when a woman makes a vow to the Lord or binds herself by a pledge while within her father's house in her youth, and her father hears of the vow or the pledge by which she has bound herself and says nothing to her, then all of her vows shall stand, and any pledge any pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if her father overrules her at the time that he hears of it, no vow of hers and no pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand. So her dad can just overrule her vow. Now it gets worse, because now if she gets married, it says if she marries while obligated by her vows or any thoughtless utterance of her lips by which she has bound herself, and her husband hears of it, so on and so forth. So her husband can be like, oh shit, my wife made a vow. I don't like that. Let me nullify it. So women are not equal to men in the Bible.
It's a spiritual chain of command, sir. Like 1 Corinthians 11 talks about the spiritual chain of command.
No.
God made creation like this.
Creed, address what I just read. Don't jump to another verse. Address Numbers 30. Why does God
Well,
not
the
allow
men,
women? Why does God not allow women to have the same autonomous right of making a vow as men have?
well, that's because back when like the men in the ancient Israel were the heads of the household, and everything that was going on in the household had to go for them first. And so, since most women lived under their father's roofs, he had the right to nullify a vow that they made.
I know they had the right. I'm asking how that's equal treatment.
Because he's protecting the woman, he's taking care
Protecting her
of
from
her.
what? From making sure she doesn't have her own desires met? Maybe she needed to make that vow for something. Maybe she pledged something to God. Maybe she pledged 1/10 of her yarn earnings to God.
Yes, back in that society, women are like most likely less educated and they didn't have like the
So?
same resources.
First of all, the men weren't educated either. None of these people were educated, but women certainly could make a vow. Vow could be literally anything. You could vow to give your grain to your neighbor next year because your neighbor's field got burnt down and you felt bad for them. You could vow anything.
Yeah, it's it's your parents are there for a reason, and your husband too. Like they're one, your husband's also there for a reason.
That's what I'm asking you.
They're
Why? Why is a husband allowed to just go to a woman that he's married to and be like, your vow is meaningless, I'm ripping it up? Why?
Well, I was trying to answer this with the New Testament puts this into context as to why this is the case. And Ephesians 5 talks about how, in marriage, that the husband is the head of the wife, like Christ is the head of the church. So he's the leader. The men are the leader in the leadership roles. So they have the choice.
Yes, because they're not
to
equal,
do so.
Creed. I've said it 10 times. They're not equal partners. Women do not get the same treatment as men. God does not think women are equal to men.
He never says that. He never says that, though.
He
always-
does. He literally says it in like chapter 17 of Leviticus. When
What does he say?
when you're redeeming human beings, the redemption rate for a woman is less than that of a man.
It says that?
Yeah, I'll find it for you. Hold on. I think it's Leviticus chapter 17. I could be wrong, but I think I have it. Blah 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 blah. Nope, not 17. It was 27. I apologize. I had the 7 right, but I had the wrong incorrect. So Leviticus 27 says, speak to the Israelites and say to them, when a person makes an explicit vow to the Lord concerning the equivalent for a human being, the equivalent for a male shall be from 20 to 60 years of age. The equivalent shall be 50 shekels of silver by the sanctuary shekel. If the person is a female, the equivalent is 30 shekels. So God literally places a value in shekels on men and women. Men are worth 50 shekels and women are worth 30.
Yeah, let's think about the cultural context of this time. Who are most likely to be favored, females or men? The females or men, yeah.
Yeah.
No, female.
No, this is a command from God. Culture is irrelevant.
But God is using his providence to go for the cultures that were more patriarchal and
Why?
when making things work.
Why would God have to bend to the patriarchy?
Sorry, Stephanie, because he doesn't take her because he's a man, of course. Like he wants to look out for his daughters, like any father would.
But he's not. He explicitly gives you the opposite. He explicitly tells you that women aren't the same value. In Exodus 21, he explicitly tells you that their slave conditions aren't even the same. A Hebrew male is a slave for 6 years, goes free in the 7th. A Hebrew woman is a slave for life. She can just be sold as a concubine or a slave for life. That's it. She's done.
So it's like they sold slaves for life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Exodus 21. It says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. So she's permanent property of the master who buys her, and he can do anything he wants with her. He can make her a concubine. He can make her a wife to one of his sons, and he could even just get rid of her.
He can make her a concubine and a wife to one of his sons. Would you say is a woman consent at all asked in the passage?
No, none. It says he designated her. She's not given the option. She didn't ask to be sold off. Do you think a young woman is going to ask to be sold off as a slave?
No, but sadly, these things did happen back in that culture.
I know, but it didn't have to. These are commands of God.
God can end them. God can end them. Isn't there another passage that says that a man can sell his daughter?
We just read it. Yeah. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. It sounds a whole lot like the God is made up by man rather than man made by God.
You know what, Justin? I lose. Another coming back on here. I'm sorry. I'm not going to defend this stuff anymore.
Creed, you say that, but then you come back.
Yeah, well, I'm done. I'm sorry for coming on and wasting your time.
All right. Love you, buddy. Come back next week, okay?
Okay, stop. Don't say that to me.
Cheers,
How
man.
to get out of here?
I got you. He's done this a couple times where he gets to the end of an argument and it seems like I've convinced him, but then he comes back next week with new arguments. It's really weird. I don't know what's happening. But anyways, he's always nice. He's a nice guy. You know what I mean? Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Josh says guest has been driven straight into the. Oh yeah, the prior guest. Creed's not bad. Listen. You guys been around long enough. You know that Creed is he's a nice young man. But the prior guest before Max says the great backshot argument. I know. I got that from Ian. I love that rhetorical saying. It's such a good one. And Kakaroto says that's the guy who called your son and I think you're right. Actually, I think that is the guy. If I remember correctly, Kakaroto. That was the guy last time we talked. He literally blew a gasket after he was getting cooked and referred to my son as a retard because he's autistic. I'm pretty sure that's the same guy, actually. He was getting cooked hard, that conversation. I'm surprised that they keep coming back. It's weird to me that they keep returning. Ross says, if memory and emotion are or have physical states, then doesn't that mean qualia is total BS, or am I mistaken? Ross, that is kind of what I'm saying. I don't think qualia exists as a transcendental entity. I think qualia is just a physical product of the mind, and that no more. Kenneth says, have you ever thought of using moderators? I actually have a bunch of them, but I think you mean during the debate. They play back guests when the backtrack on what they said. Rock hard for some good faith debates today. So Kenneth, here's the fun part. The software I'm using does actually allow me to play it back. I don't know how to use it yet. I know it exists. I know I could do it, but I don't know how to make that a reality. Unfortunately, I apologize, but eventually I'll figure it out. Eventually I'll get that working. Kyle says, well, it goes sort of like this. It says that Israel is a combination of Isis, Ra'el, with different gods in each name. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so I see what you're saying. It's a play on words. The problem is Isis is from a different language, and I'm pretty sure it's an abbreviation. It doesn't mean the same thing. It just happens to be that ISIS is different. But that being said, it's an interesting argument. I don't think it's a good one. I don't know where you heard that from, but also, fuck ISIS. Golok, thank you for the super chat, friend. It says, rock hard for Doug. The psychotherapist needs to be recertified. What a child. Can you imagine getting therapy advice from him? I can't. That's the type of guy that giving you therapy advice, like you're trying to get off heroin or something. And he's like, just stop doing it. Just stop doing it. Why are you doing it? Just stop doing it. Like, okay. Yeah. I never thought about that. Yeah. Thanks for that. And Bouncing Cow says, Lemaitre worked with the Pope, would not make religious or philosophical interpretations of matters concerning physical cosmology. So that's my understanding of Lemaitre as well, is that he did hold this view of the cosmos, but he didn't state anything about it as it relates to theology. And Kyle says, everyone, Justin is having a Q&A this Tuesday. Let's perplex him with questions. Praise Doug. Actually, I like the Q&A because a lot of times I get questions that are so good, I have to go look up in my resources answers. I don't always know the answers. They're a lot of fun. Russell, my friend, welcome back. W for the 616. It says, could you say the odds are against us It's estimated 99.9% of all species that have existed are extinct. We've had at least 5 mass extinction events. I think that's about right. That's the numbers I've heard. I don't know how many mass extinctions, but we had a lot. The odds are against us. The fact that we're surviving just shows how resilient we are, not that there's a miracle. And Josh says chaos and life are not mutually exclusive. Life is pretty chaotic. Last I checked, it is. It's super chaotic. You can't tell me this earth is fine-tuned. And Larry, my friend, thank you for gifting out 5 DZ debate memberships. Big W, friend. I super appreciate that. And I said a word, and now my live is flagged on TikTok. Malcolm says, question from last week: is there scholarly support that the Levitical priesthood were charlatans demanding food, meat, flour in exchange for prophecy and support from God? I mean, that seems to be the case of all ancient priesthoods, not just the Levitical priesthood. You know what I mean? Is there support in the Bible for this? I don't know if that's the case. The closest you can get to is like Bel and the Dragon. But if you just read the text, like the sacrificial texts, like they're telling you to do stuff that simply just only support the priesthood. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a fair question though. It really is. And F. Dot says, you nailed it. No way that wasn't Durden. I could never forget that insufferable voice and terrible talking points. Great work cooking him again. I think F. Dot. And the reason why he didn't come back as Durden is because he didn't want to get cooked on his main account. St. Barnabas says, was the depression in the ground created for the puddle or the water gather there because of physics? Obviously physics, Barnabas. I love the puddle analogy though. I've used it tons of times. And Carlos, my good friend, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. Friends, the memberships are really the backbone of the channel. And GP says, for the caller Max, you're not an idiot. I agree. Max is not an idiot. We're all bozos in this bus. And good quote for Phil Bros to meditate on. A fool believes himself to be wise. A wise man knows himself to be a fool. That's actually a good quote. It kind of taps into the Dunning-Kruger effect. It reminds me a little bit of what Plato records from Socrates in the Apology. In the Apology by Plato, Socrates is essentially saying that he's trying to find out who is wiser than him, because a god, he heard from a god that in fact, okay. Sorry, I had to read a message. He heard from God that he was the wisest man alive and he didn't believe it. So now he goes around talking to people to figure out if he really is the wisest man. He says, what I've learned is that the people that claim to be without wisdom are among the wisest, and the people who claim to be wise are among the least wise, which seems to be just an age-old fact. Kohodo says, it's vacation time and I can't watch live. I'm hungry. Did I miss any pretzels? You certainly did, Kohodo. You definitely missed a couple of pretzels, but don't worry. You can play it back. Everything will be able to be played back. Eltine, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. This goes to Sono. Sono, ties finally got to the right place. Great job. At least he paid ties somewhere that matters. I'm going to grab 2 more. Sonus, good to see you all the way from Argentina. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, hi, Justin. Is there any thought experiment where every creature are herbivores? Will the suffering diminish? I don't know if that's the case, because I'm thinking if there's nothing but herbivores, they're still going to fight over the resources, right? So as long as you're dependent on resources, I think there's going to be fighting. Narcissa, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Says, I just tuned in, and I think you might have said something about destroying religion. Yeah, actually. I'm so about that. Religion is destroying our ability to care for each other. I agree, Narcissa. So, and that's the thing. Religion seems to be poisoning everything. And I know there are religions that are not so toxic, and we don't talk about them all that much. Actually, Narcissa's got a second one coming in. Thank you so much, Narcissa. Says, I wake up every day morning and immediately worry about how dangerous these morons are. Thank you for doing this. Listen, I worry about the same things. Remember, Christian nationalism's upon us. Like, they're trying to get us, Narcissa. So like we have to defend ourselves. This is something we got to do. All right, let me grab our next guest. It looks like next in line is going to be Dave. And for some reason, Dave's got a drawing board or Microsoft Paint open. He's done a hell of a job in Microsoft Paint to make what he's made, though. I mean, I'm thoroughly impressed with what he's got going on. Dave, can you hear me? Dave? Shit. I feel bad that you wasted all that time making the cool graphics. I see your mouse moving. It's almost like you've got your audio turned off and you just can't hear me. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Well, listen, Dave, the painting's awesome. Big W on the painting. Love it. Gonna go on to the next guest in our queue, which looks like it's going to be, I can't read the words. Ty McGee Smith. How you doing, Ty? Although, Ty, your mic is muted. There you go. Try it now. Ty? Ty? I think Ty's trying. It says you have no microphone selected, Ty. When I go into your settings, you have to, when you come into the box, you have to select the microphone. You can't tell it not to use a microphone. You have to select one on the way in. All right, see if this works. All right, looks like you got a microphone attached now. Although I can't hear you. Ty, Ty, go ahead and drop and come back. I'm going to get a guest that looks like their equipment's working. And it looks like it's going to be the lowest ranking Muslim. Shit, I don't hear lowest ranking either. This is weird. We heard our prior guests. Anyone else hear him? I don't hear him. Anyone hear him? I can't hear a thing. We heard Max. Max was up here. So we know the system is working. Yeah, no one can hear him. That's weird. Lowest ranking Muslim. It says you've got an iPhone, and it should be working. I don't know why it's not.
Hear you.
Oh, it's here because your connection's shoddy. That's why.
Oh, maybe I'm over here. Let me see if I can change my.
It's working right now. I think it's just kind of an in and out connection. Oh, now he's gone. That's the one thing about using Video Ninja is if you come up and you got a bad connection, it just kind of messes up. It doesn't really do what you want it to. All right, let's try this again, Ty. Oh, really bad. All right. All right, sorry, Ty. Your connection's really bad. It's got a lot of feedback. All right, sorry, Ty. We gotta drop that, guys. If you got a really bad connection, I apologize. We can't take it. Yeah, like you have to have a good connection. All right, Dave came back. Let's see if Dave can hear us this time. Dave, how you doing? No. Okay. Sorry, Dave. All right, I'm gonna move on to the other queue. Then we're gonna go to. I think the next one was Yoso. How you doing?
Hey,
Yoso?
how's it going, man?
Yoso, are you at least
Good.
18 or are you a believer?
I am over 18 and I am a believer. Do I have to be religious or as long as I believe in God?
You don't have to be religious. You just got to believe.
Okay, yeah, I do.
Cool.
This is my first time on here too. I just joined for hopefully a good conversation.
Welcome in. Well, okay, so what kind of a God do you believe in?
I believe in, I would say, God as the source. I'll say I kind of align with the way that Isaac Newton described God, and I already aligned with it before I found his belief, but his belief kind of is the closest alignment to my belief.
Isaac Newton was a Christian, though.
Yes, but he wasn't a Trinitarian. He didn't take the Bible as a history book. He took it as an alchemical book about transformation.
Wrote a whole commentary on the book of Daniel.
Yes, but he was not a Trinitarian.
I don't know if he was a Trinitarian, but he certainly believed in a traditional view of the book of Daniel.
Well, from my research, and you can pull this up now if you want to, Isaac Newton saw the Bible as a book of transformation. He viewed it from an alchemical standpoint, and I don't know if he took it as history as well, but I know he initially took it as understanding creation and the designer behind physics.
I don't know if everything you're saying matches. So he was an alchemist. No one's questioning that. I don't think if he used the Bible as a book of alchemy. Now, I'm sure he might have found something in the Bible that led to some sort of alchemist idea, but my
Are you
understanding is that
familiar
he's
with
got a
alchemy?
pretty straightforward idea of the Bible.
Are you familiar with alchemy as well?
No, I don't believe in
Oh,
alchemy.
okay. That's fine. Well, I'll say the premise is transformation, and I know there's something referred to as the great work, which is taking a lower material and elevating it or transcending it, and he describes the life of Jesus as that, as a transformation.
What is a transformation?
The transformation is energy going from one form to another.
Okay, so a transformation is a process, not a thing.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Jesus is a process.
Jesus went through a process.
No, I'll try this again. Jesus. All right, I'm going to write it out. You're actually on TikTok, so you can see what I'm going to write. So premise number 1 was something about transformation. Can you repeat that again? Jesus is a
That the Bible,
transformation?
yeah, the story of Jesus is a story of transformation. Maybe I didn't say that clearly, but yes,
Okay.
Jesus went through a transformation.
Okay, so gotcha. Okay, so Jesus wasn't a transformation. He went through a transformation.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at it as a representation or him being symbolic, then he represents a transformation and he goes through a transformation. Does that make sense?
But everyone in the Bible does.
Well, I specifically compared that one to the transformation of alchemy, of turning base metals into gold or elevating the spirit. They're in connection to each other.
How?
Because the only way that you can evolve lower metals into higher metals are for you to evolve, for you to transform. You can only transform the substance by through a process of internal transformation.
That's not coherent. Everything in the world is currently transforming. There's not a single thing in the world that's not currently changing form.
Well, I said transforming from a lower thing to a higher thing. For example,
Wait, how do you know
stainless
what
steel
is
to
lower and
gold.
higher?
You know what's lower and higher because of how it's energy.
Energy?
Gold is a more conducive metal than
Conductive.
stainless steel. Yes, conductive than stainless steel.
But one's not higher than the other. One's just more conductive than the other.
I mean, I guess that will come down to our descriptions, but I do believe that things can go through an elevated state. Everything is not of equal value.
Yeah, but we assign values. Values are subjective to the human beings who want them. Just like platinum used to be completely valueless. Now it's like one of the most valuable things we have.
Well, I meant value in terms of usage, like what I said about gold being more conductive and it being more malleable, like actually having different properties that are useful.
But gold was useful before it was conductive, before we knew you can use it for electricity.
So I just want to understand, is the position you're taking right now is that all metals are equal in value, that stainless steel is equal to gold?
No.
The value of it is a facade or perception?
Yeah. All value is a facade. It's something we create. We decide what value is.
Okay, well, the first step of alchemy is that everything is the mind, all is the mind.
Everything is the mind?
Yes, everything is perceived through the mind, and that's where it's given its value.
No, I didn't ask about perception. You said everything is the mind.
The universe is mental. This is the first principle, yes.
Sure, support that premise. How do you support that everything in the universe is a mind?
I'm here. I was here to state my case for God. I don't want to break down my whole belief system in alchemy and things that may not be relevant.
All right,
go ahead. Making an argument
make
for God.
the case for God, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I would try to start from a scientific place because you do believe in science.
I do. It sounds like you have a different science, so.
No, I mean, I believe in things like fine tuning. Do you believe in that?
That's not science.
Okay. Fine tuning is not a aspect of science within an aspect of science.
I think the way you're about to use it, it's pseudoscience. You're about to say that because we have life and it seems like life is dependent on finely tuned variables, then life had to have been finely tuned by God. That's the argument you're going to give?
Somewhat, but I would say that do you believe that the earth is in a proper proportion and that it's a very low probability of these things happening
No, it's a
for us
super
to
high
exist?
probability. In fact, the probability is 1.
The probability of the universe existing?
No, the probability of life on Earth.
The probability is 1 out of 1, so 100%.
Yeah.
Are you saying because it's already happened, or are you saying because of the possibilities of what it took for it to happen?
No, because it did happen. We have no idea what the probability would be because probabilities are useless unless you know that there's some sort of an intention, right? So if I took a bag of marbles and let's just say that I'm going to take the marbles and let's say every one of them, I've got a bag of 100 marbles and every marble is a different color. If I throw that bag of marbles up in the air and I tell you before they land, I tell you what order they're all going to land in, and I draw a picture of it where everyone landed in, that would be the craziest shit in the world because nobody should be able to predict that. That's insane. Now, if I did the same thing, I threw the marbles up and they all just landed, that's meaningless. It means nothing. The only thing that makes those two things different is one had intention and one did not. The fact that the universe is the way that it is, and it could have been any other way, is a meaningless thing unless you believe that it needed to be this way because it intended to create life. But we don't know, or certainly have no reason to believe that the universe intended to do anything.
Okay. Do you believe? Okay. I don't want to stick there and get stuck because we could just talk in circles. I'll move to something that maybe we can. I want us to move forward in the conversation. So, do you believe that beyond what we, physically see when it comes to particles or nature or the not like the aspects of nature that are not apparent to us, do you believe that they're working in order, or do you believe that we came about through randomness?
I think everything in the world is a product of chaos.
So you believe in no order
Order
within nature. Within nature.
Order is a subjective term. Like we decided what we think order is.
Oh man. Okay. We're breaking the conversation down all the way, but I'm gonna define order now. When I say order, I mean things happening in particular ways that allow them to keep growing or surviving. As opposed to where it meets an obstacle that it allows that obstacle to stop it because it's only happening in a random way.
But that's not the definition of order.
Can you pull up the definition of order?
Yeah, the definition of order. Hold on. It's like you can put your room in order.
Well, I mean, you just when I mentioned the word order, you kind of brought it up as like, well, kind of like order is an elusive term, but I think we kind of understand at least a basis
No,
of what
I didn't
order
say
is.
it's
But let's just go to a
elusive.
definition.
Did not say it was elusive. I said it's subjective.
No, I wasn't
Subjective-
being verbatim. I wasn't being verbatim.
But
I wasn't trying to
subjective
twist
and
your words.
elusive are entirely different meanings. So the word order means the arrangement or disposition of people or things in relation to each other according to a particular sequence, pattern, or method. And the thing that makes it particular is human subjectiveness. We've decided what is a pattern or method that we find meaningful or what we would call order.
So now that we know what order means, outside of what we believe or what we think, do you perceive that the universe works in any type of order according to that definition? Or is
Nah.
it random? Chaos.
No, because we decided what order is.
So is there a code to the universe?
No, certainly not. We lost him.
I'm still here. My phone was just I got a notification. But I heard your answer to that. But okay, so I wanna actually let me get on my computer so I can maybe pull up some things as well.
It's almost 4 o'clock already. Time flies when you're having fun. I wish I had more time to stay alive. Next week, I'll actually be able to host some longer live streams. My son's going to be visiting with mom for a little bit. And so when he's with mom, I'll do some longer live streams so we can get like a good 6, 7, 8 hour stream in there.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll start here. The universal genetic code within biology, it says perhaps the most widely recognized universal code refers to a set of rules by which information is encoded in genetic material, DNA and RNA, translated into proteins by living cells.
Right, yeah.
Do you consider that a code?
Well, we're talking about order still.
Well, I think that a code I'm trying to get to where we disconnected on one thing, so I have to go a step back. We didn't agree on another thing, so I'm going to step back to find out where we agree. I have to get to us agreeing on something to move the needle the direction I want to move it to, or to try to at least. I can't do it from a place where we don't even agree. If I say there's a code to the universe, or the universe is in order, and you say no, it's not, I'm not gonna go in a circle about that. I'm gonna go a step further back to see what we actually agree on, because we have to agree on something.
Well, a code to the universe is different than what we would call a code in our genetics.
Okay, so are you speaking on like a universal code similar to a computer code?
No.
Okay, so what are you speaking on when you say code?
I think the same
Even though
thing
I
you
brought the
are.
word code.
A code
Okay.
is a sequence of, we'll call it things, a sequence of things that when they're in the appropriate sequence, they can be followed and produce a predictable result.
Say that one more time for me. I heard you, but I want to get it clear.
A code is typically something that's sequenced, and if you follow the sequence appropriately, you can get a desired result from it.
So are you saying that you don't believe that is a sequence within nature? I want to understand sequence is steps that would be taken to get to a particular result, right?
In genetics, yes, you can call it a code. In the universe or in nature, no.
Okay. So and that's what I'm asking. I'm not saying like don't take code to mean what you think I think it means. When I asked you, does the universe have any type of code? Answer it in any type does it have any type of code? You're in a way what it seems like you're
doing. The universe, no.
You're answering to my understanding instead of the words I'm using.
No.
Or what you presume
the universe does not have a code.
Okay. So when I say code, if I mean a sequence.
So I already know the argument that you're trying to give. You want me to cut to the chase and give it?
You know the argument that I'm giving?
Yeah.
Please do tell me. Please do tell me. I feel like I've moved around a couple of times. I've tried to have 3 or 4 different conversations. So
I know.
But please tell me. Please tell me.
Okay. The whole there's code in our DNA argument argues for the fact that you can't get intelligence from non-intelligent life. Therefore, since there's code in our DNA, it had to come from an intelligent designer. Is that what you're trying to say? Where'd he go?
Hey, I'm here. My bad. I closed the app. To answer what you just asked, am I saying that because there's order or there's a code that means that there's a designer?
Mm-hmm.
No, but I wanted to know that if there is order or code, then what is your explanation for that?
It evolved. I believe what scientists believe.
Okay, so what is the original cause?
There's not an original cause. It's an infinite chain of causes. It's turtles all the way down, buddy.
So, okay, so you don't believe there was a... So when I look this up, right, and this is why I am gonna cut to the chase a little bit or just cut through. When I look these things up, scientists goes back into belief in a multiverse. Do you believe in a multiverse?
Some scientists believe in a multiverse. Some people believe in a different type of universe, like someone like Roger Penrose, Sean Carroll believe in a cyclical universe, which is, I think that's my favorite theory. But certainly a multiverse could be a theory. I also like the universe within a universe theory, which is essentially that our universe is actually one small universe in a infinite series of universes that all simultaneously coexist.
Okay, so my question is, for those theories, is there any material evidence for any of them?
Yeah, I think the latest comes from the DESI data collected in 2022, 2023, and is still ongoing. They're about to have a second round of data collected and released pretty soon that indicates that the rate of acceleration for the expansion of the universe is decreasing, meaning if you believe in dark energy is weakening. Now, you could say that it's evolving, like it's weakening now, but it could not be weakening later. You could also just say that, well, it seems to be weakening, which you would expect over the course of time if you believe in a cyclical model of the universe, which I do.
Can you repeat that study? What is the name of it, or who is it conducted by?
So the data is collected, referred to as the DESI data, DESI, DESI. It stands for Dark Energy Spectrum something or another. Now I got to look it up. I can never remember the name of this thing.
That it is in the process of trying to prove? And are you saying that it is in the process of trying to prove, trying to prove this point through the slowing down of expansion, or it has already proved that that the Big Bang was the connection to another cycle or a smaller universe within the universe? Are you saying it's in the process, or it has been completed and proven something already?
I'm saying they're not trying to prove anything. The goal is to collect data. The interpretation of the data comes next. So it's called the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, short-term DESI, way easier to say DESI. And they've been collecting data now for a couple of years, and the data shows that, in fact, the universe, the expansion rate of the universe is not a constant. They used to think it was a constant. Okay. Now, we're going to have more data released in the future. So the more data points you get, the better. But up till now, the data points that we have demonstrate that the expansion rate of the universe is not going to accelerate forever.
Sorry. So the slowing down of expansion is the evidence to the discovery of these pre-existing universes or multi-universes?
No, I never advocated for the multiverse.
Okay, so but I'm looking at this here, the DESI dark the DESI data, and I mean I don't see that it has actually like found any answers to what was the cause of the Big Bang. I'll look into it more. I could say maybe it does.
It's not attempting to. The point of the DESI data has nothing to do with proving the Big Bang.
Okay, so that's what I was asking you, though.
You didn't ask for a proof of the Big Bang.
No. I was asking. First, I asked what was the cause, and then I asked.
You certainly did not ask me for the cause.
I would tempt you to maybe rewind the playback, to rewind it back. I did say you believe in the Big Bang. And, well, either way, I'm gonna say this.
Maybe you wanted to say that. Maybe you meant to say that, but
well, I don't want to get stuck on that. So I'll just say I could be wrong. But that's what I'm saying right now is what I was asking you about was your explanation of the original cause or the uncaused or whatever. And that's how we got to this DESI data stuff, because I'm assuming that this is about understanding more information about before whatever we have already come to understand.
I don't believe in a first cause. Why would I believe in a first cause?
Don't you? Does every effect not have to have a cause?
Yeah, an infinite chain of causes.
And I asked, what evidence is there for that?
Because we have no evidence to the contrary. All the evidence we have indicates that everything that's here has always existed. Matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So, logically, you can't get something from nothing. And since we have something, there's obviously no nothing. We have no evidence whatsoever that would point to the idea that there was once nothing. None.
No, I'm going to say this. It sounds like what you're saying, what your belief is, or your understanding, takes just as much faith as believing in a designer.
Not even close. My viewpoint doesn't even require a designer.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? You broke up a little bit.
Not even close. My viewpoint is that there's always
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You're saying that the universe is eternal.
Yes, my viewpoint is that the universe is eternal, and there's no evidence to the contrary. There's not a single piece of evidence we have that suggests there was once nothing that gave rise to something. Unless you can tell me what it is.
Get to the, how do we go from here back to the Big Bang?
You just count backwards? Not hard.
I said, so how do we go from here basically back to the Big Bang? What we're saying is we're going to keep going and going until eventually it's going to be nothing and we're going to start over, right?
Yeah,
Like
we're
the
gonna.
Big Bang will happen again.
Okay, so there's two theories. Yes, there's two theories. I think Roger Penrose's theory is a little bit different than someone like Sean Carroll, but it's been around for a long time. And the reality is, if the acceleration starts to decrease of the expansion, eventually it will decrease. Like we'll have a rather than an acceleration, we'll have a deceleration. And the deceleration obviously would be caused by gravity. And it might even be that black or
You
that dark
said
energy.
deceleration defies gravity. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm saying no, the deceleration would be caused by gravity. And I don't even know if we can attribute this to the weakening of dark energy. I know there's a lot of good arguments for dark energy existing. I think the reason why we have the Big Bang is because of black hole bounce. That's something that is studied and known. And black hole bounce could definitely contribute to why the universe is expanding rather than blaming it on dark energy. Because if you ask quantum physics seems to have a really good explanation for dark energy that obviously I don't have the expertise to argue against. All I know is that, the science on this is certainly, what's the word I'm looking for? It's still active. Like people are still trying to figure some of this stuff out. What I do know is that no matter what the various points of argumentation are, there's just no evidence that there was ever nothing.
I mean, that kind of, I would honestly say that lines up with not with my belief in a designer because I believe that designer has to be eternal. So there was always something there. We actually don't agree on that. Perspectives on what that matter may have been. So let me ask this: do you
But
believe in
if
consciousness?
but if the universe is eternal, why do we need a designer?
If the universe is eternal, why does it need a designer?
Mhm.
Well, I'm saying that the designer is eternal. You said there was always something there. I didn't say the universe was always
That's
there.
what I'm
I
saying.
didn't say the universe is eternal.
In my worldview, if the universe is eternal, what do we need a designer for?
What? I don't believe the universe is eternal.
But I do.
So that's just where we have a difference in belief. But if you have some evidence to why you believe that, I would be open to it.
I just told you like 5 different points.
Why on why the universe is eternal?
Yeah, because you can't get something from nothing. We have something, therefore there was never nothing. Nothing. No reason to believe there was ever nothing. Number 2, the cyclical universe model is a working model. It's a real thing, and the DESI data seems to actually confirm it. I mean, I don't see a
Okay.
way around that. And if we believe,
Well, no, I would say
if we
yes.
believe that time is a property of the universe rather than an independent item, independent from the universe, then well, shit. There's absolutely no issue saying that the universe existed forever because even if everything was like completely immaterial, even if all you had is like some weird singularity, well, then time just wouldn't exist. And then time
Okay.
would not exist until time existed because time is not an independent entity. It's just literally a property of the material universe. So it just something wasn't in existence until you got the material universe. Once you get to the material universe, then you get time.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to understand what you said because that was a little bit of a lot for me. But are you saying that something, if it's eternal in your perspective, even before it actually manifests into a physical thing, like before whatever the Big Bang was, let's say there was just heat or energy of some raw sort, you would still say the universe is there, even though it hasn't manifested yet, because it will manifest. Or are you saying something different?
No, energy would be the universe. Even if, first of all, energy is not a thing. You can't just be energy. Energy is a property of the physical universe. That being said, even if there was energy, let's say it's just a quantum field. Okay, we've got a quantum field and there's no matter yet. Well, quantum fields give rise to actual matter. So it doesn't matter if it's completely a quantum field or if there was always matter. The reality is there was always something. We have no reason to believe that
Well,
there
I think we
wasn't
just said,
nothing.
yeah, I think we just said the same thing. I understand.
But
I just wanted to be clear on what you were saying.
yeah, but a quantum field doesn't require God to create it.
No, I understand that, but this is why I asked that question. For example, like a human, right now, me and you are alive. We are consciousness, but and we are energy. But when we pass, that energy will just turn into what, heat or a part of the atmosphere, right? Is that what you believe?
No, it'll go into the ground and it will turn into worm food.
Okay, so that even though that is the same energy that we carried throughout life, now it is only decomposing, uh, for, soon to be soil or body, basically. So we
Energy,
can say that.
so
Yes,
energy
I'm
is not a
listening.
thing. Energy is a measurement. It's the
Well, you said
property.
something.
Energy is a property of things.
I understand. I'm just using the word as a placeholder. I hope you
Right.
don't take it like too like I'm not trying to downplay the word energy or something like that. I'm just
Mhm.
using that as a for understanding.
But so
But
that's what I'm saying. Like if our body, when we decompose, it just goes into the ground. We're just going to be consumed by other stuff. There's nothing. There's no immaterial part of us that needs to go somewhere else. Like we don't have any souls or anything.
okay, so I'm glad you brought that up because that moves me to my next point. So you don't think that there is a non-physical aspect to a human?
No,
How would you describe feelings?
feelings are chemical reactions in your brain. We can manipulate them. We can measure them. We can induce them.
Okay. Do you consider the mind physical, or is it connected to a physical body part?
Physical.
The mind is physical.
Yeah.
Does science believe that the mind is fully physical?
As far as I can tell, I've never seen a good piece of science suggesting that there's an immaterial part of the mind. In fact,
I mean, I've heard that the mind in science is known as the hard problem because scientists have a hard time fully defining the aspects of the mind that are intangible as far as perception, consciousness. Like describe the color red, like describe the perception of the color red, things like that. Science has a hard time describing those things because they're
well,
not fully physical.
I don't know if science does. Science knows exactly what red is. It's a wavelength.
No, I'm talking about the mind. I was just using that as an example.
Yeah, but I think these are kind of illogical questions. Like it's like saying, can you smell the color purple or hear the feeling of a needle prick? Like you're using two different forms of interacting with the world that don't cross over.
Well, yeah, I don't want to get stuck on that. I'm just talking about the mind.
Right.
I'm just trying to understand. Do you perceive any non-physical aspect of the mind? But you're saying no.
I don't see a reason to. No.
So is a thought physical?
As far as I can tell, yeah.
Is an idea physical? An idea is physical.
Yeah, the idea is in our brain. It's a physical thing. We can measure the brain waves and see like how the brain is coming up with these thoughts. We can even see like what people are thinking if we're doing brain scans. In fact, I've got a friend who's a medical doctor who knows a little bit about this. I think he wants to add something to us. How you doing, Ems?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm good. How are
Oh,
you?
I've heard this guy in a different live. How you doing, Em?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, you got a real
And
distinct voice.
thank you. And yeah, I came up to say that I lost my train of thought.
We
You
were
were
talking about
saying
the
again,
mind.
Justin, and we were just saying. You were
What,
saying,
so we were talking about whether or not the
yeah.
brain contains any sort of like immaterial proper to it, or if the brain is just like a physical thing.
The mind, not the brain. The mind and the brain are
To
different.
me,
I
it's the same
mean,
thing.
a good example of this is like if you think of language, and our ability to interpret language and use language, we can see specific parts in the brain which are specialized in grammar. For example, if you have a problem in, again, your Broca's area, you would have problems communicating, even enunciating words or speaking at all, and have a problem with grammar. If you have a problem with your vernix area, you would have a problem understanding words, but you would be able to make and produce sounds in a grammatically correct way. So, like everything that would be quote unquote perception and conscious, and your ability to communicate or perceive, again, this is you giving out to the world, speaking and producing sound and language, and you interpreting the words, again, as language,
Yeah.
can be affected by different parts of your brain.
Yo, so do you
Okay.
And
believe?
completely independently. So again, as I said, you can have, which would be expressive aphasia. If you have a problem in your vernix area, you would be able to produce words. You would be fluent. You would be able to make sentences, but you wouldn't be able to understand sentences.
I understand perception.
Yo, so do you believe that, say, like fish? Do you think fish have souls?
Yeah. Well, I think fish have a spirit. I think a soul, to my understanding, a soul is the tethering of a spirit and a body.
Does the fish spirit go somewhere when it dies?
Yes, everything returns to the source.
Where?
What I would call the cause, what you basically don't believe is necessary.
Yeah, but where? Where does it go?
Well, I would say the spirit is non-physical. It exists where the mind exists,
But
where
where
thoughts
does?
exist.
Yeah, but where is that?
I mean, have you ever had a dream?
Yeah,
Where did it happen?
in my head.
In your what though? You don't want to say the word. You don't want to say it. In your mind.
My mind
It
is in my
says
head.
it is, but you didn't want to be specific and say that it happens in your mind. Does it happen
But
in the back of your head?
what happens all throughout my head, like various regions of my brain
I,
are going to be firing while I'm dreaming.
well, I would say it happens. You see dreams with your pineal gland, and you perceive dreams in
No,
mind with your third eye.
That's not
I
true.
know.
So what do you look at a dream with?
You do not look at dreams because, again, your eyes are not going to be active.
So okay. So do we not? Do you guys not believe that you can see with the pineal gland?
No.
You do not see with the pineal gland. The pineal gland is going to produce melatonin, which is putting you to sleep, and it's going to regulate your circadian rhythm, but it is not going to cause you to see stuff. That is going to be mostly your cortex area. It is just activating pathways which are activated when you're awake.
It says the
By the
pineal
stimulation of
gland,
the
a small endocrine
uh,
gland in the brain, believed to play a role in dreaming,
yes,
particularly in the
it puts you to
vividness
sleep
and imagery. But why did you guys just completely deny what I said?
Because it was
We
wrong.
could have
because it
found a
is not
middle
what is
ground.
causing you to see
We could
stuff.
have made a bridge. I literally just said that the pineal gland is what leads to us having dreams or seeing. We see dreams through the pineal gland.
Mm-mm.
As far as I
You
know,
could
it
say
doesn't cause you to see stuff. Maybe I'm wrong, but
no, but
I do
okay.
not think that it causes you to see stuff.
Does it
That would be
okay?
mostly the activation of your
Does
cortical
it play
visual
a
pathways.
role?
Yes, by putting you to
Does
sleep.
it play a
Yes,
role?
by putting you
The
to sleep
pineal
and,
gland
and
only puts
regulating
you
your
to sleep.
sleep. And regulate your sleep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I see here now. Now I'm
As
gonna
far
say
as I
this.
know, I could be wrong.
I agree with what no, I agree with what you're saying, but I also think that what I'm saying is a part of the whole thing. I feel like maybe you're pointing out the half that you're aware of. I see here it produces melatonin, a
Maybe.
hormone that regulates sleep and wake cycles. So you are right. And
Uh,
some research suggests it may also be involved in the production of
so it
compounds
may.
like DMT. No, that was when I
Oh,
continued. I started
oh
out
yeah.
saying that the pineal gland plays a role in dreaming, particularly in the
Uh-huh.
vividness and imagery of dreams.
And what is the role?
Well, I said it. The role. Well, I don't know exactly what the role is, but it
Well,
also produces
yo,
melatonin.
so what do
So I
you?
acknowledge what you said.
Yeah, what do glands do?
I was only speaking about the pineal gland
I
And I
know.
just pulled up the definition for what I
Right,
said.
but it's called a gland for a
Yeah,
reason.
so again, I just looked this up and it says the pineal gland does not directly cause visual dreams, but it plays a role in regulating sleep and dreaming.
And sleep
But
and
I do
dreaming.
not know how. Yeah, but I do not know how it would cause you to see physical things in your dream. Because again, that
Well,
would
no,
be
I
mainly the
understand that my
visual
statement
pathways in your
wasn't spot
cortex.
on. I understand my statement wasn't spot
Uh-huh.
on, but
It's
you
fine.
all took it as if, I mean, the way you responded was if there was
Mhm.
no validity to what I was saying. I
So
understand it wasn't accurate, and
As
I'll
far as
take
I know.
that.
so
I'll take that it
Yoso,
wasn't fully accurate.
so
But
Yoso,
what I'm saying is,
there's kind of a symptom
yes,
of the conversation that we've been having so far, which is that I think sometimes you use words, and I don't know the best way to say it, but I think sometimes you use words haphazardly, and the way you mean them to be taken don't mean what they actually mean. But the problem that we have is we can only know the meaning of the words that leave your mouth, not how you intend to use them, right? So if you use a word and you intended it to mean something different than like the blanket value of the word, we have no way of knowing that, right? That's why we're listening very carefully to your words and analyzing your words, because all we can really know is your words. We don't know any of your intents on how to use the word.
okay, I understand.
But we're trying. Like we're trying to hear your words and think to ourselves, okay, what does he mean? What's he trying to say, right? So we're
I'm gonna
trying, I
simplify. I'll
promise.
simplify it. Yes, I'll simplify it. There is a non-physical aspect to life, as I perceive it. Maybe you perceive it differently,
Mm-hmm.
but when I think about a daydream or a dream or using your imagination, I think about
Yeah,
that
so
as you. I'm listening. Go ahead. You want to say something else?
I do not mean to interrupt you, but
You're
I
okay.
personally do not have a the ability to visualize, and I do not dream. So is my consciousness not half physical and half metaphysical?
I would say that if you do not have the ability to imagine or to
It is not just
dream,
me.
well, I think that imagination is a part of human experience.
I do not have that.
Okay, well,
I
if you
have
do not have,
aphantasia.
if you, so you cannot, are you able to visualize at all?
No, I don't, not at all. No,
If I said close your eyes and picture a bucket, you couldn't do
I've
that.
done this throughout my life. No, I do not know how to do that. No,
And it
So
actually,
you're
called
asking me
aphantasia.
now, does that make you less conscious?
I'm asking you. You said that it is proving the fact that we dream, that we have imaginations, is proving that there is a non-physical aspect. And I'm telling you, I do not see that. I do not have that.
Okay,
I
that's
have
fine.
aphantasia, which you can
That is
look up.
fine.
You said that you had a computer next to you. Look up aphantasia.
Spell it for me.
Millions of people like me. APHAN
TA.
TASI.
Yes.
Now, Ems, get this. There's another version of this. I don't know what it's called for auditory things. So, for example, when I read, I can hear the words in my head. Like my head is reproducing the words as I'm reading it, right? I've got a brother.
Caused, yeah.
I've got a
That is
brother.
caused by also another area in the brain,
Yeah, he
which we
doesn't
do
do
know what it's
that.
called. The supramarginal area.
Yeah, when he reads, it's dead silent. He doesn't hear anything. Nothing's happening in his brain when he reads, which is really interesting.
I think he's
Yeah,
looking it up.
I would like, no,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry, I pulled it up. I would like to read what I found for aphantasia. It says aphantasia is the inability to voluntarily visualize mental images. It is often described as having a mind's eye that is blind. So that's
And
meaning
I do not dream.
individuals, yes, meaning individuals without it cannot form mental pictures of things they are thinking about.
Right.
So I would say this. First, I just want to acknowledge that here I don't, we don't have to stick with this term or hold it super firm, but how it mentions a mind's eye, I think that is kind of referring to what I was trying to describe.
It is descriptive. That is
Maybe I
all.
did it poorly, as you said, deconstruction zone, but I was just trying to describe that when we dream, we are seeing through the mind's eye. So that actually comes back to the point I was making a minute ago. You can you can like reject it. I'm totally fine with that. But I just wanted to clarify what I was trying to say.
Fair enough.
That yeah,
Well,
we see dreams through the mind's eye,
well,
and that dreams
listen,
happened in the mind.
yo. So unfortunately, I'm short of time. I got to get to the super chats
It's
before it gets
okay.
too much later. My stream has to end by 5 o'clock. But listen, you've been like really kind, and you've been a really nice guest, and we super appreciate that because like we can discuss these topics, and it doesn't actually have to turn into like a shouting match. You can just have a conversation, and I feel like we did have a conversation. So I appreciate the
Yes.
conversation.
Thank you, man. And I want to be clear, man. I love science as well. Just because I'm a believer, I still love science, and I believe in reality as
Yeah, for
well.
sure. Well, listen, we
So
we
thank you, man.
appreciate
Thank you
you.
for your time. Yes, I'll be back.
Cheers, buddy. Come back soon.
All right, bye. Have a great day, guys.
You too.
You too.
What a great guest to have near the end of the stream, like a palate
He
cleanser.
is
You know what I mean?
fairly nice. Mhm.
Yeah, he's pretty nice. All right, I'm gonna read some super chats. It's 4:14. I'm probably not gonna have time to take another guest. But I want to get to everyone's super chats because I really appreciate you guys.
I'm gonna be dropping, but thank you for having me up.
Ems, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for being here, buddy. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you for having me up. Bye bye.
Have a great one. WMs, big W for M's. Like people think of M's as just like the worst fear of Muslims, but dude's just smart in so many ways. He's amazing. Just not a lot of people like him. Robin says, "Happy Monday." Well, shit, Robin. Happy Monday to you. We got some Monday barbecue in. I hope that you enjoyed it. I really do. And Kyle coming in again. Thank you so much, Kyle, for the super chat. It says, well, we might be able to compare the choice to choose something in comparison to the Venus gauge event. This is news for me. What's a Venus gauge? Oh, Phineas Gage, the guy that got the stake into his head. Yes. Okay. The Phineas Gage situation was wild. Okay. So let me make sure I read the rest of this. Yeah. Phineas Gage event, the one with the railroad spike. He kind of lost his ability to choose due to brain damage. Thoughts. Okay. So I agree with you. Like we can manipulate the brain and determine that people's ability to choose can be hindered. Not just Phineas Gage. If you go to the split brain experiments that were pioneered by Roger Sperry, what we find is that when we split the collopum corsa, what the fuck do you call that? Hold on. What do they call that thing? Okay, the thing that they cut in your brain is the corpus callostomy. Fuck, I would not even close to that. The corpus callostomy, they'll cut it in the brain and it divides the two halves of the brain so they don't really get crosstalk anymore. And what they find is people develop two different personalities. A lot of times they can't, like, you can't do one thing, like you can't cover this eye and think about something the same way you could do covering this eye and think about something because the data goes to different places. So what they would do is like show somebody a picture and close one eye and ask them to describe it, and then do the other eye and ask them to describe it. What they discovered is like depending on what side of your brain you were using, you couldn't even describe it. Like you might be able to close this eye and describe it, and then try this eye. You can't describe it, but you can draw it. Right. So the split brain experiments, I think, reinforce the Phineas Gage situation. That's a really good thought there, Kyle. And Squeegee says, hi, Justin. Hail Nero. Hail Nero. I agree. I have always thought that let's try this again on a t-shirt would be a great addition to the DZ swag. I'd buy one. I agree with you. 1 second. 1 second. I'm going to put this in my web browser and save it for later. I will come hell or high water this week, friends. I will go, because a lot of people ask for it. I will do a shirt this week and maybe some stickers that say, we'll try this again. I promise we'll get it done, Squeegee. I promise we'll get it done. Thank you for being here though. And thank you for supporting. I'm a little behind on getting some of these tasks completed. Deleted user says, what are the chances Sono is using that guy's stolen card? Shit, I forgot the conversation I was having with Sono now. I don't know. Shoot. I mean, it certainly seems plausible. I apologize. I kind of forgot what was going on with Sono. Kenneth says Sono guy single-handedly paying for Justin's college. I'm sorry, Sono, the guy who was commenting, not the guy I was talking to, said, "What are the chances that Sono is using that guy's stolen card?" Maybe he seems out there. Kenneth says this Sono guy single-handedly paying for Justin's college fund. Notice how all his chats are threats of God, not facts. Isn't that the funniest thing? Is that the evangelists, the missionaries, they don't want to bring you facts. They want to bring you preaching. And the reason why they bring you preaching, one, is because they don't have facts. That's it. Also, because it works on people who kind of already believe. Preaching is really effective when you go to somebody who's like a lapsed Christian and they still kind of believe. It's very fucking effective. You can get that person in church fast. But for an atheist, preaching's useless. It doesn't matter how many times you read John 3:16, doesn't mean anything. I am the cheese. Welcome back. It says son of Fulgrim, Sono, is a Warhammer 40,000K reference or 40K reference due to cosplay theist. Are you suggesting that Sono is not a real Christian? Maybe. I could believe that. Or just not a bright one, actually. Sam, a.k.a. Shmuley, well, thank you for letting us know that this is Shmuley. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I'm with you on pens. I got a custom one as a gift made from a whiskey barrel. Are you shitting me? It still has a little whiskey smell every now and then. Always rock hard for Doug. Listen, that sounds like a dope-ass pen. I would pay money for that kind of a pen. I love a cool pen. That's dope. Thank you for sharing, Sam. I didn't know that they were making such cool things, but why wouldn't you? It's just wood. Of course you can turn a whiskey wood into a pen. Timothy says, I bet Sono is going to count that as their weekly tithe. I bet you're right, actually. If I had to guess. If I know anything about Christians, that is money given to God. But to be fair, right? Let's be fair, okay? If God never says you have to give money to the church, okay? If you're going to give a tithe, give it to someone poor. Give it to someone you don't like. Why should I be forced to pay this guy to drive another Mercedes Benz? I actually would agree with Sono. If that was Sono's tithe money and he gave it to preach to everybody here rather than to his pastor, that's probably a good use of funds. I mean, for us, not for him. He's still wasting his money. Scott, thank you for the super chat. Says, for a great, profound, and hilarious atheist rock song, check out, oh God, Syphilis and Religion by Graham Parker and Jesus Was a Dreidel Spinner by Joel Sobule. Let me put this in. There's so many songs out there I don't know about, but Syphilis and Religion sounds like a banger, literally and figuratively. I'm down for that, Scott. Thanks for letting me know. It's in the browser. I'll play it here later. And Yoda, great to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It is a huge W. It says, broke out the cheat sheet the other day. Had a nice talk about God and grape. He never did that. Where did you read such a thing? Thanks for the cheat sheet. I pulled up multiple references. Rock hard for Doug. Sell the pretzel shop shirt. Oh, shit. All right, hold on. I got to write that down, too. The pretzel shop shirt, and also going to do a shirt for, let's try that again. Sorry, I'm late on these guys. I apologize. Summers are crazy for me. My schedule over summer is always crazy. Design says Sono. Well, I gave tithe to a group of atheists to repeat my words, and they should all be here any minute. Church. Could you imagine? He's probably going to go to his church friends and say what he did. He's going to go and say, listen, I sent all these super chats and I witnessed to all these heathen atheists. Ain't I like making Jesus proud? And a lot of them are going to pat him on the back. Oh, look at you ministering to the atheists. I'm sure you saved a bunch of them. And you know, that's what you get. It's just a big old circle jerk. Martin says, is there any argument to make for the Jewish God to be female then see Christians squirm about, yeah, Timothy 2:12. Well, kind of, because if you believe that the Spirit of God is fundamental to God, well, it's feminine. Ruach in Hebrew is a feminine ending. And Yahweh it's not, I don't want to say it's a feminine ending because it's a verb. And there are such things as feminine, masculine verb endings, but shit, now I gotta. I don't believe that that really fits the verb paradigms that I'm looking for in Hebrew. Um, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know of a verb paradigm that fits that ending of Yahweh. So that being said, at least we can say that the Spirit has a feminine ending. We can assume that the Father is masculine, and therefore God may not be feminine necessarily or a female necessarily, but he is or it is trans. So to be sure, Martin, the God of the Bible appears to be they, them, transsexual. Seems to be the case. Anyways, good question. I appreciate that. And also, Stinky, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Mizavros, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says the Trinity, Father in the Son, and the hokey ghost watches. Did I get that right? That's basically it. Remember, God had to knock up his own mother to give birth to himself, which means not only is God kind of trans, he's also incest. The God of the Bible is a trans incest weird metaphysical entity. Hey, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. I super appreciate that. It says, what if someone had thrown Doug at me when I spectacularly failed my virginity test? Love these debates. You're doing Doug's work. Well, thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. Listen, that's the hard part about the Bible, and that's how you know the Bible is not true, because the God of the Bible wants to use Doug in the most profoundly unholy way possible. The Bible God wants you to take Doug and injure people, but Doug would never do that. Doug doesn't want anyone to be injured, certainly not on Doug's account. So praise Doug and Sharon Stone for being good where God is not. Although the Bible God, that is. I am the cheese. Thank you for the 999. Says, in Jewish tradition, the righteous come out of the graves at the Mount of Olives and descend to Jerusalem at the arrival of the Mashiach. Rabbis believe in a physical out of the grave resurrection of the dead. Yes, that's what we read from Daniel chapter 9, because it is in fact a physical resurrection. It's not a spiritual one. Paul was wrong. Paul was completely wrong. You don't receive new bodies. Your old body is renewed. And Johnny Cakes, thank you for the 999, says, thoughts on Joseph Atwell's Caesar's Messiah hypothesis, that Gospels are written to predict that Titus Flavius was the son of man. Temple was destroyed by Titus Flavius in reality. I don't believe in the Caesar's Messiah's theory. Even if Jesus was fiction, I don't think it was made up by the Romans. There's way too much anti-Roman propaganda in there, and there's way too much stuff that would be dangerous to the Romans. There's way too much stuff that would only work if it came from cult followers of Jesus, not from the Romans. Plus, I've watched the documentary Caesar's Messiah. It just makes a lot of blunders about ancient Rome. It says things that are just fundamentally not true of ancient Rome. And so I just don't think it's really well researched. And Joseph Atwell isn't a historian or a biblical scholar of any nature, which I think is why it fails, because he just isn't in tune. You know what I mean? And these are hard things to explain to people, but I kind of explain it like this. Like, if you're a medical doctor, you can tell the difference immediately between somebody who has a medical degree and somebody who like practices herbs. You know, because you got the training. Sometimes it's hard to articulate immediately, but you can just tell right off the bat. The stuff by like Joseph Atwell and others, you could, like, anyone who's got an education in this particular field can just tell immediately that this guy doesn't have a proper education. It's just obvious with a lot of statements that he says. Roger Wenzel says confusion abounds at the sweet smell of the cooked. Doesn't it always, Roger? Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It really does. Like the theists will get up here and they'll kind of get put to the coals, and then rather than conceding an argument, they appear to be concussed. In reality, they should just concede. Bryce, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Jesus also contradicts himself in John 3:16, 16 through 18. Yes, he does. It says salvation, belief. But in Matthew 7:21 through 23, he says it's by works. Yes, he absolutely does. Anyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved, except they won't be. They will not. Bryce, you absolutely nailed it. And that is on the cheat sheet, actually. The other thing, too, that Jesus really screws up, just absolutely screws up, is he literally says, no man has seen God at any time. But if Jesus literally is God, 100% God, then that statement's literally false. Literally, if Jesus is 100% God according to the Trinity, then Jesus is lying when he says no man has ever seen God at any time. They were literally looking at the supposed God as he was uttering that lie. G, hey, great name. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says Paul was not writing systematic theology. They were letters to specific congregations at different times. His views change, or he just shifted arguments to suit the topic like apologists. Agreed. Thank you so much, G. So this is the point. Paul's theology was developing over time. He'd said shit to the Thessalonian church that he probably wouldn't say to, like, during his later letters, even like in 2 Corinthians or Ephesians or even the book of Romans, like his last letter, right? Because he was still figuring it out. He himself didn't even know. And once you write the letter, you can't take it back. It's already out there. Double Donkey Surfer, great name. Thank you for the 666. Says, when is the Apologia collab dropping? I don't know yet. We've both kind of dropped the ball on this. Summer's hard, guys. Says, would love to hear you guys talk hallucination versus imposter as better explanation for the Jesus resurrection. And listen, I actually found another ancient reference to bolster his argument of hallucination as opposed to imposter. The quotation comes from Julian the Heretic, and he writes that the early Christians were going to the tombs of dead people waiting for hallucinations, like they were expecting them, and that this was actually a false teaching within Judaism. This was something you weren't supposed to do. And so it seems to be that there might be a tradition within Judaism that people, or early Christianity rather, that people were expecting visions, which you would expect if Paul had a vision of Jesus and other people were expecting visions of Jesus or visions of other loved ones. Why wouldn't we expect also that maybe the appearance of Jesus to one or two of the disciples was in fact just a vision, not even an imposter, right? But I think the imposter theory does a better job of explaining what we find in Gospels, especially Gospel of John, and I think in Luke or Matthew, where Jesus reappears and no one recognizes the asshole. They're like, is this the fucking gardener? Well, yeah, you would expect that if in fact there was an imposter. Tim, thank you for the super chat, says, if Jesus is glory and his hands have holes, are they wink, wink? Yes, Jesus himself does in fact have glory holes, Tim. Excellent play on words, and I agree with you. I agree with you on that one. Matt Vernon, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat, says, if you haven't watched Tim Manchin's live performance of Thank You God, it's on YouTube, then you're making Baby Doug cry. Don't make Baby Doug cry. I finally did watch it. So many people super chatted to watch Tim Manchin. I finally got around this week to watching a bunch of Tim Minchin, and he's really funny. Highly recommend. Papa No, thank you for the $5 super chat, says Wicca and atheists are close allies and are harmless. Actually, I mean, yeah, the Wiccans and the atheists do run around in a lot of the same circles, and the reason why is because it's kind of harmless. Same thing with like Buddhists. I don't give a damn about Buddhists. They're not out here hurting anybody with their religion. Like, what the fuck do I care for, right? So like, yeah, if your religion is harmless, I don't care. You can have it. Kyle says alchemists believe that urine could be a source for creating gold or other valuable substances like a philosopher's stone. Yeah, alchemy is crazy, absolutely crazy. I get the idea. The idea is if you make the right combination of ingredients, you'll create something new, a different molecular structure. But what you won't do is create like gold. Not going to happen. Crucifix Me says tried alchemy. Now I sit like a Filbro. Oh, geez. Well, I hope you're okay. I hope that you didn't end up with crushed testicles, because now you can't be entering into the congregation of Yahweh if it turns out to be true. His shadow, thank you for the 699, says the day that believer comes in and says strong anthropic principle instead of fine tuning, you'll know they might understand the concept. Actually, Shadow, that's 100% right. You can definitely tell the difference between someone who read like a philosophical argument and is trying to repeat it versus someone who has actually developed themselves a full-on argument using scientific principles, because then they'll typically use scientific principles like the anthropic argument. Dustin says, I heard if you take Bible code and multiply it by the genetic code, it equals contra code. Then if you take that and multiply that by Morse code, you get the Da Vinci Code. Actually, Dustin, I believe that. Yeah. If you take all these codes and add them up somehow, you'll end up in Morse code. And who's ever doing it is going to end up in like a nursing home soon, because it's only like old geriatric Nebraska Steve type people who still believe in Bible codes. I feel like that was popular in the 80s. And thank Doug, it's not popular anymore. My goodness. I'm so glad that young people aren't getting in here giving us BS Bible code stuff that was debunked 40 years ago. Mr. Morpheus, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Christians say there's a God because the human body and life is complex, but simplicity reflects intelligence more than complexity, a principle shared across disciplines. It does, actually. In my training, in both engineering and programming and whatnot, if you could do a design that did everything you needed to do, you would do it just that. You wouldn't add anything else to it. You wouldn't add superfluous things to the design. You only use what you need. When you have vestigial organs or non-functional code or things like that, now you're just overcomplicating the design. And the reality is the human design is full of overcomplications, a lot of them completely non-value adding. St. Brush says, ask this alchemy mushroom guy if 1 times 1 equals. I should start asking people basic math questions to see what they do, St. Brush. And Cody says, I'm the exact same. If I close my eyes, I see nothing. Yeah, Cody, it's a real thing. Millions of people suffer from it, friend. And Josh says, is this Terrence Howard? It sounded like Terrence Howard. If I had to guess, he was influenced by Terrence Howard and designed. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the additional super chat. Says hollowing out definitions to smuggle in preconceived beliefs pays poorly. That is kind of the thing, right? That's what it like. So, Sebastian Cole, known as Pinkbeard now, always says that words are elastic, but I think words need to be elastic to believers because you need them to smuggle in concepts that normally you couldn't smuggle in, right? And so it's just one of those things. You want to hide a concept into a word where it normally doesn't belong, Kyle coming in again says, oh my God, yeah, they had a guy where they split his brain in two. He tried to button his shirt, and yet his other hand was trying to unbutton the shirt at the same time. That's it, Kyle. Yeah, that's part of the split brain experiments. Because once your brain is split, you understand that your so-called decision-making experiences are coming from your brain. And when you split the brain, it turns out your two different hemispheres are making different decisions sometimes. Sometimes the decisions that they're making, operating independent from each other, don't agree with each other. So the brain contradicts itself. It's crazy. Hercules says, your last caller was definitely an Uber driver. That might be the case. That certainly could be the case. But we need Uber drivers, you know what I mean? So power to them. And Yoda, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, God knocked up his mother. That is the case. So that she could give birth to himself, indeed, so that he could sacrifice himself to himself to save us from the punishment that he created. Thanks, I guess. It really is the most convoluted thing in the world. I remember even as like a liberal believer when I was in the faith, I read that meme, the very famous meme where Jesus is knocking at the door. And he's like, "Let me in," and the guy on the other side of the door is like, "Why?" Because of what I'm going to do to you if you don't let me in. Like, oh shit, that is kind of the thing, right? God doesn't love you; He just wants you to do what He says, or He'll burn you in hell. Space Lord says Jesus is coming. Everyone look busy. Actually, this is the funny part. There's a lot of people in the Christian faith who literally would spend their time trying to calculate Jesus' return rather than doing his words. St. Barnabas says, "Son of Fulgum, I'm an atheist and I would like to know how to find Jesus. Please use super chats to reply." I think we lost him, but I would love to hear him waste a bunch of super chat time and money explaining to atheists how to go to heaven so then I could pretzel them with verses. Cranky Old Cuber, thank you so much for being here, friend. Great to see you. It says, "More DZ, more work in the yard. Today, I'm busting up concrete." That's real work, actually. That's man's work. Shit, no, that's misogynistic. That's real work. That's hard work. Women do hard work too. I apologize for that. That's my fault. Sometimes I say things that are still stuck in my vocabulary that shouldn't be there. Guys, we're all learning. It's a process. It's a process. Today's guests are lending me righteous strength for my tasks. Nice cooking, Justin. Hey, shit. Thank you for being here. I appreciate the super chat. And listen, best of luck on breaking up concrete. I've done my fair share of breaking up concrete with sledgehammers. It can be fun. Just wear safety glasses. Don't get your eye like shot out by a piece of rogue concrete that you hit. Wear safety glasses, friends. And Carlos says, "Sono, thank you for your tithes to Doug." Yes, tithes. Doug appreciates your tithes and offerings. He really does. And Peter says, "Tomorrow commences the Sono GoFundMe." Could fucking imagine a guy up here spending all of his money. And tomorrow he's got a GoFundMe. He spent all of his money on missionary work, trying to convert atheists. And GP says, "Silly theist, Christianity spread because Constantine won a civil war of ambition." He really did. Dude didn't convert until his deathbed. We had grifters back then. Yeah, by all accounts, his mother seems to have been a believer, but Constantine, not so much. Constantine just wanted to make his mom happy and keep the country, try to prevent future infighting. You know what I mean? And Space Lord says, if I were Peter, I'd write a lot more about how me and Jesus were BFFs. That's not what we have in 1st and 2nd Peter. So that's the craziest thing, right? Peter literally wrote a letter, theoretically 2 letters. There's no inside information. We don't learn anything. We don't learn a single fucking thing about Peter and Jesus from the letters of Peter. That's crazy. The one book in the Bible, right, that if it's from Peter, we should be learning something new about Jesus and Peter and their relationship and things that they did. And it's just not there. It's just not there. It's how is there nothing in 1st and 2nd Peter that was like, well, Jesus and I this one day? That's crazy. And it opens it, unlike the Gospels, it opens with the character, Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ. Well, shit, why didn't you tell us a whole bunch of new information that we didn't know yet? It's almost like Peter was not being written by Peter, but, by somebody pretending to be Peter. Gary says, "Sending you a tiny tithe for Doug. Love your work." Well, thank you. Not Gary, Gray. Thank you, Gray. I really appreciate that. And listen, any amount helps to support the channel. All the members, all the gifts, all the likes, chats, and playbacks, all of them help to support the channel and the mission. S. Mardick says, "The Conundrum caller reminded me of Cleese in John Cleese, right? Isn't that his name, John Cleese? In Monty Python's argument sketch." Shit, I haven't seen that in forever. I'm going to pull it up and listen to it later, though. It's been a long minute, but if you don't know about the Monty Python sketches, if you only know about Monty Python movies, man, you're missing out. Monty Python sketches are really good. Although I don't know if I care about the Ministry of Funny Walking or whatever they call it. That wasn't my favorite sketch. Mindforge Manacles, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. Says Protestants are weird. I knew a Baptist pastor as a kid who claimed Jews are still secretly sacrificing animals in vain for the remission of sins. Oh, I don't know of any. I do know there's like a sect of the Samaritans, a very tiny sect of the Samaritans that actually idolize John the Baptist still, that participate in some sacrifices, but not much. It's crazy what lies pastors will tell because no one checks them on it. Their congregation's not questioning, right? When a pastor says something, very few people in that congregation will ever fact check that pastor. Most people just accept it. They have faith that the pastor knows what he's talking about or what she's talking about, and typically they don't. Mindforge coming in again says heaven is invisible. Christian logic. Yeah, I know, right? It's invisible. You can't see it. They're up there, right? Elijah is up there right now, floating around in heaven on his fiery chariot. It's flaming, but they're spiritual flames. That's why you can't see them. GP coming in again. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says hate to defend religion, but Protestant strawman Catholics the same way believers strawman atheists. I agree. They think venerate means worship. For example, like, come on, read a book on occasion, please. This to me troubles me. Okay, so I never considered myself Catholic, but I had 12 years of Catholic schooling, right? So when I really became like what you call a born again Christian, I was weird. Like, I was weirded out by how much Protestants disliked Catholics, but also how much they just didn't know. Like how much what they thought they knew about Catholics were just bullshit. They didn't know anything about what Catholics believe. It was like, just like you said, how when you're a Christian, people tell you what atheists are like, and then you meet one, you're like, the fuck, that's like nothing what I thought it was going to be like. What are you talking about? Steve, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says new member from New Hampshire. Well, hell yeah. Welcome to the Kraken crew. Granite Granite Stater, rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, we are glad that you are granite rock hard for Doug. Big W, Steve. Super appreciate that. And welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome in. And also, Optimus Rhymes, still love the name, says if we knew 100% that Jesus existed and that the shroud was actually on his body, would that raise the probability that a miracle actually happened? I don't think so. So this is a good question, Optimus. If we found a way to prove, and I don't think there is a way, but if we found a way to prove that Jesus was literally crucified and that was his shroud, the only thing it would ever prove is that somebody put Jesus in a shroud after he died. That's it. Doesn't do anything for the resurrection. Doesn't do anything for the magic tricks. God damn. Says Doug turned water into lava just for fun. Hell yeah. That's the miracles of Doug. Listen, Jesus didn't turn any water into wine. In fact, I mean, if he did, he only did it because Dionysus did it before him. But Doug turns rock into lava. Take that in. Take that in. Nika, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says rock hard for Doug. Questions for M. Shit, he's gone. I apologize. I couldn't get to the super chat sooner. Do you dream visually? He does not. I have aphantasia and I dream vividly. I love you, Justin. Oh, I added the I. Love you, Justin. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Nika. I appreciate that. I've heard M say before, and M's, I apologize if I'm misquoting you, that he doesn't dream. But yeah, it's interesting too, because like the brain manifests in different ways at different times, which is really strange. Because I know like my brother, when he reads, he doesn't hear any of the words audibly in his head like I do, but he does hear words when he dreams. So like the brain is a weird playground, my friends. It's a very weird place. Not as weird as Freud thinking that penis envy was real. It's not that weird. Burner, thank you for the $5 super chat though. It says M's mic sounds so good. Have always been able to understand him, but it's chef kiss crisp now. It's much better. The problem is sometimes M's isn't at a place where his microphone is, right? He can't always get to his microphone. So sometimes he just has to use like his phone, right? And then it just sounds like he's talking into his phone. But M's is just a gem. He's an absolute fucking gem. And Noah's Lions 8 babies, dead babies on the ark. Great to see you today. Thank you for the super chat. It says late because prioritized fornicating for new art. I love it. I love it. Do all the fornication you can, friend, while you're alive. In fact, the Bible got one thing right: eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. What time you have here, friends, have a good time. Berner says God receives all credit and avoids any blame. That is the Christian method, and it's true in the Bible, almost true in the Bible. God does take credit for it in Isaiah 45 7, and also in Amos chapter 3. He says, does not calamity fall in a town and it not come from the Lord? Because all calamities do come from God. Riz, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. And S. Mardick coming in again. Thank you so much for the 65 SEK. Says Conundrum and Argument Sketch. I thought of caller often, just replied with lazy contrary points like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Listen, I'll play the argument clinic sketch here before we end the stream. I got to grab 3 more super chats, and I'm going to play the sketch for everyone who hasn't heard it. Dexter's Lab, thank you for the super chat, says kidney stones equals alchemy, Philbro, stone. Kidney stones are not from Doug. It's an evil manifestation by a bad eating habit or disease. Kyle says, so if I dream almost all the time and lucid dreams must mean I got lots of natural DMT? Well, kind of. Like, so if your body is releasing a hormone that causes you to have vivid dreams, it does mean that your body typically is producing more melatonin, I believe, and DMT. And C Design, thank you for the $5 Canuck bucks, says Orthodox and Catholics claim to be the original true church. Orthodoxy through succession traditions and merit. Didn't Orthodoxy change all the time? Kind of. We don't have an original Orthodoxy. That's the problem. Orthodoxy developed later, and then they superimposed it on the early church. The early church did not have an Orthodox position. Orthodox position developed after the early church got tired of disagreeing with each other. And Tim says, if the communion is the flesh and blood of Christ, how many actual participants till you've eaten a full Messiah? Good question. Participations. How many of those wafers do you have to eat before you've put all of Jesus's body in your mouth? I don't know, but I'm sure it's a lot. I certainly prefer the bread, like the real actual bread. The wafers, they're okay. I do need to buy some and eat some on stream for fun, though. I did finally buy some soft pretzels to eat on stream. Okay, I got 2 more super chats, friends. I gotta end it. Don't send it. I love you. Don't send any more super chats because I want to play the sketch. I think you'll like the sketch. Stateful says, when theists say they know Jesus, do they mean that in the biblical sense? Explains the obsession with foreskins. What a stream. Love your content. Well, thank you so much, Staple. Yeah, if they really know God, according to the Bible, knowing God in the biblical sense means, so if they do know God, it does explain why everyone's always obsessed with foreskins and touching the genitalia. And Perilous says, have you ever read Jung's answer to Job? If so, what do you think of his take? I don't really read any, I haven't read any Jung, but I don't read psychology in general. First of all, I think psychology is amazingly interesting. It's just not high on my reading list. Jung, I certainly would find interesting if I got around to reading him, but to me, I just think most of it's nonsense. So I don't know his answer to Job. If I had to guess, he probably thinks Job is an archetype and not a literal human being. You know what I mean?